Hey guys. Here's part 4 of Yellow and Red Makes. Enjoy. Chapter 34. As hard as finding the village itself was, the actual gate proved no challenge to find now that Naruto knew where he was looking. The gate guards, usually dull and inattentive to their duty except during important occasions, gave him a curious once-over, especially fixating on his headband and the girl on his back. He made a move to place Fu on the ground, but the girl was having none of it. She just clung to his back harder like a tick. Fu, we're here. You can get off now. She just laughed slightly in his ear, a sound that Naruto had come to enjoy hearing ever since he had rescued her. What if I don't want to get off? Naruto gained a cheeky grin as he craned his neck to try and look at Fu, who just moved back so he couldn't see her small blush. She usually wasn't this bold about anything. It wasn't productive in the village where subtlety and deceit got her food and clothing. I'm not a free taxi service, you know. Fu just nodded her head in disagreement of him furiously. Yes you are, that's part of being a big brother. Both Jinchuriki froze, Naruto because he was so shocked and Fu because she hadn't meant to say that out loud. Naruto carefully set Fu down, which she allowed him to do without protest, and looked down to her with an enormous smile. Fu could barely comprehend what was happening before she found warm, strong arms envelop her thin shoulders in a brotherly hug. I'm glad I found you, Emoto. A small tear trickled down her cheek at hearing those words, and she dived back into the hug to wipe them off on Naruto's chest. Not as much as I'm happy you saved me, Unison. Naruto's smile grew before he swiveled and motioned for her to once again jump on his back, to which she did with enthusiasm. Identification please? Naruto had almost forgotten the two were standing outside of the gates to a major hidden village. Currently the male gate guard didn't know what to make of the scene he had just witnessed, while the female member looked ready to shed a tear at the emotional display. The man was rather large, impressively so, with muscles rippling along his body. Naruto guessed when it came down to it his chakra-enhanced strength would match up, but he couldn't rule out the possibility the man could do something similar. The woman was more lithe, but with the definite air of somebody at least used to getting in and out of conflicts. Both of them were darker than Naruto had ever seen anybody before, even Fu. He had been told that many people from Kumo and Iwa had a brown complexion, but he wasn't sure what that meant until now. However, both were now staring firmly at him and the passenger on his back, who peeped her head up over his right shoulder like a parrot. What do you mean identification? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The gate guards looked exasperated, and Naruto sighed, thinking this was probably a regular occurrence with outsider visitors. Everybody in Lightning Country must have identification cards to help prevent trespassing into certain areas. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. He didn't know about that, nor had he been warned. In any case, he certainly wouldn't have had identification for Fu, and she didn't even know her last name. Couldn't somebody just steal the identification card and henge into the person? The gate guards just narrowed their eyes, wondering why an outsider with a strange headband was questioning their security measures. Anyway, I don't have anything like that. I'm from Suna with a message from the Kazekage for the rakeage. Again the gate guards were suspicious, but he quickly whipped out the scroll and showed them the Kazekage's seal. Okay, but during your time in the village, unless allowed by the rakeage, you must have an escort with you at all times. Naruto raised an eyebrow. As far as he knew, the other hidden villages were nowhere near this tight when it came to security. It would slow many things down. Naruto didn't have that much of a problem with it anyway. He wasn't a spy, so he had nothing to hide. He nodded and shrugged, and the male gate guard went to find an available jounin to escort him. So you call each other siblings, but from the looks of you, you can't possibly be related. It was the female who had spoken. Usually she wouldn't have pried into private affairs, but they had genuinely piqued her interest. Naruto wasn't sure what to say. Technically I kidnapped her from a hidden village because they were mistreating her, and also she's a Jinchuriki like me. Somehow didn't seem to cut it. Yeah, she never had that many people to trust before I came along, I guess. The woman just smiled kindly and thankfully stopped prying any further as she caught Fu's uncomfortable look. They waited around for a bit, with both Naruto and Fu getting highly bored. Fu began to hum to herself, which Naruto smiled at and didn't make an attempt to stop. The tune was familiar to him, yet he didn't remember hearing anything like it recently. He internally shrugged and dropped it just before the gate guard came back with their guide. She was definitely a jounin. There was that aura of accomplishment and confidence in her abilities that came with the position. Other than that, Naruto would have said she was chonin from her age. She couldn't have been more than 19, with flowing sandy blonde hair that would have cascaded down her back except for the bandages that kept it in a waist-length pigtail. She was slim in build, but she looked graceful and agile like a kunoichi should. She wore a tight-fitting shirt that was black across the shoulders and arms but a light purple from her chest down. Fingerless gloves adorned both her hands while odd beads wrapped around her left forearm. Her pants were standard shinobi in black with a small purple cloud decal over her left ankle. They cut off just above the ankles and below that her legs were bound with tape and she had the standard issue black sandals. Naruto thought it was a strange look but he couldn't argue with it if the girl was successful enough to earn full jounin so young. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." The girl just stared at him disinterestedly. Naruto suddenly felt something when he was near her, like an innate familiarity. He shrugged it off as just a weird feeling or maybe something he ate and followed when the woman motioned for him to do so. "This is Fu." The woman seemed to take more interest of the girl on his back than Naruto himself, which he was a little disgruntled about, but soon she went back to her normal air of apathy. They walked for some time through stone hallways cut from the mountain and impressive bridges spanning the peaks, always heading in the direction of the blue dome-like structure around the largest mountain. Along the way the woman kept throwing them both curious glances but hid them well. Afterwards he would look at nothing in particular and just shake her head as if in disbelief. Naruto had also begun to feel strange. He could feel the energy signatures of Kumo's Jinchuriki nearby, but like in Taki he had no way of narrowing it down without first getting some information. "So what's it like being a kunoichi for Kumo?" He asked it innocently enough, but the woman rounded on him suddenly. "Stop asking question, why do you even care? Once you're gone you'll probably never see me again, and if you do it will probably be alongside those bigots the Raikage calls villagers." The woman turned back around, obviously in a huff, while Naruto walked after her, now confused. "What do you mean about the villagers?" The woman sneered slightly, more out of irritation than condescension. "Like you would know anything about it." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Try me, I've had my share of problems with ignorant villagers." The woman just scoffed and kept walking. "Please, I bet you had a few bullies when you were younger and felt your childhood was terrible." Naruto's eyes narrowed again dangerously, and he was beginning to dislike this woman for the way she arrogantly put her problems above others. Naruto wasn't shallow enough to believe he had the worst childhood out of anybody in the world, but this woman didn't even care to ask. "I would hardly call mobs of townspeople armed with weapons all out for my blood a few bullies. You've obviously had some hardship in your life, but that gives you no right to belittle mine or Fu's past. We've both had to live through being punished for something we both didn't understand and had no control over." The woman seemed to hesitate at those words, her annoyed sneer turning into a frown as she looked at both of them closer, finally noticing the kanji engraved on Naruto's forehead. "Wait, are you a Jinchuriki?" "Yeah, I am. I had hoped to keep that a secret so me and Fu could at least have some peace while we're here, but now it looks like I'm going to have to find somewhere else after speaking to the Raikage." The woman just seemed visibly shocked, her eyes latched onto the girl wrapped almost protectively around Naruto's back. "Yeah, Fu is too." He answered her unspoken question as she looked at them both before narrowing her own eyes. "What is this, some cruel joke the villagers are pulling? Who put you up to this? Did B put you up to this as a joke? Because if he did I'm going to kill him. It's not funny." Naruto just stared at her slightly disbelieving in. "What are you talking about?" The woman just walked over and grabbed his shirt rather harshly. "I don't believe you, prove it." Naruto pulled her hand off his shirt despite her unnatural strength and backed off a little. "I can't, flaring Kyuubi's chakra would bring a lot of unwanted attention and Fu can't even access hers." He cursed, not wanting to have revealed which bijou he carried, then again his headband was a dead giveaway. The woman looked a little odd, she had suspected from the kanji on the forehead protector, but he had just confirmed it. It wasn't every day you got to meet the container for the most powerful entity in the elemental nations. "I need to take you to see the Raikage immediately." Naruto just looked at her strangely while rubbing the back of his head, a gesture Fu always found amusing because she knew it meant he was embarrassed. Aren't we going there anyway?" The woman just looked at him blankly for a moment before scowling and turning to go, just hiding the smallest of blushes as they quickened their pace through the village. "Yugito ni." It was barely a whisper, even Naruto didn't quite catch it with his impressive hearing. "What was that?" The woman didn't turn and just carried on walking in the direction of the domed building. "My name is Yugito ni." Naruto grinned broadly, but that was missed as Yugito hurried on through stone passageways and across tremendous bridges. They kept winding through the village until finally they entered the Raikage Tower and the difference was noticeable. Outside it was cold and very windy, in the glass casing it was actually rather pleasant, warm but not enough to make somebody sweat. Yugito continued to lead the two of them as they climbed higher and higher into the building. Naruto just kept gazing out into the village, his breath taken away by the sight from this altitude. Their journey came to an end outside a rather plain-looking door that clearly had Reikage inscribed in the wood. A kindly-looking and very attractive woman with short silver hair and dark skin nodded at them to enter, and Yugito did so without another word. Naruto could honestly say that the sight inside was almost as awe-inspiring as the view of the mountains. Sat behind a comparatively small desk sat the largest and most muscled man Naruto had ever seen in his life. Just the sight of him exuded power and respect without him having to twitch a single one of his enormous muscles. His platinum blonde hair was done back in thick dreadlocks which flicked outwards at his neck and had a matching goatee and mustache. The man wasn't wearing a shirt and the desk hid his equally impressive legs, so all Naruto could see of his clothing were the two golden bracers around his wrists. "So you're the messenger from the Kazekage?" Naruto nodded, annoyed at being called just a messenger, but he didn't want to say anything in front of this behemoth of a man. He politely nodded and quickly reproduced the scroll he had shown to the gate guards, handing it over. He noticed that the man's hands dwarfed his own and had to keep reminding himself he was only 14, or else he might have felt inadequate. The man looked over the scroll with a practiced eye, his brow quirking every so often as the only indication he was reading at all. "This is interesting, I will have to give this some thought, but many of your Kazekage's requests are very reasonable. It is impressive for such a young man." Naruto smiled a bit at the praise his friend was getting, not really caring if it might be mistaken for patriotism. He knew where his loyalties lay. "I will have my reply ready in a few days for you to return to Suna with." Here came the part that Naruto suddenly became very nervous with. Despite having known 4 different Kages, the man in front of him still cast an intimidating shadow. "I'm sorry, Reikage-sama, I will be unable to return with a reply." The man looked questioning, but, thankfully, there was no suspicion in his eyes. "And why is that? You are a messenger, aren't you?" The bulky man looked Naruto over once, including the young girl who was still clinging to his back. "Actually no, I am just a close friend with the Kazekage and was on my way here anyway, so he thought the message would be safe with me." The Reikage raised his large brow but nodded, accepting the answer. "And why, might I ask, were you on your way here then?" Naruto stood a little straighter subconsciously from the natural authority in the man's voice. "I was instructed by the Kazekage to go on a 2-year training trip to better prepare myself for future threats." Again the massive man nodded, even though it was obvious he was now in some thought or another. "And why would you come to Kumo when Konoha are not only closer but currently allies with Sunagakure?" Naruto held back his smirk, now rather thankful for the list of reasons Gaara had rattled off. "There are rumors that the 2 Jinchuriki that currently reside in Kumo have somehow gotten perfect control over their bijou." The Reikage nodded very slowly, now extremely wary as he noticed Yugito tense slightly from her position by the door. "I have come to request similar training, or at least guidance from one of them to better control my own." The man in front of him didn't even look fazed by Naruto's sudden revelation. "And you contain?" "The Kyuubi, Reikage-sama." That time the man did show some surprise. The last he heard, the Kyuubi was under the control of Konoha, not Suna. Not only did this mean that the Land of Fire was lying, but they were substantially weaker thanks to that loss. "And what are your other reasons for coming here?" Naruto had to physically prevent himself from breaking out into a sweat. The man was a fearsome interrogator despite the seeming innocence of his questions. "I have a lightning affinity that until now has gone untrained. The Kazekage and I thought it was wise to fix that in preparation for my eventual conflict with Akatsuki." Everybody in the room visibly tensed at the mention of the organization's name. All of them knew of it and the dangers it posed to the Jinchuriki. "I should also probably note that Fu here," he motioned in an obvious way to the slightly frightened girl on his back, "is also a Jinchuriki, container of the Nanabi." If the Reikage didn't look all that surprised before, he certainly did now. Not only did 1 Jinchuriki just walk into his village, but 2, and both were relatively young. If he was his father, the 2 would probably have been already restrained and examined for ways to extract the creatures inside of them into more acceptable hosts. As it was, the Reikage already knew that it required an Uzumaki to house the Kyuubi. Nobody else would have the sheer chakra reserves at the required age of sealing. The girl was a different matter, but she seemed to be under the protection of the blonde, and the wrath of the Kyuubi was something A had no intention of bringing down on his village. "I agree that it would more than likely be in everybody's best interests if you 2 gained control over your bijou." Naruto looked a little surprised that the man had included Fu in that statement, but he didn't show it. In honesty, he hadn't really thought about Fu using her abilities. The other chakra couldn't get through yet, so she was safe. "However, I cannot ask the 2 Jinchuriki of this village to give up their time to train 2 outsiders. If they agree, then I have no qualms whatsoever." Naruto smiled and would have shaken the man's hand if he didn't fear he might not get it back afterwards. The man just nodded to Naruto's right and he turned only to see Yugito looking at him strangely. She seemed to be eyeing him up and it made him rather uncomfortable the way her eyes roamed over his body. It wasn't anything romantic or lustful, more like a predator eyeing up its prey to see its worth as a kill. B will be fine with it, I'm sure. If the kid really needs it that badly, I'll help out where I can. The Raikage nodded his agreement as Naruto just stood blankly between them before turning back to Yugito. Wait, you're one of the Jinchuriki? The woman nodded rather grimly and Naruto suddenly felt bad about the way he had spoken to him earlier. I'm sore. Save it, you didn't know. Besides, it was also foolish of me to assume my problems were worse than your own. Naruto nodded equally solemnly. Out of the three of them, Fu still probably had the worst of it. This woman looked like a capable and worthwhile jounin, so at some point she either found the approval she was looking for or life cut her a break like it had for Naruto. Come on, we better go find B and tell him about it. He'll probably be alright training you, but with that man sometimes even I can't tell. Naruto nodded again, following Yugito out of the room while the Raikage took it all with a curious eye, wondering what to make of this situation. Naruto was once again led through winding passageways, but this time deeper into the mountains, further from the entrance to the village. After a while the cramped stone hallways seemed rather oppressive and seemed to bear down on him with all the weight of the mountain. To say it was intimidating would have been doing it an injustice. He wondered what kind of person regularly walked down these hallways. They emerged into a large plateau that overlooked yet more mountains around the back of the village. In the center of it stood a man Naruto could almost compare to the Raikage in size and sheer intimidation. Like the Raikage's hair was a platinum blonde bordering on white that was pulled into flatter dreads that better matched his clean-cut beard. He wore a standard white armor vest but nothing underneath, which showed off the tattoo for iron inscribed on his shoulder. He also had two blue bull horns tattooed on his left cheek below his sunglasses. He had an assortment of swords crisscrossing his back and Naruto wondered what each of their uses were, considering there were 7 and he couldn't use them all. He had a white bandana around his neck and a brown belt around his waist that supported his normal navy pants, also crisscrossed by white belt-like strips of cloth. To complete the look he had a matching set of white bracers and greaves to make him look, in a word, fearsome. Hey B, you'll never guess what washed up in Kumo. Naruto was rather surprised at the relaxed and friendly way Yugito addressed the man compared with the much colder way she spoke to him. The large man, identified as B, saw them and walked over with his features set in an impassive, unemotional look. Yo little miss too, what can I do for you? Naruto watched him for a moment as the plateau went eerily quiet. Did he just rap? This is Naruto and Fu. B looked at them, his eyes hidden by his sunglasses but still obviously looking them over as everybody seemed to be doing. Well, look at the new Jinchuriki additions to Kumo, Miss 7 Fu and Mr. 9 Naruto. Everybody looked at the man with astonishment. He had instantly known they were both Jinchuriki, but not only that, he knew which bijou they held. Don't look all shocked or Hachibi's pride'll get mocked, Naruto sighed in relief. So this was the container for the 8 tails, maybe he had some kind of ability to sense other bijou. Yes, while not the most level-headed out of us, Gyuki certainly was a perceptive little octopus. Naruto looked inwardly strangely at Kyuubi. Don't you mean octopus? He just heard chuckling from his head. You'll see, maybe. Naruto just huffed in annoyance. Kyuubi could really get to him sometimes when she held back information. He still hadn't fully forgiven her for hiding her name for so long. How did you know which bijou we had? Or that we were Jinchuriki at all? B looked at him seriously, as if he was considering the question completely. He walked over and placed one of his large fingers against Naruto's forehead protector. It wasn't all that hard to find, I just had to use my mind. They all heard a snort from Yugito but B ignored it. You made it easy with your forehead protector. For little 7 I had to be an inspector. Suna has 1, Iwa 5 and 4, but that's a bore, you want to know more. 3 and 6 belong to Kiri, so here's my theory that little Fu isn't so teary because I'm right and Nanabi is in sight. Aw yeah. He used hand gestures to punctuate his rhymes and Naruto didn't quite believe what he had just seen. Everybody just stared at the man for a few seconds, not even crickets could be heard chirping in the background, it was so quiet. He looked up in pride with his arms crossed, and while Naruto was rather impressed that he had managed to work all that out so quickly, he was still incredibly weirded out. Why are you talking like that? Over to his side Yugito just face-palmed and muttered something obscene under her breath. Very suddenly Naruto found himself enveloped in B's muscled arm as he wrapped both him and Fu in a large semi-hug. Let me tell you Naruto, Raps the music of my soul, so be very clear when I say that for me there ain't any other way. Naruto managed to work out of the man hug quickly and went back to staring at the large man in front of him. He didn't want to make a bad impression on the man because it was his decision whether or not he would receive training. Well, nice to meet you, B. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, this here is my little sister Fu, and we came here to get training from you. Everybody on the plateau just stood slack-jawed at Naruto's back, except for Fu, who giggled a little at his on-the-spot rap. Yugito's eyes just stared at him disbelieving while they flickered back and forth between him and B, who was equally shocked. In a flash of lighting, Naruto felt his bones being shattered as he was enveloped in an even more deadly man hug. Fu didn't fare much better being on his back at the time. Lil 9 understands me, this is how it should be for Jinchuriki. Naruto didn't exactly appreciate being called little, but he couldn't complain right now because he didn't have full use of his lungs. When he started to see images of his life flashing before his eyes, B finally let go, letting both him and Fu fall to the ground in a heap. What about you, little Fu, got any sick rhymes to spew? Yugito's eyes nearly shot out of their sockets and she quickly ran over and grabbed Fu's hands. No way, I'm not letting you corrupt this one. With that she pulled Fu onto her back much like Naruto had done and ran away. Naruto looked frightened and made a move to go after her, but B put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, the entire hand engulfing his shoulder. Don't worry about little Miss 7, with Yugito she gonna be in heaven. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what that mean, but B didn't give him the time as he swung him around to face him. So you come to the killer B for training? He smiled almost wickedly. For you, draining, for me, entertaining. Naruto suddenly got a sinking feeling growing at the pit of his stomach as he looked up at the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Naruto practically had to drag himself through the threshold of the house, for the first training session he would be having with B of many he hadn't held back in the slightest. B had told him that the first step to controlling the bijou was to control his own body, or at least rhymes to that effect. To that effect he had been doing physical exercises until his muscles screamed at him to stop, and then he was forced to carry on anyway. That was interspersed with light spars with the man himself, spars that Naruto had been beaten in repeatedly. He had even pulled out the Fuijin no Iki at one point, much to B's surprise, but still hadn't been able to win. B's honed and conditioned reflexes combined with his training in his own bijou allowed him to dodge most of Naruto's attacks, and all of that was before he pulled out the swords. Naruto had at first thought it was some kind of joke when B entered his 7-sword stance, but like many people who had faced him before, Naruto quickly found that it was no laughing matter. It left absolutely no defenses open. The man was like a whirling maelstrom of death, which was ironic considering who he was fighting. To a non-kenjutsu user like Naruto it was almost impenetrable. Naruto had been forced to use kunai sharpen with wind chakra just to survive the initial onslaught. That wasn't to say Naruto was considering kenjutsu, he was more of an up-close and personal or ninjutsu user anyway. He stumbled in through the open door and nearly collapsed on the soft carpet right there and then. He only stayed standing because he realized Yugito and Fu were sitting on the couch in the room he had just entered. Both were looking at him with amused expressions as he just stood there, battered and bruised and barely conscious. Well, Yugito was amused. Fu immediately sped over to check on him. Anya-san. The mint-haired girl was already trying to check him over, but he quickly put a placating hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Fu, I was just training. The girl was still upset. She didn't like seeing the man who had saved her looking like this. But you're hurt. Naruto chuckled a little anymore and he probably would have erupted into a fit of coughing. That just shows how hard I worked. Fu just furrowed her brow, eyes watering slightly. But why do you work so hard if it just hurts you? Yugito had gotten up to leave them alone at this point, but she stayed by the door, watching with interest as Fu asked that. I have to get stronger, Fu. There are lots of dangerous people in the world who want to hurt me and the people precious to me like you. I need to get stronger so I can protect you and them. By now Fu's eyes weren't just watering, tears were streaming down her face as she ran into Naruto's body, once again doing her best to hug him. Oof. Careful, Fu, I'm still a little sore. The girl immediately backed away and blushed embarrassedly. Don't worry about it, just know that I'm doing this for a reason that's important to me. Fu nodded, now understanding somewhat. She may have just been a kid, but she understood protecting what was precious to you, but before now she never had anything precious to protect. Then I want to train as well so you don't have to bear that burden by yourself. Naruto chuckled again, ruffling Fu's hair a bit, which she didn't really appreciate much. I'd be happy to train you, but if you want anything better you would have to ask Yugito or B-sensei. He turned to look at said woman who was stood in the doorway, who until now had been smirking to herself. Now she felt rather caught in the headlamps as Naruto looked at her expectantly and Fu just stared at her with her orange puppy dog eyes. There was no force on earth that could stand against those innocent, recently watery eyes. I guess I could show you some basic taijutsu, but if you only have 2 years for the training trip, and I don't suspect you'll be spending it all here, in that case she won't be able to get very much of the bijou training in. Naruto just nodded. He had already resolved to train Fu as much as he could. The better she could defend herself the better, and she was a Jinchuriki, she would be able to pick things up pretty quickly once she got in touch with her bijou. Chome seemed nice enough, so he suspected she would want to help out as much as possible, which was only plus. Alright, that's cool then. Yugito just chuckled and Naruto raised an eyebrow in her direction. It's nothing, you just sound like somebody I know, you'll probably see her around, all the guys do eventually, she said that with a knowing smirk that was more for herself than Naruto, but he just nodded. Well, alright then. With that, Naruto promptly fainted to the floor with a heavy thump. Chapter 35. Naruto flew across the rocky plateau, but contrary to how that might have gone 6 months ago, he managed to twist his body in the air and land on both feet in a solid 3-point stance. Immediately he had to use his one grounded hand to flip himself up and forwards over his brutish attacker to avoid the knee that would have sure impacted with his chin otherwise. Once again he had barely moments to stay on the ground before he was forced to evasively dodge to one side, rolling along his shoulder to soften the impact. Currently he was stripped down to just his normal shinobi pants and sandals. The only other thing he was wearing was a sheen of sweat which glistened over his bare torso. They had been at this for hours, the intense physical exercise enough to even overcome the chill of the late winter air this high in the mountains. Finally he caught a break as he slid to the ground in an impressive split, letting his attacker's fist sail over his head. He grabbed said extended limb before scissoring his legs together along the ground to capture his opponent's legs. Using the man's large body as leverage, he flipped himself around to land firmly on the man's exposed back, mindful of the swords that were strapped there. He still had a grip on the man's arm and pulled it around sharply to hold him in a painful submission hold, one that would allow his teammates to tie him up in that scenario. He smirked, but his slight overconfidence got the better of him as the man overpowered his hold with brute force alone and threw Naruto back. Once again he dropped down into a ready stance that would have allowed him to attack or defend, but his sparring partner held up a hand. That's enough for today, Naruto, I think it's about time we go. Yugito been teaching you some killer moves, it really been helping out yo groove. Naruto just smiled at the compliment, going over to where their gear was stashed and throwing his lightweight training shirt on. Alright B-sensei, Fu and Yugito should be finishing up now, we can go swing by them. The large muscled man nodded his agreement, pulling on the rest of his own equipment. He also beamed a little. One of the man's favorite things about Naruto was the sensei title. It made him feel good to impart his knowledge. Much to his displeasure, Naruto hadn't quite taken to rap as his first encounter would have him believe. However, unlike most, he didn't completely dismiss B for it either, which he was appreciative of. They jogged out of their training ground towards another further down the mountain where the air was a bit thicker. It had taken Naruto a while to get used to the high altitude that training in Kumo required, but once he found fighting lower down even easier. He was told it had something to do with oxygen and adjusted dependencies, but he wasn't too bothered with the specifics as long as it worked. One of his favorite training grounds was the one at the very top of the second tallest mountain in Kumo. It was the most peaceful place Naruto had ever visited, without any animals or people for ages in any direction. He was surrounded by the chilled air and the fluffy white clouds below him. Fu also seemed to like it when he took her up there one night. Naruto smiled as he thought of his surrogate sister. The two of them had really bonded in their time in Kumo and he couldn't wait to introduce her to Tayuya. That name brought him a small frown. It had been 6 months since he had left Sunagakure and he had yet to hear from Garo or his girlfriend. He understood that it might be difficult to locate him and that she was on a difficult and dangerous mission, but he thought this was long enough. He sighed, knowing there was nothing he could do about it without going back to Suna himself, which he wouldn't do. He had promised to return stronger and he didn't believe he was there yet. That wasn't to say his training wasn't effective. He trained with both B and Yugito, after she had warmed up to him of course. B would put him through his paces with physical exercise and training his rapidly growing lightning affinity. Yugito would help him with his overall flexibility and his taijutsu. He had managed to incorporate aspects of her very bendy style into his own. They shared the fact that their main style was on all fours a lot of the time due to their respective bijou. Both of them would help him with his Jinchuriki specific training, working with Kyuubi's chakra. He had now mastered the fourth tail, being able to call upon it without losing his mind. The power boost he got during that state was unimaginable. It still hurt like hell afterwards, but now that his and Kyuubi's chakras were more in sync, there was less damage. Fu had also begun her training in being a Jinchuriki, taking her first meditative steps into her own mindscape not a week after arriving in Kumo. Chomei's chakra was now steadily flowing through her coils, widening them and vastly improving her already decent reserves for somebody with minimum training. That wasn't the only area she was trained in. Yugito had practically taken the girl under her wing. She was trained in every element of being a kunoichi. Yugito's taijutsu mixed with Naruto's ninjutsu and her all-around stamina made her effective. She was still inexperienced and a little rough around the edges, but she was advancing quickly, much to Naruto's satisfaction. He and B helped out where they could, offering tips from their own experiences handling a hightailed bijou, but in the end it just seemed Yugito could do more for her. That wasn't the only way the two had bonded. Before too long the girls were inseparable, and not long after that Yugito had accepted Fu calling her one Izan. Naruto wasn't jealous though. He still got to spend as much time as he liked with Izimoto, and he enjoyed that time immensely. For as long as he could remember he had wanted a family. He had something like that with Gaara, but to have it on this level was indescribable. Gaara would always be his best friend, and he could never look at Tayuya like that again, so his relationship with Fu was truly unique. Hey guys. They had slid and jumped down the mountain to the lower training grounds, where they found an equally sweaty Fu and Yugito sitting on a boulder chatting. With a blush, Naruto couldn't help but notice the way the sweat shimmered on Yugito's skin, catching the sun. He loved Tayuya with all his heart, but he was still a 15-year-old boy and Yugito was a very attractive 19 years old. He hid his blush as he walked over, waving back to Fu, who had spotted him immediately. Hey Onisan. You missed Yugito-sensei do something awesome. Naruto just smiled. When training, Fu always called her mentor and surrogate sister sensei. It stopped her associating the harsh training she was put through with her loving sister. Oh really? What did I miss? He jumped onto the large boulder they were sitting and plopped down next to them, throwing an arm around Fu's shoulders, which she snuggled into. She changed into Matatabi, like full on and everything. Naruto just looked around his gushing sister to a now embarrassed Yugito, a little bit of awe in his eyes. Fu, are you sure this wasn't one of Yugito's genjutsus? Remember that one that made you believe you lived on a pirate ship where men could stretch their limbs like rubber? Fu just sighed exasperatedly. Naruto would never give that up after she came home excited about it after one training session. No, I'm serious. She turned to Yugito in a huff. Come on Yugito-sensei, show Naruto that awesome flaming cat form, said woman just chuckled to herself. Fu is right Naruto, I am able to transform into my bijou. It's one of the many perks of being in full control. Naruto's eyes widened at that. Honestly, he had really thought it was a prank of some kind, but that she could actually transform into the Nibi itself was impressive. Wow, okay, that's cool. I'd love to see that. Yugito just shook her head while smirking, gaining Naruto's narrowed eyes. I can't do it that often. It takes a lot out of me and Matatabi. Naruto just nodded slowly, a little disappointed before he spun on the boulder to ask if he could do it, but he had already taken the opportunity to vanish. Hey Kurama, could we do that someday? He felt the old vixen shake her head sadly and Naruto frowned. Why not? You forget Naruto, half of my chakra is sealed away in the stomach of the Shinigami. Even if you master all of the chakra inside your body, that is still only one half of my original power. Without my yin chakra we could never transform back into myself completely. If you really wanted to, when you reach that level of control you could use my chakra to simply henge into me if you wanted. I guess I might find that flattering. Naruto shared a laugh with his tenant. It was a disappointing revelation, but it did get him thinking. What's it like to be separated from half of your chakra? He felt the shudder from inside of him. It must have been an unpleasant experience to make a creature like the Kyuubi act in such a way. Not pleasant, kid. The damn Shinigami literally dragged it out of my body and it felt like I had forever lost a source of heat in my own body. Still though, even without my yin I am more powerful than any of my siblings. That also made Naruto think, Kyuubi was an incredibly powerful entity. Even now, she must have been positively immense before the sealing. It must be very unbalancing. He felt her sigh and just decided to drop the conversation that was obviously causing the bijou displeasure. Sorry, just curious. He felt her nod before she went quiet, probably slinking off to a corner of his mindscape. Onisan? His eyes came back into focus to see Fu's caramel hand waving in front of his face and he blushed from being caught dazing. Sorry, just talking to Kyuubi. He shook his head and looked at Fu and Yugito again with a smile. Anyway, I would like to see that sometime, Yugito, it would be cool. The girl nodded with a small smile, reminding Naruto why it was worth it to befriend the woman. Anyway Fu, eventually you should be able to transform into Chomei by yourself. How cool would that be? The mint-haired girl's eyes seemed to sparkle, not having thought of that. Yugito quickly nipped it in the bud though. not wanting to get the girl's hopes up so soon. That won't be for a long time, Fu. I had to spend years refining my control over Matatabi's chakra, and your bijou has more tails, so in theory it should be even more difficult. Naruto is only able to do what he does because of the way his seal is designed, so unless you get a master Fuinjutsu user to alter your seal, it's going to be long and hard training ahead of you. Fu pouted a little, drawing out her puppy dog eyes without even realizing it and turning to Naruto. Onisan, you know seals, right? Could you help me? Naruto almost wanted to say yes under such a powerful attack from her watery orange eyes, but he managed to chuckle. I'm a bit too humble to call myself a Fuinjutsu master. He looked away and thought, but I have been rather neglecting the field and it has always interested me. Hell, after the Fuji no Iki showed me what I could do with it, I'm almost surprised I didn't lock myself away for another year to study it. He looked back at Fu. I'm going to train myself in sealing more, maybe then I could help you. Fu beamed brightly, all hint of her puppy dog eyes gone as she enveloped her brother in a hug. After all, how hard could it be to find a Fuinjutsu master to train me? It had been 3 months since Naruto had thought that fateful line, and he cursed himself every day for it. It turned out that Fuinjutsu might as well have been a dying art. There was literally no masters of it left except for Jiraiya of the Sannin. Of course all the ones he knew who were proficient on the art lived in Suna, no help there then. He made do with the scrolls he found in Kumo's library, which were surprisingly effective. He read as much as he could when he could, absorbing everything with ease. He had once been told he had an almost unnatural knack for the subject, surprising and surpassing most that tried to teach him. He just simply understood it, how the various arrays worked, how they fit together and what could or couldn't be tweaked. In fact, recently, fiddling with already existing seals was a pastime, something he did if he had a spare moment. Already he had managed to increase the power and range of the standard exploding tags Kumo used with only a minor modification. This action elicited a response from the Reikage, namely to allow him access to many of the older and more valuable sealing scrolls he had in his personal library. This was in exchange for any breakthroughs Naruto made during his stay in Kumo, which he was happy to agree to if it gave him more to study and learn. Fu had once told him it was like he was addicted to the art, and Naruto had a hard time arguing with the girl. The feeling he got when he finally unlocked the mysteries of a complex array, or designed one for himself, were nearly euphoric. He also had an ulterior motive to his work. While he enjoyed it for himself, he also knew that with the more he learned, the better equipped he would be to finally help Tayuya rid herself of the cursed seal. It was one of the many goals that kept driving him forward in finding more and more information. Before he knew it, he was standing over Fu's prone body with her on her stomach on the bed. Her shirt was raised up, allowing him to see the intricate and spiraling seal that adorned her right shoulder blade. He looked it over with a now trained eye, noticing the complex and subtle layering within the seal itself that allowed for the chakra absorption and suppression of the Nanabi. He had been doing this a lot for the last week, and the stack of notes building up on the small desk next to him was proof of that. He had promised Fu that he would adjust her seal to allow more chakra flow, and that was exactly what he planned to do. He was just lucky that this wasn't the type of seal that needed a key, or he wouldn't have been able to do anything. As it was, he was now in the process of tracing out complicated kanji and specific orders around the so often he would have a trail of them emerging from the rings he created to wind further around her body. Luckily he planned it so he wouldn't have to draw anywhere indecent. He wasn't Jiraiya after all, and Fu was his little sister, even if not in blood. It took almost half an hour with Fu staying perfectly still and him drawing with his tickling ink brush before he could stand back, a satisfied grin on his features. He looked around to Yugito and B, who actually looked rather bored having to wait this long. They were there in case something went wrong. Naruto found it a little insulting that they didn't trust his skills, but he was young, so he understood their position. He took a deep breath to alert them that he was ready before moving back over to where Fu was waiting a bit more patiently. Alright Imoto, I'm ready to do this. If it all goes how I want it to, this should increase the rate Nanabi can input her chakra into your system. Not by too much, of course, I wouldn't want to hurt you. Even so, I figure that isn't going to be the most pleasant of experiences, but I have to ask that you try and keep as still as possible while the seal is still completing itself. Fu nodded, biting her lip out of worry. She trusted her brother, but he had told her repeatedly that forcefully expanding one's chakra coils would not be pleasant. With one last check to make sure absolutely everything was perfect, Naruto pulled in a deep breath and channeled chakra to his finger. It took nearly all his chakra control just to manage this, but a small blue flame appeared around his digit, which he quickly used to inscribe over Fu's seal. He added some parts that would be needed, as well as removing a few others that weren't critical to its integrity. Finally he gave a small flick of his wrist to ever so slightly decrease the size of the swirl at the center of the seal. With a burst of chakra from his entire palm, all the kanji he had drawn began to writhe over Fu's body. They snaked inwards in a large circle before they combined into intricate arrays that Bi and Yugito couldn't follow. They were quickly absorbed into the original seal before Fu let out a gasp of pain as she felt fire enter her blood and travel through her whole body. Naruto put a firm hand on her shoulder, trying to ease her tension as much as he could. A soft yellow glow began to appear over Fu's body, and in the corner of the room Yugito and Bi looked worried, fearing that the Nanabi might have been released. Naruto just narrowed his eyes, still holding firmly to Fu's shoulder as the last of the extra seals disappeared under the original and Fu thankfully slumped back into the bed, yellow glow gone. Naruto smiled kindly down at her. She would probably be unconscious for a few hours, but when she woke up she would feel the effects of the altered seal. He also smiled to himself. This was his first step as a Fuinjutsu user and he couldn't be happier about it. Naruto slid down the banister of the staircase in the Raikage mansion, followed shortly after by Fu. They both laughed as they slid down the polished wood, ending in small but graceful flips from the two of them. Naruto managed to land in front of a squad that was just now getting back from a mission and stared at him and the mint-haired girl behind him oddly. He just smiled back at them, already knowing who they were thanks to introductions from Yugito. "Hey Kuro, Samui, Amoe, you just get back?" The three older shinobi and Kunoichi nodded, Kuro with a smile, Amoe with his usual bored look and Samui with her indifferent expression. Despite how she acted around people, Naruto knew Samui was a good person at heart. She cared for her teammates and their sensei even though it wasn't obvious from the way she acted. "Hey Naruto, Fu. What were you talking to Raikage-sama about?" Naruto just smirked at Kuro. She had become a great friend for him, not to mention an excellent sparring partner. She wasn't as skilled with Kenjutsu as Bi was, so it was good to hone his skills against her, making the fights with Bi that little bit easier. Sometimes he would take on Amoe, Samui, and her all at once to get them to somewhat emulate Bi's multiple sword fighting style. "Not a lot, just returning a scroll I borrowed." Kuro just nodded in understanding. Naruto's passion for all things Fuinjutsu was legendary by now, some people actually coming to him with jobs of the nature. He was about to continue when all five of them heard an incredibly high-pitched squawk coming from the entrance to the Raikage Tower. They turned in time to see a rather large falcon burst through the doors quite spectacularly and start to circle around the ceiling. Shouldn't that be at the bird tower?" The three Kumo shinobi just nodded, dumbly staring at the strange sight of the bird circling indoors. Suddenly its lively eyes caught Naruto's body and in a flash its head swiveled and its wings tilted. Much to Naruto's surprise, the bird suddenly came crashing down on him and would have bowled him over without Bi's endurance training. Instead he managed to catch the large falcon with one hand around its neck and the other around its feet. He immediately noticed the scroll attached to the bird's back and quickly slid it out of the little carrier case it came in. Then to everybody's surprise the bird just up and burst into a small cloud of smoke. After everybody was done coughing and swatting the annoying white cloud away, Naruto stared dumbly at the roll of paper in his hand. Must have been a summon. Fu was now behind him on her tippy toes trying to peek over his shoulder at the scroll. She had grown in the 10 months they had been in Kumo, but then again, so had Naruto. "What's it say?" Naruto turned the strange scroll over in his hand, surprisingly finding "for shithead" written on the side. His face lit up in a gleaming smile as he looked over the scroll again as Team Samui came over to look at it. "Who's it for?" Naruto kept his grin on his face. "It's for me." Samui just seemed confused as she read the message on the side, especially after seeing Naruto's grin. "Then why does it say 'for shithead'?" Naruto just grinned even wider. "It's from my girlfriend." Again he got some very strange looks from the three Cloud Shinobi. Fu was more understanding as Naruto had told her a lot about Tayuya. "It was great seeing you guys, I'll catch you around, but I'm gonna head home and check out the scroll." Team Samui just shared a collective shrug and nod before brushing past him to climb the stairs he had moments ago slid down. Naruto paid them no mind after that, he simply pulled Fu onto his shoulders like he used to do and sped off. "Hey, I'm not a little kid anymore, you don't have to carry me." Naruto just smirked as he carried on running. "Oh, and who was it that said it's part of a brother's job to be a taxi service? Anyway, I know you love it." Fu quietened down. He was right, she really did love it when he would do this for her. She was a shinobi in training now, so she could run quickly, but that was nothing compared to Naruto. He was impossibly fast and she liked the wind rushing past her at these high speeds. She noticed he was climbing higher instead of moving towards the house and she smirked. He must have really wanted to get home quickly. When they reached a point where they could both make out Yugito's house far below them on the mountain, Naruto threw his special kunai with deadly accuracy. It struck the side of the house without a sound, Naruto having already completed his silencing seal and adding them to his weapons. A brief tingling across Fu's skin later and they were outside the house, Naruto already removing the kunai from the wall. You know when Isan hates it when you do that, it leaves marks in the walls. Naruto just shrugged with Fu still on his back. I'll buy her some sashimi later and she'll forget all about it. The girl was addicted to the stuff, it wasn't even funny. Naruto thought he could pack away the food but Yugito was on another level to him entirely. She said it was because he had yet to find his soulmate of foods but he just found her a little weird whenever she spoke like that. Everybody just figured it was because of the cat-like influences she got from Matatabi, and those weren't even the only things she got. Naruto walked into the house with a smile on his face. B had been taking it fairly easy today so he wasn't nearly as worn out as usual. He stepped across the threshold, immediately looking for Fu and Yugito. He was glad the two were getting along even if he and Yugito hadn't quite found common ground after their first day. The woman was just cold to him, she trusted Fu because she was young and innocent while it wasn't nearly as easy to let Naruto in. He wasn't too worried, she would come around eventually. Naruto had once been told that he just had a natural way of bringing people around, of making friends out of enemies. He checked the ground floor and couldn't see them. He was a bit sad as he thought he could use his extra energy to do something with Fu. He shrugged it off and decided to go find a Fuinjutsu scroll to curl up with and study. He was suddenly put on alert as he heard strange sounds from upstairs. He rushed up in case it was attackers or burglars. As he approached he once again noticed the strangeness of the sounds. It was like a growling or a moan that sounded bestial but yet was definitely human. The sounds came from Yugito's bedroom and, worrying that she was in danger, he burst through the wooden door. The sight that met his eyes would not have crossed his mind, nor would it leave it, in years. Yugito was spread out on her bed, clutching her sheets as her body arched up and down in supposed agony. However, the first thing Naruto noticed was the fact that the woman was wearing nothing but her headband. Naruto's eyes nearly shot out of their sockets as he immediately swiveled on his foot, hands already firmly clasped over his eyes. Sorry Yugito, I heard noises and there were shouts and I'm sorry. He tried to stumble out of the room but he heard the pain panting behind him stop and he could almost feel Yugito's eyes boring into his skull. Naruto. Naruto's eyes opened even further behind his hands as he continued to fumble his way out of the room. Naruto, wait. He froze mid-step, his mind overloading from that simple statement as he failed to understand what was going on. From what he knew of women, they didn't like guys walking in on them like this. That meant she was stopping him so she could punish him. Yugito, I'm sore. He was cut off mid-sentence as he felt Yugito's body press up against his back, her very warm, sweaty and naked body. A finger was pressed up against his lips to silence him, not that he could even make a sound as his brain nearly exploded from the contact. Naruto, I need you. Her voice was a mix between a whisper and a moan as she turned him around with her hands and slowly pried his hand away from his face. His eyes were clenched firmly shut, still not knowing what was going on and whether or not it was a test. He just hoped she wasn't like Anko, teasing him only so that she could punish and humiliate him later. Yugito, what is? Her finger was once again placed sensually against his lips to silence him as she leaned her whole body against him. Naruto gulped loudly as two soft yet firm mounds pressed up against his chest as he idly noticed his pants were becoming tighter. What is it, Naruto? Don't you like me? He just stuttered out something unintelligible, his eyes still closed out of confusion and fear. Then why won't you look at me? He just shook his head firmly and he could almost imagine her cute yet convincing pout, filled with sexual energy. I just need you for a little while, Naruto, that's all. Naruto's eye twitched dangerously behind his closed eyelids as he wondered just how many guys would kill to be in this situation with a beautiful woman like Yugito. She took his hand and he unintentionally opened his eyes a crack to see what she was doing only to regret it instantly. At that moment she firmly took his hand and planted it right on her ample breast, using her own hands to knead it into the soft flesh. Naruto nearly fainted there and then, but a sudden burst of adrenaline had him yank the hand out of her strong grasp, turn promptly and run out of her room. He ran straight out of the house, not stopping for anything or anybody until he reached his training ground where he collapsed to the ground, confusion overtaking him. Killer B had later explained to him that Matatabi had a certain effect on Yugito on specific days in the month. He compared it to a cat going into heat and Naruto had to agree with his analogy after witnessing it firsthand. Luckily that was exactly the moment that the ice broke between him and Yugito, the two of them becoming good, if not slightly awkward, friends not too soon after. Of course, if Tayuya ever found out, he was certain to at least lose a limb, so after a long and difficult internal debate of about 2 seconds, he reasoned that it was perfectly natural to have a few secrets. He and Fu walked into the house, greeting Yugito warmly when they saw her cooking up some food in the kitchen. She was curious about the scroll in Naruto's hands, but he simply explained it was from his girlfriend. The reaction he got was a little strange, but he couldn't explain it. Yugito blushed a little before looking away almost guiltily. Naruto usually would have put more thought into it, but he was too excited by the message from Tayuya. He laid the scroll down on the table and opened it up after cracking the fairly poor seal on its front. He smirked as he read the first words, "Hey shithead." Well, that was always a good start. Chapter 36. Dear shithead. It's been so long since I've seen you now. I know it's only 10 months, but it feels like years. Cammy, how mushy does that sound? I miss you. I know I'm not usually good with expressing my emotions, but it feels a bit easier when I write them down. I also want to know just how much you've grown both physically and training-wise, but I guess I'll see in a year, won't I? Infiltrating Sasori's organization was a bitch. The man is the most paranoid fucker I have ever met. I even had to cover up my curse mark with makeup so they wouldn't think I had any connections to that pedo. It worked though. I'm in the organization. It was weird at first. For a supposed S-ranked missing nin, the guy was a fucking moron. It only took me 2 months to work my way into his inner circle. I am now one of his trusted elite. I've been training hard as well, enough that the man himself thinks I'm too valuable for simple spy work. I am currently doing missions for the Akatsuki. How weird is that? Don't worry, it's nothing major or even related to their main goals, and I use every opportunity I get to fuck them over without drawing suspicion. I definitely feel like I'm getting stronger, no details yet, just something you'll have to see later. I want to know how you're doing, what you've been doing, who you've met. Just a friendly warning, if I come back and you've been with another girl, I'll rip your nuts off. Just for that though, I decided to give you something so you wouldn't forget me, as if that was possible. Anyway, I'm not sure how you're going to send me a reply, but you're a resourceful shithead, so I know you'll find a way. Speaking of which, how did you like the Falcon? Badass, isn't it? Gaara gave me the summoning contract before I left. It took some getting used to, and the boss summon is a total bitch, but eventually I slapped them around enough to get what I wanted. I hope you're having fun wherever you are and you're staying safe. I want my boyfriend in one fucking piece when I see him next. Sorry about how long I took to send this. When I said Sasori was paranoid, I wasn't fucking kidding. This was the first chance I got on a solo mission. I'm not totally sure how long these stupid things are supposed to be, but I guess this works, so I'll stop. I miss you, Naruto. Can't wait to see you again. Your smoking hot girlfriend, Tayuya. A warm smile lit up Naruto's face as he read the message from the girl he loved. It was just so Tayuya that it brought back a lot of warm memories. He also laughed a little at what she wrote at the end. If he didn't know any better, she sounded like she was taking after Anko. Naruto almost shuddered at the thought. Tayuya was unpredictable enough without throwing the healthy amount of sadism that was Anko Mitarashi. He thought about what she said. It seemed her mission was going well, which was good. He had worried a lot over that, but pointlessly it seemed. It was also good that she was so easily able to get the Akatsuki, or at least Sasori, to trust her. He wondered what types of mission they had her going on. She didn't clarify in the letter, so he was curious. He shrugged, thinking it would just be one of the things he could ask when he sent his reply. He also wondered about that, thinking of just how he could do such a thing. She appeared to have faith in him in that regard. He had a Fuji no Iki seal placed on her, of course, one of the more long-lasting ones that would last him the training trip. Even so, he didn't think just flashing in would be a good idea, especially if she was in a compromising situation. He also didn't know where she was. The jump could be rather large. He still didn't fully understand the limitations of his own jutsu and wouldn't risk chakra depletion. However, he might be able to do it for something like a scroll. Just send it along the seal instead of himself. It wouldn't work with his current setup. The entrance seal was on his body and designed for him. He could write out another entrance seal and temporarily connect it to Tayuya's using his own as a base template. His mind began whirling through the various ways he would have to modify it before it ground to halt, realizing he still needed something to send through in the first place. By this point, Fu had snatched the scroll out of her brother's hands in his distracted state, reading it over thoroughly. Naruto had told her a lot about Tayuya, and she was rather excited to get her first glimpse of what the girl was like for herself. She couldn't glean all that much from the letter, but the girl seemed confident and happy when talking about Naruto, and Fu was glad about that. It was important to her that Naruto was happy, and if his girlfriend wasn't good for him, then Fu wouldn't have minded speaking up. Just then she noticed a small seal at the bottom corner of the scroll that Naruto must have overlooked in his haste. Remembering what Naruto had told her about Fuinjutsu, she channeled chakra into her hand and placed it against the seal. There was a small poof of white smoke that erupted from the seal, which was enough to break Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked over in time to see Fu holding onto a small stack of Polaroids, eyeing them curiously before her eyes went wide. "I'll take those, Fu." He quickly snatched the photos out of Fu's hand, looking at her slightly shocked face. When he looked down at the first picture, he realized why, and his own eyes widened slightly. Tayuya was stood in front of the camera in a pose with her hips slightly out to her right while her left hand was up in a peace sign. Her right hand was clutching her own ass as she bent towards the camera, managing to show off some recently gained cleavage in the tight two-piece red bikini she was wearing. Where did she get that bikini? Wait. Who the hell is holding the camera? He found that he was incredibly angry at the thought of somebody else seeing Tayuya like that when the photos were supposed to be for him. He sheepishly looked over at Fu, who still looked a little shell-shocked, holding her hand out like the photos were still in it. "So that was Tayuya, what do you think?" He had tried to make the question sound casual but failed miserably. Fu just turned to look at him, somewhat recovering after the silence was broken. "She seems, really pretty." Naruto smiled at her, wrapping an arm around the young girl's shoulders. "She would be really happy to meet you. I bet the two of you would get along great." Fu just nodded meekly, her pre-adolescent mind still confused about what she had seen. "Onisan, why did she send pictures like that?" Naruto just chuckled nervously, looking over at Yugito in the doorway of the kitchen. She was now looking at them both strangely, or more precisely the photos in Naruto's hand. "It's a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. You'll understand when you get a little older." Fu pouted cutely at that, wanting to understand now, as all children did when confronted with that line. Yugito now seemed even more interested, walking over and attempting to take the photos from Naruto, who skillfully diverted his hand away from her. She tried again, and once again Naruto moved his hands out of reach. By now Fu had gotten over her confusion and slight embarrassment and was just curious. The two girls suddenly ganged up on him in an attempt to get the photos away from him. That was the scene B walked in on, Naruto standing on his toes with his arm in the air with Fu on his back and Yugito pressed up against his front, also trying to reach for the photos. B's eyes widened in surprise, his sunglasses nearly falling off his face at the seemingly compromising position. He walked into the room with years' worth of stealth training and quickly grabbed the photos for himself to see what all the fuss was about. His sunglasses actually did fall off his face when he looked at them, revealing a set of deep chocolate eyes. He laughed and gave an appreciative whistle looking at them. "Man, Lil 9, your girlfriend looks mighty fine. Even the killer bee couldn't keep away from such a honey." He punctuated his rap with arm movements that only made Naruto annoyed. The large man had the gall to flip through the photos when Naruto had only seen the first one. He growled in annoyance and snatched the Polaroids back before B could go through any more and hurriedly stuffed them into his jacket pocket. "Viewing time's over, those are supposed to be between me and Tayuya." All three of them caught the irritation in his voice and smiled nervously. "Come on, Onisan, we were just curious. You tell us so much about Tayuya but we've never actually seen her." Naruto just smiled warmly, the irritation melting from his features at his little sister's voice. "Don't worry, Fu, only a year and then you can see her for yourself." The girl smiled a little at that, still upset that Naruto was hiding the pictures from her and wouldn't explain why. She remembered how the girl in the photo had looked wearing the bikini. She did have to admit the girl was beautiful. She looked down at herself, specifically her chest, and wondered why she couldn't look more like that. The other girl actually filled out the bikini she wore, but Fu didn't have anything there. She had once brought the concern up with Yugito, but the older Jinchuriki just told her to wait. Naruto missed her concerned look and made to leave the room. He wanted to write up his reply, worrying about how he would send it later. Before he could though, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see B standing behind him with his arms crossed. "Yo 9, I ain't got much time, so listen to my rhyme. Bro sent me to tell you that you and little Fu got a scadu." Naruto just looked at his teacher and friend confusedly, wondering what he meant. "The rakeage is kicking me out of Kumo?" B quickly shook his head, not very happy that his rhymes weren't clear enough when in his head they made perfect sense. "Nah, bro loves you and little Miss 7, having you here is like our own slice of heaven." That was exaggerating a bit, but B had trouble with the number 7. "You spent too much time here, so now you gotta get clear before Akatsuki get near." "Aw yeah." He finished with his arms crossed over his chest as his head bobbed a little to the beat only he could hear. Naruto just looked downhearted. He realized he would have to leave eventually, but he had genuinely enjoyed his time in Kumo. He had made great friends. He had also reached a new level in his training, but he was promised by B that he would get a few scrolls to further his lightning affinity when he left. "How long do we have?" B just nodded understandingly, his hand on Naruto's shoulder almost protectively. Bro says you gotta pack up and go before those bijou snatchers get ready to blow. He gave y'all a week until you got sneak and make sure yo rhymes are freak, yeah. Naruto nodded. By now B's raps were like second nature to him and he could understand the man better than most. Thanks B, it was cool hanging around here for so long. He looked over at Fu with a smile. She also looked sad at their forced departure. I guess it's time we found somewhere new to make friends Emoto, time for a new adventure I guess. The younger girl smiled. Naruto had a habit of getting them out of her even when she was sad. What about my Jinchuriki training? Yugito had stayed silent until now but she knew this departure would be hard on Fu. If she was honest she didn't particularly like it either. The girl had become almost family to her. Don't worry about it Fu, Naruto's got it down pretty good and he knows what to do to keep improving. I'm sure he'll help you through the next year. Anyway, when this is all over me and B will still be here to train you. She said it with a reassuring smile that was more pretense and false bravado than anything. Yugito knew better than most that a shinobi's life was uncertain at the best of times but she valued Fu's innocence. Fu brightened again at her combined sister, best friend, and teacher comforted her. Thanks One-Eason. She ran over and wrapped Yugito up in a warm hug which made the older girl blush a little before patting her on the back. It's alright Fu, we still have a few days before you and Naruto leave. We'll just have to make the most of them. Fu nodded energetically, back to her usual cheerful self as she thought of all the things she still wanted to do with her friends in Kumo. Naruto also smiled at the scene. He was definitely going to miss all of this, especially the friends they had both made, B, Yugito, Samui, Amoe, Karu, Mabui, and the Reikage. B chose that moment to leave, his message delivered and a large pile of food waiting for him back home. Yugito retired back into the kitchen to finish off what she was cooking while Fu flopped down on the couch, taking in everything again. Naruto slipped out of the room silently, moving towards his bedroom so he could write up a reply to Tayuya's letter that had caused so much havoc. He walked in and sent down a fresh scroll on his desk. Plenty were lying around from his Fuinjutsu studies. He grabbed an ink brush, set a smirk on his face and went about writing back. Tayuya swung lazily in the hammock she had strung up between two pillars in the small room she had been given. She was smiling, just thinking about various things with her hands back under her head and her long red hair strewn across her eyes. An observant ninja might just spot her ears twitching every now and then as she listened out for early warnings of her soon-to-be arrival. Sasori had sent her to this bunker to meet up with some informant or another. He always sent her because he was too paranoid to go himself. Tayuya's didn't mind all that much. The bunkers were always nice and quiet. She could think clearly about things here that she couldn't when around her boss. She may have despised Sasori in so many ways ever since they had first been introduced by one of his higher subordinates, but that didn't stop the girl from admiring him somewhat. He ran a tight organization, herself not included, that ran like clockwork. He had a steady stream of informants bringing him information from across the nations where it would filter back up the ranks to him. The same could not be said for his moron of a partner. When Tayuya was around, the two were always bickering like children. It would be over some inane topic like whose art was better or why they were given the task of certain Jinchuriki. That was another reason Tayuya despised Datara. He was assigned to the Ichibi, Gaara, and she would make sure that would never happen. She would rip off his creepy-ass mouth hands before they could even gasp in surprise. The first time they had met, the man tried to offer her a small sculpture of herself made out of his patented clay. While she admitted it was a good likeness, she still didn't want to touch it, knowing that the clay came out of mouths in his hands. Sure enough, when she did touch it, it was slightly damp and she immediately dropped it. That forced everybody to dive out of the way as the small statue exploded on contact with the ground. Yep, she hated him all right. That wasn't to say it was all bad. For a lot of the time Tayuya was essentially left to her own devices with some of Sasori's other subordinates not too far away. Unless of course she was specifically set a task or mission like she was currently. She huffed in annoyance. The informant was supposed to be here already and the generally damp of the bunker was getting on her nerves. She stood to stretch her neck a little, but as she did so she felt her hip warm up suddenly. It felt tingly like whenever Naruto would use the Fujin no Iki on her. To her surprise, a scroll suddenly just popped into existence to her side and on reflex she caught it. Glancing at the scroll briefly, she lifted up her shirt to the side to see why he had felt strange. She caught the complicated seal right before it faded back into her skin, unseen again. Shithead, you sneaky bastard, I didn't even notice you put that on me. She smirked to herself. When she had written that he would find a way, she hadn't expected it so soon. Her summon had only returned yesterday to tell her the message was received by a spiky blonde-haired kid she had described. She looked down at the scroll again and giggled uncharacteristically. She couldn't help being excited at the first word from her boyfriend in 10 months. She was curious as to what he had been up to. The training trip had sounded interesting before he even left, and Tayuya had to admit she was a little jealous. Without more delay, she rushed over to a nearby raised platform and laid the scroll out, pulling a candle over for better light. Dear Tayuya-chan, I'm glad you finally wrote. I was getting worried that something had happened on your mission. Not that I didn't think you would do well, but I care about you and I can't help but worry. You're right about the time feeling much longer than it is, but I think your photos will help me keep going. Thanks for those, by the way. They caused a lot of trouble when I unsealed them. I guess I should answer your questions first. Yeah, you're right. It's weird that you're practically working for Akatsuki. I know it's all undercover, but it's still strange to think about. I'm glad you're doing so well and happy that you're causing trouble for Akatsuki. That always helps. The Falcon summon was cool, but I swear it was trying to gouge my eyes out when it delivered your letter. I guess I should fill you in on what's happened so far. When I left Suna, I went to Takigakure. There I met another Jinchuriki, Fu. She's younger than us, 12 now that her birthday's gone by, and she took to me well. She's like a little sister now, and I can't wait for you to meet her. You'll love her as much as I do, I know it. After that we both went to Kumo and made even more friends. I met the Reikage, he's huge. There's B-sensei, he raps a lot but he's a good teacher and helped me with my lightning affinity and controlling Kyuubi's chakra. Oh, that's another thing, Kyuubi has a name, Kurama. How strange was it that I didn't know that? Next there's Yugito. She helped Fu with her own training and we became friends as well. Both of them are Jinchuriki too. I never thought I would meet so many. There's also Samui, Amoe, and Kairo. They're fun to hang out with but really good shinobi as well. Kumo's a lot different from home, but it's got its good parts. I miss you and the familiar deserts though. I'm not sure what else to write because I want to tell the rest of you personally. I really hope my reverse Fujin no Iki worked, otherwise all this writing will have been for nothing. I guess I'll find out in your next letter, can't wait. The one and only, Naruto Uzumaki. Tayuya grinned at the letter. It was good to hear from Naruto again, even if it was just in letter form. She noticed the small seal pressed tightly into the bottom of the scroll and quickly flashed her chakra through it. She was a little disappointed when only a single photo emerged. She had hoped for something more like what she sent him, but she figured it wasn't really Naruto's style. She peered at the photo in the dim candlelight and smiled softly when she realized it was a group shot. She could plainly see Naruto in the middle, flanked by a load of people Tayuya had never seen before. She was surprised at how much Naruto had grown in the brief time he was away. His face seemed thinner and more defined, and the spikes in his hair were longer, as were his usual bangs. In front of him was a younger girl Tayuya immediately figured was Fu. She smiled at the warm way Naruto held her shoulders, both smiling into the camera. Behind him was the only person she could think of to be Naruto-sensei. She marveled for a few moments at how large the man was as well as how powerful he seemed to be, even in 2D. To his right was a girl Tayuya took a shot at as Yugito, and she immediately scowled at how close the girl was to Naruto. She trusted her blonde boyfriend, but she wasn't really experienced at controlling jealousy and felt a wave of possessiveness. She scowled even deeper when she looked to Naruto's right and saw the blonde-haired girl between her two teammates. She didn't know if it was Samui or Kairo, but she didn't like her. She sulked as she looked down at her own chest. While it wasn't anything to be ashamed of, it wasn't near the blonde girl's impressive bust. Other than that though, she had to feel happy that Naruto had made some friends and even a sister in his time away. From the sounds of it, he was also getting stronger, and she hoped to pit herself against him when they next met. She was pulled from her thoughts as something fluttered down from the group photo, a single smaller Polaroid which she quickly caught. Flipping it over, she grinned at what she saw. That's more like it, Naruto. I'll admit the orange looks good on the swimming trunks. Her sensitive ears picked up the sounds of somebody entering the bunker, and she quickly threw both photos and the scroll into her duffel bag over in the corner. She turned back just as the lanky dark-haired informant ducked into her room. It's about time you showed up. Like Master Sasori, I hate being kept waiting. Now I understand I was called here because you had some information on the civil war in Kirigakure? So where are you guys going to go? Naruto stood at the gates of Kumo next to Fu as they looked at the friends they had made. It was Yugito who asked the question, and even Fu seemed interested as she turned her head. Naruto just rubbed the back of his head and looked at the sky, one cloud in particular catching his attention as it lazily drifted along. I dunno really, I guess I had a lot of time to think about it. I think I'm going to go down to Wave Country. Everybody assembled looked at him curiously, and it was Kairo who voiced their shared thoughts. Why the hell would you go there? They don't even have a shinobi village. What could you possibly hope to learn? Naruto shrugged absently, which riled up the dark-skinned redhead. He had gotten slightly laid back during his time in Kumo. His reflexes and alertness were still as sharp as ever, but his attitude as a whole had really calmed down. mostly thanks to Yugito's intervention. In all, he had rather mellowed out from the hyperactive boy he had been a few years ago. I had a mission there once to observe a Konoha team. They were protecting some bridge builder from the local tyrant. He had the entire island under his thumb and the people were pretty destitute, living out of what could barely be called houses. On that mission we killed the tyrant because he would have killed the team we were observing otherwise. I wanted to go and see how the place was doing as well as pay my respects to someone I met there. Everybody nodded to his answer. It wasn't training but a personal reason. After that, I dunno. Konoha's pretty close to Wave, so I guess I could drop in with Tsunade, see what's happening. Fu seemed excited by that. She had read a lot in Kumo and was excited to be visiting the greatest of the shinobi villages, even if Naruto didn't seem entirely comfortable with the idea himself. He knew that personal feelings had to be put aside though so that he could further his training. It would also be pretty good to drop in on Anko and Hana after a year, see if they still even remembered him. He chuckled to himself, he figured he had made a pretty deep impression. They waved their goodbyes as Fu hugged each and every one of them, even earning the smallest of smiles from the stoic Samui. Pretty soon they were away from Kumo, heading back towards the coldness of the land of frost that was the only way out of lightning country to the south. He wasn't exactly looking forward to another trek through the snow, but he gritted his teeth and walked anyway. He stopped at the edge of a forest and turned to Fu with a grin. "Are you ready?" The girl nodded excitedly and he just smiled before both of them leapt into the trees. At least this time their journey would be shorter. Naruto smiled as he looked out over the bridge. He remembered it being big from his last visit, but this just reaffirmed it. He felt proud to have seen so many national monuments in his short time, the Hokage Monument, Suna's walls, Kumo's tower, Taki's tree, and now this. When they had left it had still been incomplete, but now it stood in all its glory for the world to see. The Subarashi Suna no Roppu Bridge. It's kind of fitting, I guess. Fu didn't know what Naruto was talking about, she was too busy gawking at the immense piece of masonry before her. It's so big. Naruto just chuckled and ruffled Fu's hair, making her grumble before they walked down onto the bridge itself. Naruto was happy to see various stalls set up along its length with various vendors peddling their goods to passers-by. They seemed to be doing well, which made Naruto feel happy he could have helped in this. Technically it was Gaara who killed Gato, but Naruto would have done it in a heartbeat if his friend hadn't beaten him to it. Further into the nation they could tell that Naruto's earlier assessments were correct and Wave was positively booming with business. People roamed the streets with smiles on their faces and fear out of their hearts. Their oppression had been lifted and children were happily running through the streets as opposed to being forced to beg at their sides. Naruto still remembered that little girl Ageha who was begging for food when they had arrived in Wave. He had given her his rations for the next few weeks knowing that he could always hunt for more food. He idly wondered what had become of her, if she was among these playing kids enjoying her youth, or was he too late? He shook his head at the thoughts. He knew as a shinobi he couldn't save everyone, but he could always try his best, and that was what was important. He smiled at Fu, who just looked at him oddly, wondering what her older brother was thinking about as they moved through the seaside town. "Come on, we should go find an inn or something to get rooms for the night." Fu nodded her head in agreement, but her stomach growled out its disapproval. They hadn't eaten since lunch and even Naruto was feeling his stomach ache. "Right after we get something to eat," Fu nodded more graciously this time as Naruto led her to the port. There were always a few restaurants around there for the sailors. Naruto checked out the potential restaurants, trying to find something that caught his eye. Fu on the other hand was distracted. She was intently watching a single dragonfly as it zipped around her head hypnotically. She had a smile on her face as she merely observed the nimble insect, finding calmness through its seemingly erratic movements. When it zipped off it just returned before zipping off in the same direction. It actually repeated this a few times and Fu watched, fascinated as the insect seemed to want her to follow it. Temporarily forgetting about Naruto, she lazily followed the insect. She was still alert and wouldn't stay too far from Naruto, but something about the dragonfly caught her attention. She followed it along the pier a bit until it stopped above a simple, unassuming boat. It hovered above its metal deck, just zipping to and fro but never leaving its confines. By now Fu was positively enraptured by its seemingly thought-out movements. They looked so precise and agile. With a single hop she was up on the deck of the ship, her feet making the barest of clangs against the weather-beaten metal. Before she could reach out and try to ensnare the fast insect, she felt a strong hand on her shoulder. She looked around quite suddenly to see Naruto staring at her with a stern expression. She immediately looked down guiltily. She had run away from him and he must have been worried and come found her. "Fu, what are you tea?" Naruto couldn't get any farther. He had let down his guard in Fu's absence, caution replaced by panic, and now he was paying for it. Without any drama, he felt something strike the back of his head before his vision went funny and he blacked out. Chapter 37. What do you mean you lost him? The voice held no irritation or anger, it was as unemotional and impassive as the face and body that conveyed it, however distorted by the hologram-like effect. I apologize, Leader Sama, we were trailing the boy through the land of waves when he suddenly dropped off our radar. Ever since the Kyuubi Jinchuriki departed Kumagakure, his abilities to suppress his own chakra have become commendable. I believe it has something to do with seals. Even so, we should not have lost him completely like this. It is now more than likely he has vacated the country and we cannot do anything further without knowing where he ends up. The impassive holographic figure just stood, staring into space with his ringed eyes as he thought. Very well, this setback is nothing too important. We still have a year and a half before the plan is set in motion properly, and to that effect I will have Sasori devote some of his resources to relocating the Kyuubi. As for you two, it would be against logic to put your talents to waste, so I'm tasking you with locating the Nanabi Jinchuriki. She was one of the ones planned for initial early capture, yet she seems to have disappeared almost similarly to the Kyuubi. Both Itachi and Kisame bowed deeply to the hologram. Of course, Leader Sama, we won't fail you. The man merely narrowed his eyes, the already intimidating sight gaining some credibility. See that you don't. The hologram promptly faded from view, leaving both Akatsuki members alone in the cavern just off the coast of the Land of Waves. Kisame let out a loud sigh of relief. He was a fierce opponent, but the leader always freaked him out. Every member of the Akatsuki knew what he could do and nobody was willing to pit themselves against that. How the hell are we supposed to track down the Nanabi? Isn't that something better suited for Zetsu or Sasori? Itachi sent a cold gaze at his partner. He liked to think his patience was extensive, but the unobtrusive man tended to grind on the ex-Anbu captain. Sasori is not the only one with contacts. Kisame, now shut up and let's go. We might as well look around to Kigakure for a lead. Kisame just nodded at his partner, his shark-like grin never leaving his face for a moment. It was almost painted on. For a brief moment, as his eyelids fluttered from the flash of lighting out of a window, Naruto wondered if this was what being drunk felt like. His head was fuzzy and unfocused, he couldn't really control his limbs in the way he wanted, and he had a splitting headache that was threatening to force him back into unconsciousness. He groaned, alerting the silhouette of a man who had been watching over him to his awakening. "Ha, the kid's up already. Figured you'd be out longer with a blow like that, even if you were a shinobi." Naruto's eyes took a moment to focus on the man, once he stepped out of the shadow in the corner of the room anyway. He managed another incomprehensible groan before his head flopped back down again. He felt weak and cold and he couldn't explain it. His body was heavy and unresponsive and he couldn't even feel his chakra flow. What's going on? His speech was just slightly slurred from his dazed state, and the man standing across from him just laughed at his poor attempt. That's the least of your worries now, kid. You should be more concerned with what's already happened. Naruto was still confused and not completely focused, so he just ended up staring at the man oddly, which only caused him to laugh even more. You shinobi and your fucking chakra? Without it you're barely anything at all, are you? Naruto's eyes desperately tried to gain focus as he looked down at himself. He quickly realized he was tightly bound to a pillar-like structure in a room that was swaying. He came to the conclusion he was on a boat and the movement of the ocean was doing nothing to help his dizziness. Don't try to channel one of your precious techniques. That seal on your arm almost completely cuts you off from chakra. It's based off the thing they use in Hozukiho prison. Sure enough, Naruto looked around and saw a complex seal around his arm that looked strangely like a chain. It explained where the nausea and general weakness were coming from. As somebody with naturally high amounts of chakra, he was used to it constantly flooding his system. Now he was receiving severe withdrawal symptoms. It was almost like chakra exhaustion without the sweet release of unconsciousness, and it was drawn out. Where's Fu? It was the first coherent thought that made it to his mouth, and he almost seemed to gargle through it. The large man only chuckled, looking toward the door of the fairly small cabin they were both in. The little brat with the funky hair color? Oh, she's long gone. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he felt his blood boil. Even with the seal in pace, he could feel Kyuubi's chakra practically writhing behind the barrier that had been suddenly placed upon it, begging for release. What did you do to her? Naruto coughed up blood as the man's steel-toed boot promptly met the side of his face, sending waves of pain through his body. Getting a little forward, aren't we? You're in no position to be talking to me like that, kid. The only reason you're even alive is because we wanted to see if you have some kind of bounty on you. The room fell silent again as Naruto checked to see he hadn't lost any teeth while the man returned to his corner, although his smirk was still visible. If you must know, I assume she's on one of the slave ships bound for water country. People that take a ride on those tubs don't ever come back. He was positively grinning now, which made Naruto bite down his angry outburst. Somebody finally entered the room through the small cabin door, and the man's grin turned a bit more businesslike. The barely hidden glee was still visible though. The new arrival quickly handed the man before him a small leather-bound book before quickly departing, never even glancing at Naruto once. The first man just idly flicked through the book, taking time to compare certain photos with the blonde before him until he reached the last page. Well, seems that there isn't a single mention of you anywhere. Either this book is outdated or you're a shitty ninja, either way you have no further use to me. He clapped once and instantly a few more men, sailors by the looks of it, hurried into the room, quickly untied Naruto and slung him between them. Normally Naruto would have tried to struggle or escape, but he felt constantly exhausted with the seal placed on him. Right now the blonde had difficulty speaking, never mind coming up with a decent strategy for escaping that required he overpowered 3 burly men without the use of chakra. The rain stung and slashed at his face as the men carried him out onto the metal deck that overflowed with water. A storm was brewing high overhead, and in the distance the ominous crashes of thunder could be heard. Below them the sea churned and boiled in petulance for the sky upstaging it, and it attempted to relive its anger on the small boat. The sailors seemed unfazed, going about their business and maintaining the ship's course with a practiced ease. Naruto was more concerned with the fact they were carrying him closer to the edge of the ship, closer to the thrashing waves that gleamed from a lightning strike, almost in anticipation. Without more than a word the men dumped Naruto's body unceremoniously into the swirling void of the sea, the salty waters swallowing him instantly. With fervor and panic Naruto tried to get his body to respond enough to swim upwards. It was fruitless, he was too drained and he couldn't use his ninja techniques. He had managed to grab a lungful of air before his hasty departure, so at least he wasn't sinking too far. However, he was still at the unbidden mercy of the tumultuous seas, tossed around like a piece of kelp trapped in an eddy. Naruto's lungs began to burn from the lack of oxygen reaching his body, and in one last attempt he kicked his legs wildly. With an enormous gasp for air the resilient blonde resurfaced and panted, using his barely functional legs to keep him afloat as long as he could. He looked around, but it was a little difficult to spot anything with the storm raging on around him in the darkness of the light. He thought he spotted some kind of land mass off in the distance, but he could have been imagining it. He kicked a few more times, but his energy was finally completely drained. At that moment a larger than normal wave grabbed onto Naruto, pulling him with it as he was tugged towards shore by some invisible force. It was almost as if the water had a grip on his body and was actually bringing him somewhere. His usually curious mind left the question blank as he continued to struggle for even the smallest breaths of oxygen he could manage. He felt his eyelids droop, and there couldn't have been a worse moment for his body to catch up to him. Darkness encroached on his vision even as bubbles and swirling blue waters rushed over his head, completely blocking out the light of the storm above. Fu once again fought the urge to struggle against the itchy bindings that kept her hands from being used. Naruto had long ago told her how to escape such poorly made ties, but that wasn't her problem. That lay in the 20 or so men that stood as escort, slowly marching the small group of people through the silent forest. She had a heavy canvas bag over her head which made it both difficult to breathe and hear. A few of her fellow prisoners had already passed out a few times. Before she had been sufficiently bound and covered, she had managed to see a fair few of the others branded with some kind of chain-like seal which seemed to block off their chakra. She had only been spared because nobody even suspected she had any training as a shinobi, mostly under the assumption that because she didn't wear a headband she wasn't a shinobi. She had actually been offered a forehead protector in Kumo, but Naruto had declined for her, only telling her that he had a surprise for her later. She didn't realize that it would save her life like it had now, as it was she was able to easily keep up with the rather mediocre pace the slavers, or whoever they were, set. She had been slowly loosening the rope around her wrist to the point where with a single flick of her wrist they would fall to the ground. She figured it would be best to escape from these men before they reached wherever it was they were going. These were just foot soldiers, that much was obvious, just grunts to carry out the menial labor. There was surely somebody more powerful behind an operation like this, especially somebody who had access to seals as complex as something she might have seen Naruto working on. Her thoughts drifted to her brother. She had seen him get knocked out on the boat because he let down his guard, all because of her. She had fallen for the simplest of genjutsu used to lure in potential targets and incapacitate them before they even knew what was happening. She had fallen for it hook, line and sinker, and now she didn't even know where Naruto was. She knew he would come for her. He was her brother and the first person to ever truly show her kindness, and to such a degree that she wouldn't have thought imaginable before. Even through her confidence, though, she had nagging doubts. Because of her incompetence, her Unison might be dead, or sealed with that mark and in a similar situation to her own. For all she knew, he was in the very same group as her, equally bound and restrained. It didn't seem likely to her. The Naruto she knew would have already found a counter for the seal, broken his bonds and dealt with all the guards present before even one of them could mutter what? Her head fell forward again. She was useless in comparison. Even if she escaped these bonds and her captors, she could do nothing for these poor people in the same situation. Beneath the canvas bag her eyes hardened until the orange of her irises encroached on a menacing red. She wouldn't let her brother down like that. Abandoning all these people to their fates would make her no better than the people currently leading them further into the forest. A grin formed on her impish features as a plan began to circulate her mind, a mind slowly molded into one of a dangerous prankster by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki himself. It was surprising what the practical applications of a simple prank could do. Planning, organization, forethought, skill, all requirements to pull of the perfect prank, or in her case, the perfect escape. Naruto's eyes refused to obey him. No matter how much he sent the mental command to the muscles in his face, his eyelids wouldn't lift. He was being carried, that much was obvious from the strange orientation of his body and the slight bobbing motion of his carrier's gait. He had woken up a few minutes ago, actually moderately surprised that he wasn't dead, unless this was the afterlife. In that case it sucked. The last thing he remembered was the sight of the waters overtaking his head as he slowly drifted down into the crushing depths of the ocean. It would appear somebody either saw fit to rescue him, which would make him curious to their intentions, or he had the good luck to wash up on a shore somewhere. He had an inkling it was the former. Naruto and good luck just didn't mix. His mission history was testament to that fact, unless of course it concerned gambling, then it was a whole different story. Giving up on his eyes for now, he focused on the more pressing matter of the seal on his arm blocking his chakra. It was no wonder he felt so positively drained. He couldn't access his countless reserves at all, not a drop. Not even the fox's chakra could breach this rip-off of a prison sealing jutsu. Naruto knew all too well of Hozukiho prison and their infamous sealing technique. It had been an area of rapt study during his time in Kumo. He only hoped that it came without the small clause of incinerating the subject if the applier got too far away. He groaned without meaning to, the feeling of emptiness inside of him so foreign and unnatural that he had the urge to throw up. His savior, or kidnapper as the case might turn out, stopped and quickly set Naruto down against a tree, checking him over again after the groan. With a great deal of effort, Naruto's eyes managed to finally grind open and stare blurrily into the face of the man who saved him. It took a moment for his features to come into focus, but Naruto could see a face with eyes weary of battle, one with a large scar running vertically through it. He had a well-groomed beard that curved around to almost form a mustache, and the rest of his features were masked by a hood. He wore a Kirigakure headband which thankfully did not bear the slash of a missing nin, although with the mist's reputation that still might be bad for Naruto. "Are you all right?" There wasn't much sympathy or compassion in the man's voice. He asked more to make sure that carrying him all this way hadn't been a waste of time. Naruto nodded in response, standing after a moment to deal with his dizziness and the lack of chakra. "Where am I?" His voice was hoarse and dry, and the man who had saved him quickly pulled out a canteen of water which Naruto happily drank. "We are currently en route through the land of water to one of the outlying bases so that somebody can assess you, so that my superiors can make a decision regarding your future." Naruto gulped a little. It didn't sound all that friendly, and he had to wonder what these bases were used for. As if reading his mind, the grizzled man just continued. "I am a part of the current rebel forces that are seeking to overthrow our tyrant of a cage, Yagura." He spat the name quite literally into the damp grass beside him. Naruto just took in the information. He was now in water country somehow. He knew it wasn't too far from Wave, but it was still a long way off. Not only that, but he had managed to stumble right into the middle of a civil war that would determine the fate of the land of water for years. Nope, Naruto and luck just didn't fit together. His eyes widened in realization. "Phew." It was a harsh whisper as his throat was still parched, but the man seemed to understand the sentiment behind the cry. "I'm sorry, but I did not detect anybody else out in the waters. You were lucky I was even able to find you at all. Maybe you should thank Mei-sama for tasking me with a mission so close to the coast." Naruto didn't know who Mei was, but he was certainly going to thank them graciously. His head fell as he absorbed what the man had told him, that Fu hadn't been with him. He already knew that in a way, the men who had placed the seal told him she was on a different ship. As if he could once again read Naruto's mind, the older man calmly spoke up. "I wouldn't be worried. If your friend was also taken by the thugs, then they are most likely in captivity on their way to one of the slave camps dotted around the country. Our organization runs raids on them occasionally to put Yagura off balance. There is a small probability that they could be recovered." Naruto's eyes hardened into slits. Once he got this damn seal off, then he would go after Fu himself. Corrupt cage be damned. "My name is Tsurugi, by the way. If you are able to move, then I suggest we get going again. It is unwise to be standing around so idle while not in the safety of our bases. Naruto just nodded, taking a shaky first step forward before he managed to get his bearings and jogged after Tsurugi. It was infuriating not being able to use his chakra to bounce through the trees like he normally would. Without it, he was forced to rely on his rather unresponsive and sluggish muscles, which by a civilian standard was still fast, but this was the pace Academy students in Suna could move at. I must ask, because I am curious, why did those thugs attack you and brand you with the seal only to throw you overboard? They had been running in silence for a while now, Naruto having to rely on the other man to lead him through unfamiliar territory. As far as I am aware, they saved that seal for the bloodline users they managed to capture in order to subdue them. Do you hold a bloodline? Naruto shook his head as he ran and almost laughed to himself. He carried something very different in his blood. He had noticed that as well. Without his chakra acting as an intermediary between them, Kyuubi hadn't said a word since he woke up. He figured he probably wouldn't be able to access his mindscape either until the damn binding came off, and that was why he had spent the last hour studying his arm and figuring out ways of countering or removing it. He used to be a veritable stamina powerhouse. Now, without a single drop of chakra coursing through him, he found even this distance beginning to wear on him. No, I do not know why they targeted me or Fu, but I think she may have been in some kind of genjutsu that lead her away from me onto their boat. They knocked me out, and when I woke up the seal was already on me. When they found out I wasn't in the bingo books, they threw me overboard. It was probably so they didn't have another mouth to feed, plus I would have caused them a lot of trouble. He smirked a little at that. No bonds had ever held him for very long, and the seal would be no different. Strange, it isn't like the thugs under Yagura's employ to get rid of such an ideal prisoner, shinobi or not. Perhaps this speaks of instability within their ranks. I will have to inform Mei-sama of this when we return. Naruto just sighed as the man picked up his pace, forcing Naruto to drag his weary and lethargic body after him. They stopped a short while later, much to Naruto's thanks, although he couldn't work out the reason. They had branched off from the main path a while ago and had been steadily making their way through scrubland for the past hour. Tsurugi just seemed to stop at random, searching with his eyes for something Naruto couldn't see because he didn't know where to look. Finally, the other man's eyes settled on a small yellowed rock that seemed a little out of place amongst its brothers. He picked it up, revealing the seal on the flip side, which he quickly poured chakra into. Before them the ground opened up with a dull groan of rock and earth parting to reveal a rough-hewn staircase leading down into what Naruto guessed was the rebel base. Tsurugi wasted no time in pushing Naruto down the steps before himself following, sealing the exit behind him as torches flared into life on either side. Naruto looked down the long passageway that had been opened to them and groaned. More walking. The small convoy had stopped for the night. Even slavers knew that running their prisoners into the ground wasn't exactly beneficial, and they needed rest as well. They slept while a smaller contingent of 5 thugs watched the prisoners, rotating in shifts every few hours or so. In that time, Fu had managed to subtly move around the clearing that the prisoners were resting in, spreading her plan to all who would listen. In that time, she had also managed to find out more about just what was going on. Most of these people were bloodline users, or at least had been until their chakra was sealed away. They had been rounded up in a sort of purge ordered by Kirigakuru's Mizukage himself and ordered into various slave camps dotting the nation. Fu had been disgusted by this. It was the highest form of xenophobia and bigotry she could think of, almost reminiscent of the way Jinchuriki are treated. Apparently the Mizukage feared the power of the bloodline users, becoming paranoid in his reign. The village was already known as the Bloody Mist Village by then, but Yagura's reign only made it worse. At first it was minor things, a family member disappearing from their house, a few establishments burned down accidentally. Soon enough through it was a nationwide hunt for anybody with even a trace of a bloodline. That of course led to rebellion when the bloodline users and those that sympathized found out what was going on. That was almost 3 years ago now, and the civil war still rages seemingly endlessly for those involved. With each passing story of families being tore apart and clans being hunted down to the last man, woman or child, Fu's blood boiled hotter. It only hardened her resolve as she stealthily moved about, quickly informing everybody of her plan. There were a few people waiting with bated breath for the guard to rotate their shifts, and even more feigning sleep. Finally the moment came and the guards came out to relieve their companions. This now gave them a few hours before the prisoners would be checked on again, and without further delay Fu began. It wasn't a particularly complicated plan. As a matter of fact, it was pretty simple, but sometimes the simplest of plans are also the best. As soon as the retiring guards were out of earshot, Fu stood up calmly, attracting the newer guard attention. "Sit back down, bloodline scum." Fu just smirked, calmly standing despite having her arms supposedly bound. This better work, I can't really take chances with these people's lives. This was it, months of training, and it had boiled down to a make or break moment like this. The guard sneered at her defiance, storming over with intent to beat it out of her. Fu waited until he was close before she took a deep breath and let them loose. 2 wings sprouted from her back, tinged light green and translucent like a dragonfly's. They astounded everybody, guards and prisoners alike. Fu had only told them she would provide the distraction. She didn't say what it would be. Her guard's momentary hesitation was all she needed, and with a mighty flap from her wings her feet left the earth and took to the skies. Once airborne, she finally loosened the ropes around her wrists and rubbed them gingerly. Why doesn't she have the seal? She smirked at the guards' panicked reactions. They ran around like headless chickens, without the training to adapt to such a strange situation. Their disorder was exactly what she needed as she took a deep breath and all the prisoners ducked down, shielding their eyes. With her lungs expanded to capacity, Fu let it all out at once, spreading a fine golden dust across the sky. The particles caught all available light from the moon and the campfires, dispersing it with such increased intensity that most of the thugs griped their heads in pain. Fu just smirked from above them in the sky. She whistled loudly, an ear-splitting sound that pierced the night sky and let all the prisoners know it was time to escape. They rushed to their feet and took off in the direction away from the guards' camp. Fu figured getting away was the priority. Finding somewhere to actually go could come later. The thugs were still on the ground with their hands clasped over their eyes or rubbing them furiously to get their vision back. Fu knew they would be out of commission for about 5 minutes. She had never permanently blinded anybody with the powder she produced. Still in the air, she flew after the fleeing prisoners, making sure to leave behind a few surprises for when the other guards caught up. Her wings fluttered so fast they just appeared to be blurs as they kept her thin body afloat in the air. She couldn't help but be intoxicated. Ever since she found out about her half-transformation, she had tried to be in the sky as much as possible. The only problem was Fu felt herself dip to one side suddenly as her balance was thrown off before her body jerked back upright. Suddenly the same thing happened on the other side before she quickly flew down in a less than graceful display to land on a branch before she completely lost control. Flying was difficult. Her wings weren't a constant thing like Naruto's tails or ears, they were merely things she could summon on a whim without any ill effect from Chomei's chakra. The problem was using them was exhausting. It became easier each time, but she was still left with burning shoulder blades and an aching back. She rushed through the trees, not finding it hard to catch up to the fleeing prisoners considering they were deprived of their chakra. They were all resting in a clearing when she caught up. Apparently even a short run was now difficult for the bloodline users. The only benefit of the seal was that it suppressed their chakra from detection, meaning only Fu had to actively block her own. It wasn't too difficult because flying always took it out of her, and Naruto had already taught her the importance of masking it, especially as a Jinchuriki with so many people after them. She dropped down from a branch, surprising many of the people there who, without their chakra-enhanced senses, felt rather vulnerable. Okay, who knows where we can go to get those seals off of you? She was kind of annoyed with herself for not thinking past this point, as were a few of the people in the clearing if their faces were anything to go on. Luckily she was saved from embarrassment when a man wearing strange earrings, a Kirigakure headband and an eye patch with light blue hair resembling a shark fin put his hand up. I know somewhere we can go. Before Naruto stood an amazingly attractive woman. Her flowing auburn hair cascaded down her back and was split into 4 bangs at the front, 2 covering an eye while the others framed her face down to her cleavage. She wore a gray flak jacket over a dark blue shirt and blue and gray camouflage pants with dark black boots. She gave off the air of a powerful and experienced military leader, and Naruto knew he was looking at the leader of the Kiri rebellion, Mei. Tsurugi, who the hell is this? Naruto felt a large bead of sweat form over his temple. She certainly didn't speak like an accomplished commander. Mei-sama, I rescued this boy off of the coast. He bears the seal of those bloodline users captured by Yagura. The tall woman looked over Naruto only once, preferring to stare at the map in front of her, which seemed to detail the lands outlying Kirigakure. Sorry kid, we don't have any seal masters. Nobody here can remove that for you. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the implication. He also didn't like being constantly referred to as a kid. I don't need one, I could remove it myself if I could access my chakra. All I need is for somebody to channel their chakra into a seal I draw. Mei suddenly lost interest in the map in front of her, turning to stare at Naruto with a smoldering gaze. What's your name, kid? Naruto's eyes twitched again, but he kept his cool like he had practiced for so long. Naruto Uzumaki. Mei's eyebrow raised in surprise before she covered up the display of emotion. Uzumaki? Have you ever heard of somebody named Kushina Uzumaki? Naruto shook his head slowly. Sorry, I've never heard of her. Now he was rather intrigued. This woman said the name like she might have been family. Naruto had never known anything about his family before. Mei just seemed disappointed by the revelation. Sorry, I've never known anything about my family. I was an orphan before I could even remember things. Mei just nodded sadly. Orphans were a common sight now in the land of water. It was one of the reasons she fought so hard. Kid, if you get that seal off, could you do it for others? Naruto nodded while Mei's eyes lit up in joy. Perfect, then what are we waiting for? Chapter 38. Naruto finished the last brushstroke over the seal in front of him. With a quick infusion of his own chakra, the seal glowed brightly and quickly dissolved before taking the one below it as well. At first he had underestimated the complexity of the seal he had been working on, nearly killing himself in the process. Luckily the rebels had a skilled medic on hand that prevented him from doing due. After that he had fixed his mistake, and with some help from Mei he had successfully removed the seal from his own arm. However, unlike all the people he went on to help afterwards, he didn't completely remove the seal, he merely deactivated it. He did so because he found one aspect of the seal to be strange. Instead of nullifying his chakra completely like its counterpart in Hozukiho, it merely prevented a shinobi from using it. The chakra was still there, swirling beneath the surface like a dammed river. Naruto just couldn't mold it. If he used it for training purposes, then he could expand his own reserves while at the same time learning not to be so dependent of his chakra in case something like this happened again. Thanks, kid. The man he had been working on stood up and flexed his muscles to get some feeling back into them as chakra rushed through his system once again. Naruto was annoyed by the name everyone around here kept giving him, but he couldn't help but be happy at the relieved and thankful expression the people got when he removed their invisible bindings. He looked over at Mei expectantly, but the woman just shook her head. That was the last one, Naruto. You got rid of all the seals from the people we currently have in the base. I've sent word to our other outposts with the instructions you gave us, and people will get to work with them over there. She walked over, sitting on the chair that had previously been vacated by all of Naruto's patients. You have no idea how much you helped us, kid. With all those bloodlines in use again, we finally have some heavy hitters back, and it's going to take a while for Yagura to come up with a new seal. Fuinjutsu masters are rare throughout the elemental nations. Naruto just nodded, always happy to help. Before, his own Fuinjutsu expertise was just for himself. However, when he used it to actually help other people, he felt a rush from his core that he couldn't explain, but it felt good. He just smiled happily at the leader of the rebellion, who looked around in thought for a few moments. She also kept glancing at Naruto, peering at him as if there was something she was supposed to see but couldn't quite. Anyway, kid, you held up your side of the bargain, so now I'll hold up mine. She motioned for him to stand, and they walked through the underground base passing lit torches and many of the rebels. A few were training, others were playing card games or shogi to pass the time, but all of them sent respectful nods towards Mei as she passed. Naruto even blushed slightly when he realized a few of the nods were in his direction. Respect wasn't something he was used to, and it unnerved him slightly. Don't worry, kid, the weight of leadership is a heavy burden, but when you help people you can't help but earn their respect. Naruto blushed again. Mei hadn't even turned when she talked, but she had obviously noticed the nods and respectful gazes as well. I'm not exactly the type to be respected. Mei just smirked as they carried on walking. The passages and tunnels of the compound were winding, and Naruto would have easily gotten lost if he didn't have a guide. Oh? And why is that? Naruto just hung his head a little, looking away from Mei so she wouldn't see the look over his face. It's nothing, I'm more used to fear and hatred than respect. So it feels weird. Mei stopped mid-step, turning to look at him curiously. Now why would a kid like you be feared or hated? You're not even old enough to have earned that kind of ire. Naruto just sneered in annoyance, thinking back over his childhood before reminding himself that was all behind him. Trust me, age has nothing to do with it. Without saying any more, Naruto kept walking, prompting Mei to follow on behind him, now rather curious about the blonde that had been brought to her. She led him into a large tactical room filled with plotting boards and maps, with a few people looking over them and discussing various strategies. Mei ignored them as she made her way over to one of the more expansive maps, filled with small models representing troop deployments and unit locations, as well as the defenses on certain areas. Alright, kid, if what you said is true, then your friend will more than likely have been taken here. She pointed to a small dot on the map out in the middle of nowhere, quite far behind what could be considered the enemy's lines. It's a large camp that's been lovingly dubbed Jayu no Matsubi. Naruto shivered at the name. End of the line didn't exactly sound very pleasant, and he understood the irony when considering who was kept there. We've been trying to launch a hit on the place for about a year now, but it's too far into Yagura's territory to take a sizable force. Sorry kid, but if you go there my men can't go with you. I can't even offer a few of my chonin, they'll be pretty much walking to their deaths. Naruto just nodded in understanding. He couldn't ask to rid this woman of some of her vital forces, and taking a jounin would have been out of the question. Which is why I'll be going with you instead. Naruto just stared at her in shock, his eyes wide and unblinking at the offer. But why? Mei just smiled at Naruto warmly, not an expression he was used to from people in her generation. You still have no idea what you've done for us, kid. With that seal neutralized, we finally have a breath of a chance at winning this war. It's been dragging on for far too long and my men have been mired down in it for even longer. If I go with you and we take out that camp, then we'll have struck a major victory over that bastard Yagura. She looked at him sternly, but her eyes still held warmth. You've paid not only me, but all the men who fight daily for their freedom a great debt, and I always repay my debts, no matter the cost. Naruto was still looking at her incredulously. But you're the leader here. If you don't make it back, what will happen to the rebellion? Mei smiled again, this time more out of pride. You'll learn someday, kid, that an idea is a lot stronger than the individual. It doesn't matter if I die out there, someone will just take my place. As long as there are still people willing to fight against bigotry and ignorance, there will be a rebellion. She smirked, looking down at him confidently. Anyway, don't you think I can handle myself? Naruto spluttered a bit, unsure of what to say that wouldn't dig him deeper into the pit he was making. Wisely he chose to say nothing and just looked at Mei expectantly. Good, then we should leave immediately, it's just turning dark, so we'll have all night to make it to Jayu no Matsubi. Naruto just nodded in defeat. The woman made a strong argument, and if she was the leader of this rebellion, against a cage no less, then she must be strong. He sighed as she went over the plan to him, his sigh quickly turning into a smile at the thought of finally getting Fu back. Fu was growing increasingly bored as the large group of people slowly made their way through the dark forest. She had grown a taste for tree running in her time with Naruto, and being relegated back down to just walking through the forest at such a lethargic pace was irritating. She wished she had paid more attention when Naruto had excitedly gone on about Fuinjutsu, but to Fu it just looked like a load of squiggles on a page. That was, she could have gotten rid of those annoying seals and they could have already made it to where they were going. So where are we going anyway? Currently she was walking alongside the man who had told them he had a place they could go to. She had found out his name was Ao, and he was a part of the rebellion working against Yagura's regime. That alone had put him in Fu's good books after everything she had heard about the bloodline purge. He had gotten captured because his partner had betrayed him while they were on a two-man mission to free some of the very prisoners he now resided amongst. He had killed the man, but not before his accomplices managed to subdue him with the seal. There is a small base not too far from out location where we can regroup with the rebellion. After that we can make our way to Mei-sama's position and return to helping her. However we can, he sighed as he looked down at the seal around his bicep, the pain of losing his chakra obviously getting to him. Don't worry about that, if I can find my Unison he can get rid of that seal, he's great with them. Ao still looked downcast, he obviously didn't find the words encouraging, that or he believed that Naruto was probably dead. He gave her a veiled smile to try and relieve the girl's worry before he went back to looking ahead and scouting out their path. For a while Fu had wanted to ask about the eye patch, the way he moved suggested he might have only recently lost the eye, or at least the vision in it. She decided against it, usually topics like that were a sore subject for most. She sighed again to herself, wondering where Naruto could be, banishing the nagging voice at the back of her mind telling her that he had abandoned her, left her like everybody else in her life. She didn't believe such things anymore. Naruto was family and family didn't abandon one another, so she wouldn't give up hope. Where are you, Unison? Naruto stopped, coming to a low crouch on the branch he had hopped onto, quickly followed by Mei. He had to physically avert his eyes when he noticed the way her impressive bust bounced slightly when she jumped from tree to tree. She had caught him looking nice but said nothing, deciding to take it as a compliment. She wasn't sure if that made her vain or needy, but she didn't really care. In her opinion, Naruto looked like the type that would grow into an attractive young man, and to get that kind of unspoken compliment made her feel young. Plus he was being somewhat of a gentleman by trying not to look so she could forgive him. They stopped because they had come to the edge of a large clearing, at the center of which stood an equally large compound. It was surrounded on all sides by a chain-link fence, no doubt reinforced with chakra to prevent it from simply being crushed. This was Jayu no Matsubi, and it made Naruto's stomach churn just looking at it. Mainly it was composed of a few low buildings that formed one side of the compound, and at the other stood a veritable sea of cages, all pressed up against one another. Currently Naruto was dressed up in a dark blue flak jacket with the standard camouflage pants of a Kirigakure shinobi. He might have been mistaken for one if it wasn't for his headband and bright blonde hair. If blonde hair was a rarity in Konoha and more so in Suna, then it was almost unheard of in the land of water. In fact, the only place that it was actually somewhat common was Kumagakure. Naruto had seen more than a few blondes in his time there. Other than that, he had only seen Tsunade and the Yamanakas to say otherwise. Focusing less on his possible heritage and more on the task at hand, Naruto made quick work in scouting out the encampment. There was a large contingent of guards, most likely between Jounin and Chunin, constantly moving about the outer walls. Some even had nin dogs, and that would make it almost impossible to sneak up on the camp conventionally. Luckily, nothing Naruto ever did could be considered conventional, and he managed to see the glaring weakness in the camp's defense. "Mei-sama, if you would let me, I believe I can disable the guard quickly enough and allow you entry into the compound." Mei just looked at him dumbfounded. He had already proven proficient in Fuinjutsu, an art that some men found impossible to even grasp the basics of, but even so he was only 15. She found it difficult to believe that he could have an easy way of getting into such a high-level compound that even Mei found slightly intimidating. "What are you planning?" Naruto just smirked, placing a finger against his nose in an "I'm not telling" manner. "You'll see." With that, he unsealed a few kunai, 3 in each hand, and Mei gasped as she recognized their design. She was about to comment when Naruto sent the special weapons sailing into the air on a trajectory that would take them over the walls of the camp, but not particularly in the direction of any of the guards. Naruto quickly formed a seal in his hands and whispered gently, "Multi-shadow kunai jutsu." Instantly the 6 thrown weapons sailing through the air became 60, each landing without even a whisper of a sound all throughout the base. Still stunned that such a young boy could know a technique like the, Mei almost didn't notice when Naruto vanished from his spot on the branch beside her. Of course she did. One did not become leader of a rebellion without having that kind of awareness. Nothing could be heard from the direction of the encampment except the normal sounds of the nin dogs sniffing about outside the wall. Mei heard a strange whine as one of the dogs found the kunai and were scared by it because it didn't have any scent whatsoever. That whine turned into a brief but high-pitched yelp as the dog and its masters found themselves on the floor, bleeding from a gash on their necks and unable to cry out for help. Mei may have been around in the time of the Yondaime Hokage, but she hadn't ever seen his technique in use. Only Iwa and a few Kumo ninja had ever had the honor. Now she understood why it was so feared. The attack, if one could call it that, was over in a matter of minutes, with Naruto silently moving about the camp without having to take a single step, killing anybody that didn't have the suppression seal. Soon he stood in the center of the open area between the cages and the buildings, panting from the exertion of using the Fuji no Iki so much. The sharpened kunai in his hands were slowly dripping blood to the ground as he stared around at the death and destruction he had caused. Naruto had killed before, on his first mission to deal with some bandits in fact, but never on this scale. He managed to make it over to the main gates of the facility and open them before falling to the ground, just staring at his hands. Mei walked over almost hesitantly. She had seen some atrocities, as is only natural in a war, but seeing a young boy like that mercilessly slaughter an entire camp of shinobi was something she would ever forget. She looked at him, sat up against the chain-link fence of the camp, staring at the blood spatters on his hands like he could will them to vanish. She moved over to his side, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder as he forced him to look into her emerald eyes. "Naruto, you did what you had to." He nodded slowly, almost mechanically, as if he wasn't fully registering what she was saying. At least he hadn't gone into shock, although worryingly that meant this was not his first kill. Mei had had her first kill at a much younger age, being raised in a war, but it still nearly broke her heart seeing the innocence of children like Naruto being slowly drained away as the sparkle left their eyes. He shakily stood up as his shocked and unbelieving features slowly morphed back into his usual determined mask. He quickly hurried back over to the cages and found they were all locked. Normally that would pose not problem as he could cut them open with wind jutsu, but he was exhausted from his use of the kunai. They were too sturdy to just be broken with brute force, but Mei was already on it. She walked up to one of the cages and breathed on the lock. A fine mist emerged from her lungs, and on contact with the lock it sizzled before completely melting away. Naruto looked on in surprise, wondering what kind of jutsu that was as she repeated the maneuver over and over until all of the cages were lock-free and they were stood before a small gathering of roughly 100 captured shinobi. A few seemed to recognize Mei and were giving their thanks for their rescue, but even more had seen what Naruto had done to their guards. Their faces were a mix between thanks, awe and respect, which continued to make Naruto feel uncomfortable. He didn't like that these people were thanking him for killing others. What they were doing may have been disgusting and horrible, but they were still people. It didn't really matter to Naruto. He was too busy looking through the faces of the crowd for that shock of mint green hair he wanted to see. He couldn't spot Fu anywhere and even tried calling out to her with no response. Mei just looked at his hopeful but frantic calling with a saddened look on her face. Casualties were a sad but necessary horror in war, and she had lived too long in battle to have hopes that Naruto's friend was even alive. "Alright people, don't stand around gawking, we need to get you out of here quickly," Naruto snapped out of his discomfort long enough to tug on Mei's sleeve, who only turned around in annoyance. "That may not be the best idea, Mei-sama." The older woman just looked at him curiously. "We only managed to reach here because of our tree running. If we were to go by foot, we would definitely get caught by all those patrols we came across unless one of us was to take them out beforehand. If even one of them got away, we could be swarmed by Kyuubi troops." Mei thought about it and nodded quickly. "You're right, but we also can't stay here. For all we know, they have messengers coming to and fro to check up on the prisoners. We don't have enough time for you to remove all of these people's seals, so what do you suggest?" Naruto just shrugged. "I may not be able to get rid of all of them right now, but I could do enough that we would at least have a small squad. That way, if we come across any patrols, we have a better chance of getting rid of them before they can inform somebody else." Mei nodded at the young boy's suggestion. For a 15-year-old, he was already showing incredible foresight and planning. "I also need to find where my kunai landed. I don't want others getting their hands on them." Mei nodded in agreement. The last thing she wanted was Yagura getting his hands on such a dangerous technique. "Speaking of which, kid, me and you are going to have a talk about what you did back there." Naruto just nodded dismissively. "I could say the same thing. What was that technique you used to disable the locks?" "It wasn't any elemental transformation I've ever seen." Mei just smirked and held her finger up to her nose in the same manner Naruto had done minutes ago. "We all have our secrets, Naruto." Naruto just scowled. He hated being left out of the loop or being denied information. "Alright people, change of plans. I need those of you that have some kind of scouting or tracking ability, as well as those with a very powerful Kekkei Genkai, to step forward, and Naruto here is going to remove that seal. We don't have time for all of you, but we'll get that done once we get back to our base." A few people came forward and Naruto made short work of their seal, having had plenty of practices back at Mei's base. Now alongside Mei and Naruto they had an ice wielder from the Yuki clan, a steel release user, someone with a strange dujutsu that made their eyes glow red when in use, and a storm release user. The unnamed dujutsu wielder took point with his ability to see through other objects and warned the others when a patrol was approaching. The steel release user would drop down in their midst, and when all their attacks failed on him, the storm release user would use him as a lightning rod to take out the patrol. The Yuki clan member, Mei, and Naruto just acted as support, clearing up the stragglers that managed to get away. Naruto marveled at the Yuki clan member who said his name was Eki. His Kekkei Genkai was frightening in use. Naruto remembered Haku from his mission in Wave, and in comparison Haku might as well have been playing around with slush. Eki could harden the moisture in the air around his enemies, encasing them in ice without any prior notice before shattering both the cocoon and his prisoner with a flick of his wrist. It turns out the Yuki clan was one of the hardest hit in the bloodline purges because of the feared powers they wielded, and Naruto was beginning to see why. A squad of ice users could decimate a small army if they were near a source of water. The more experienced one like Eki just used the moisture in the air, and in water country there was a lot, to say the least. With this team dynamic they actually made it back to the base in short time, leaving a trail of dead patrols in their wake with no survivors to tell Yagura what happened. The shocked look on the rebels' faces when a small army of bloodline users marched through their hallways. They were followed by a very happy Mei and a less than happy Naruto. He had failed to find Fu, and she was still out there somewhere. He walked through the hallways, trailing after the group of freed prisoners with his head hanging low and a defeated look in his eyes. Well, he did, until he was brought to the ground in a tight bear hug which crushed the air from his lungs. Onisan. Naruto somehow found himself on his back, lying on the cold stone floor staring into a pair of bright sparkling orange eyes. "Fu?" She dived forward again and wrapped Naruto into a large hug, something she could actually accomplish now thanks to a small growth spurt. Almost as if he didn't believe it was true, Naruto tentatively returned the hug, wrapping the smaller girl up into his arms. Finally they parted and Naruto could look at her properly. Her clothes were a little ragged and her wrists had red welts from where she had been bound, but most noticeable was the 2 large gashes in the back of her shirt which told Naruto she had used her wings. "Fu? But how?" So Fu told Naruto everything, of how she was captured, how she incited a small rebellion from the camp which brought a small smile to Naruto's face, and of how she came up with a plan to escape using her 2 signature abilities. In all, Naruto was very proud of his younger sister. She had grown up a lot in the last year, but until now Naruto didn't quite realize how much. When he looked at her, he still saw the same little frightened girl he had found in Takigakure. However, now he could plainly see the intelligent, strong young woman she was becoming, and he felt a little pride when he realized it was partially because of him. She finally allowed him to get up off the floor when they heard Mei cough from where she was standing next to Eki. By now Ao had rushed into the room, having been chasing a curious Fu all throughout the complex, and was getting a curious look from Mei. Ao? I thought you were on a mission with Shisaku? He hung his head in shame a little. I'm sorry, Mei-sama. I was betrayed by Shisaku and handed over to the opposing forces. In fact, if it wasn't for that young girl, I would still be under their control and no doubt have been in Jayu no Matsubi or one of the other slave camps by now. Mei raised an eyebrow in Fu's direction, who just blushed under the scrutiny. Funny, because me and Naruto over there were just at Jayu no Matsubi and now there is nobody there. The emphasis on the word told Ao everything that he needed to know about what had happened. He was a little shocked. That particular camp was infamous for being inescapable and no attack so far had been able to seize it. He looked at Naruto curiously, wondering what the boy was capable of but unable to truly examine him because of the seal around his arm. Is that right? Naruto just nodded, feeling strange under the searching eye of this man. Well then, you have our thanks. With that amount of bloodline users freed, we will surely have an advantage in future conflicts. Naruto just blushed under the praise. It was still too foreign for him. Fu just seemed excited to hear that she wasn't the only one that had an adventure during their separation and bugged Naruto to tell her more about it as they walked back through the corridors of the base. Come on, Onisan, we have loads of time, tell me about what you did. Naruto just smiled at her flustered features, enjoying having her back with him. Their time apart was too nerve-wracking, and he promised himself from that point he would never let her get too far from him ever again until he was sure she could handle herself. Fu, I already told you. Mei-sama told me that was where you might be, so we went there to rescue you and all of the bloodline users that had been captured. Fu's eyes widened slightly as a single tear could be seen trying to escape their watery confines. You did all that just to rescue me? Even if you didn't know I was there for sure? Naruto just nodded, smiling softly as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Of course, Fu, I will never let anything bad happen to you as long as there is breath in my body. Fu smiled as well but returned to contemplation as she took in her brother's kindly words. Ah yes, if I may ask, how was it that a 15-year-old boy managed to infiltrate a high-level facility and rescue over 100 bloodline users without a single casualty? It was Ao who asked, and Naruto just smirked, trying not to appear smug, but from the way he said it the accomplishment seemed even greater. He just unsealed one of his kunai and started swinging it by the ring around his finger. You know, a shinobi has to have secrets. Ao seemed to look at the tri-pronged kunai, then back at Naruto's face, then back at the weapon with incredible scrutiny. He didn't say anything else, but he did send a few questioning looks towards Mei, who simply sighed and shrugged exasperatedly. Anyway, let's do something about that seal around your arm. It must be getting annoying by now. Are you sure you have to move on? You would be a great help in this war. Mei seemed to rethink her words as she looked across at Naruto and Fu. An even greater help than you have already been. Naruto sadly shook his head, much to Mei's disappointment. I'm sorry, I have my own obligations, and one of those is to train and become stronger. I couldn't do that in the middle of a civil war, I would be fighting too much. I also wouldn't want Fu to see some of the things that happen in a war. Her innocence should be preserved as long as possible. Mei sadly nodded in agreement. After all, she had thought things along those lines when even thinking about Naruto. Fu was even younger. I understand, but it is still a great shame. Know that when we win this war, you two will always be welcome in Kirigakure. Come by some time to see us. Naruto nodded with a smile, as did Fu. We owe you a debt for how you helped us, and remember, I always repay my debts. Naruto's smile broadened. They were just about to leave the rebel base, having spent a week there. Naruto was busy with removing everybody's restriction seals, and Fu even managed to make a few friends her age, most notable a young boy called Chojuro who, in Naruto's opinion, had some serious confidence issues. They both waved to the small gathering of rebel forces that had come to see them off and turned to leave when the passageway was sealed off by the earth moving to cover it. So where are we going now, Onisan? Naruto just chuckled heartily to himself. You know, Fu, I think I've decided to stop planning these things. It never works anyway. Chapter 39. The single guard stationed outside of the Suna gate leaned against the passageway, only really keeping an idle eye on the desert horizon. There was nobody scheduled to even come to the village today, which was why he almost missed the two silhouettes approaching from the distance. Even then it took him a couple minutes just to realize they weren't mirages caused by the intense heat that left most foreigners dizzy. He peered closer, trying to discern anything he could from the general haze the desert's horizon held. Both figures were cloaked, one taller than the other, and he could spot blonde hair from the taller one. There was some kind of red pattern on the dark cloaks they wore, but it was too far away to make out. He alerted an Onbu he was sure would be watching with a few discreet hand signals and got the reply in the form of sunlight being reflected from a mirror in equally discreet pulses. His attention returned to the cloaked figures only to find himself staring at blonde hair. "Hey Monty." The poor Chonin nearly jumped out of his skin and into the wall behind him, an unfortunate side effect of his surprise. "And Naruto?" He stuttered because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Monty knew Naruto when he was younger, having been assigned to catch him after one of his pranks. Back then the blonde had simply been a young kid, a talented ninja, but still just a young kid of 12. Now the changes were startling. He had shot up in height, now approaching a respectable 5 foot and 10 inches. His normally shaggy hair had grown out into thinner and more pronounced spikes, and his bangs now hung down to his chin, equally spiky as the hair on top. "Well, at least you recognize me." When we went back to Kumo, Yugito nearly had a fit. He chuckled to himself, as did his smaller companion, who Monty only now took notice of. She must have been about 13 or 14, with shoulder-length mint-green hair that tried to be spiky like her mentor but didn't quite manage the same feat. The majority was held back by an orange hair clip that perfectly matched the startling color of her eyes. Her most notable feature was her caramel skin that made some of the tans in Sunagakure seem tame. Not as much as the rakeage. He nearly passed out for some reason. Both laughed again at the memory of the normally unflappable A falling backward off his chair when Naruto had entered his office. Monty just stared at the two, wondering who the small girl was while at the same time wondering what they were talking about. "Naruto?" The blonde finally returned his attention to the Chonin with a smile. "Hey Monty, long time no see." The gate guard just nodded dumbly, still slightly taken aback at the shocking change to Naruto's appearance. "Yeah, 2 years." Naruto nodded with a melancholic smile. "I hope things haven't been too quiet without me around." Monty just laughed, some of his surprise finally wearing off as he realized this was still the same Naruto after all. "Not with Matsuri around, that's for sure." Naruto just stared at him blankly and Monty had to chuckle sheepishly. You'll see when you report to the Kazekage." Naruto just smiled brightly. "Awesome, I wonder how much Gaara's changed." Monty just smiled politely and gave them the appropriate forms for them to fill out. Fu gasped as she took her first look at the inside of Suna's walls. Naruto had warned her that it was an impressive sight, but having been to both Kumo and Kirigakure, she didn't think it could measure up. She was wrong. She looked just as odd as Naruto had felt the first time walking through the crowded and lively streets, while Naruto just smiled at the nostalgia. They made quick process through the streets, with both getting strange looks from the residents. Many peered at Naruto as they tried to figure out where they had seen the tall blonde before. Their faces were even more amusing when their eyes opened wide in realization, mainly because of the headband that he had made so recognizable over the years. Those that didn't recognize him instead looked at the amber-eyed one walking alongside him. Turning 13, she had just started to fill out her clothes in the ways guys noticed. Naruto had recently found himself having to play the role of the protective brother, much to Fu's mutual ire and appreciation. It wasn't that he was possessive or dominating over Fu's life in general. If he was, he wouldn't have let her become a kunoichi. Instead, he just felt an overwhelming desire to protect her from anything, be it S-ranked criminals from Akatsuki to lecherous looks from teenage boys who began to appreciate her budding womanliness. They quickly made it to the Kazekage Tower, thoroughly shocking the receptionist behind the desk as she hesitantly buzzed them through into Gaara's office. Naruto had thought about making some grand entrance to try and surprise his stoic and immovable friend, but in the end he just walked through the door with a smile on his face and an arm wrapped around Fu's shoulders. In the end he was the one who received the shock as he walked in and saw two people he had missed with all his heart for over 2 years. "Looks like I beat you home, shithead." Naruto was across the room in seconds, tackling Tayuya to the ground in possibly the biggest hug he had ever given anybody in his life, and that included Fu. Oof. Tayuya suddenly found herself on the floor looking up into a pair of familiar cerulean blue orbs that stared back at her with unconcealed happiness that made the last 2 years simply melt away with familiarity. "Well, doesn't this just make me feel left out?" Naruto craned his neck to look at Gaara, who was just smirking at the pair. He stood up sheepishly, hand on the back of his head, and helped Tayuya up to her feet with a strong hand. He took that time to look at her and couldn't have been more surprised. Like Fu, Tayuya had filled out, in all the ways that would make a man drool, including Naruto if he hadn't controlled himself. Her hair had grown out even more and now reached down to the small of her back while that ever-present bang continued to drape down between her eyes. She now wore a red sleeveless shirt that displayed her midriff and lightly toned abs with a fishnet t-shirt underneath that reached down only slightly lower. Instead of the normal shinobi pant that she used to wear, she now proudly stood in a tight red skirt that reached down to her mid-thigh and even tighter black spandex shorts underneath. To finish the look, she wore black fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back and standard black shinobi sandals. By now Naruto had abandoned his cloak and Tayuya was eyeing him up in the same way. His whiskers had grown more pronounced with age, which matched his now slightly more angular face. He had lost his innocent, almost cherub-like features, but they were replaced by an actual handsome face. His eyes still sparkled with the same youth Tayuya had left him with when they parted, but now also contained a hardened edge, speaking of somebody who had seen conflict. He still wore the black shinobi pants, but to his now taller size, with the equally dark sandals on his feet. He also continued to wear a plain orange shirt that was no doubt reinforced with seals, but instead of his traditional green open jacket he wore a long flowing coat. It was a deep red with black flames licking the bottom, and when it flapped slightly in the breeze you could make out scrolls lining the inside, as well as more than a few seals. In all, it left Tayuya slightly speechless, and if both parties had to choose a single word to describe the other, it would be hot. Sorry, it's great to see you, Gaara. I hope being Kazekage hasn't been too strenuous. The stoic sand user just smirked. He too had changed over the years. Like Naruto, his face had gained a more angular quality and his hair contained thinner spikes. The black markings around his eyes had also thinned slightly, and Naruto wasn't sure if that was because of age or any growing relationship between him and Shukaku. I've found ways to keep it bearable. They all heard a chuckle come from the corner of the room and Naruto turned sharply. Is that all I am, a means of stemming off boredom? Naruto watched as the young woman who had spoken walked over to Gaara and surprised him by placing her arms around his waist almost lovingly before resting her chin on his shoulder. She had shoulder-length brown hair which clumped into spikes at the bottom and warm dark brown eyes. She wore a dark t-shirt that matched her skirt and equally dark tights that stretched past her knees. Her headband was wrapped around her neck and she bore 2 metal arm guards. Of course not, that's just A+. Naruto raised his eyebrow at Gaara actually taking part in a small bit of banter. It seemed it wasn't only his appearance that had changed. Naruto, this is Mitsuri, my fiancée. If Naruto had been drinking, he was sure that the liquid would now be successfully sprayed across the room. Instead, his eyes just opened wide and elicited a small giggle from Mitsuri with a deeper chuckle from Gaara. He remembered Mitsuri from the year below them in the academy but had never had any extended interaction with her. It's nice to meet you, Mitsuri, she giggled again, and Tayuya just smirked. I know, right? I was shocked as well. Who knew Gaara had it in him? Naruto just nodded dumbly, and Gaara was lucky that his sand armor prevented anyone from seeing his blush. Yes, well, now that the pleasantries are over, I believe Naruto has someone else we all need to meet. 4 sets of eyes all turned around to stare at Fu, who, until now, had been hiding behind Naruto. Despite being around him for so long, she was still incredibly shy when it came to meeting new people, especially when one of those people was the Kazekage and another was her brother's girlfriend. Everybody, this is Fu, the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails, Chome. The mint-haired girl waved weakly but felt a bit relieved when all she received was warm smiles from everybody present. Fu, the smoking hot redhead, there is Tayuya, said girl immediately blushed and looked away from Naruto, and the stoic redhead, there is the Kazekage of Sunagakuur, Gaara no Subaku. She waved again, this time with a little more confidence. It's good to meet you, Fu. In all of Naruto's letters he has only spoken highly of his little sister. Fu wasn't sure what to say when being addressed by somebody as important as the Kazekage. She was the same with all her interactions with the Raikage, although she had been younger then. It's alright, Fu, you have no reason to feel intimidated. Naruto and I have been friends for over half my life now. Mitsuri just let out a small giggle. Yeah, no reason to feel intimidated except that you control sand and we're in the middle of a desert. Gaara just looked at her with a tired smile while Fu looked at him with an odd expression she saved for things that truly impressed her. Was that really necessary, Mitsuri? Now she'll. That's so cool. How do you control sand? Do you have a bloodline? How much can you control? What can you make it do? Can you lift a desert? Gaara's eyes widened slightly at the rush of questions, his fears apparently unfounded as he began to see Naruto's influence on the young girl. Fu, I already told you before, Gaara's abilities come from Shukaku. He's a Jinchuriki, like us. Fu blushed a little, although it was hard to tell from the color of her skin. Oh yeah, I forgot. Naruto just laughed and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder before returning his attention to the one he had really missed over the years. Hey Tayuya, long time no see. The redhead just scowled and stormed over. Naruto actually flinched because he thought he had done something wrong, only for Tayuya's lips to smack into his own. His eyes opened wide only for the briefest of seconds before they closed, and he wrapped his arms around Tayuya's waist so his hands could rest squarely on her bum. Her tongue asked for entrance and he didn't deny it as they began a sparring match different from the normal shinobi. Everybody else in the room just watched on, astonished and trying to hold in their blushes at the very open display of affection. Fu was finding it very strange to see her brother in this way, even after sneaking out some of those pictures Tayuya had sent him and nearly passing out from shock. Finally the two remembered that people need air to live and parted, smiling and panting with a line of saliva managing to hold them together. Wow! Wow! Both just stared at one another, still with that same smile before Gaara cleared his throat loudly. Yes, well, reunions aside, Tayuya has already delivered her report, so would you mind telling me of what you accomplished on your training mission? Naruto just smirked deviously. Oh, I think it would be better to just show you. Plus, I want to make sure that Tayuya-chan really has been training. He was surprised when the redhead showed no irritation at him using the affectionate suffix. He hadn't even meant to, it just slipped out. Fine with me shithead, I missed being able to beat on you for 2 years. Naruto just smiled, he was so looking forward to this. There was an almost serene air in the training ground as Naruto and Tayuya stared across at each other, both smirking. Gaara, Matsuri and Fu all stood off to one side, watching with anticipation for somebody to make the first move. Usually by now Naruto would have charged in, he was always better at coming up with plans on the fly than actual forethought. Gaara just smiled, it seemed he had managed to learn some patience with age. So Tayuya-chan, how much do you want me to hold back? Tayuya scowled but smirked lightly, very confident in her stance. Oh, I wouldn't hold back if you know what's good for you. In a millisecond she had her flute out and up to her lips, intending to finish this quickly and show him that much hadn't changed over time. What she wasn't expecting was for Naruto to have already covered the decent 50 feet between them and snatched the flute out of her hands before she even realized it was gone. You know you really shouldn't rely on your flute so much, Tayuya-chan. The redhead had a second to get over her shock at how fast Naruto moved. She hadn't even seen him use the Fujin no Iki. She couldn't believe that anybody was that fast naturally, it just wasn't physically possible. The only person she had heard of that even approached those speeds was the Raikage in his lightning release armor, and Naruto didn't have the swirling blue aura. She didn't give him the chance to get close again as she thrust her hand into the ground. Instantly cracks spread out form her position in concentric rings before the earth cracked and shook, imploding from the inside. Naruto, who was in the process of moving towards her again, was thrown completely off balance as a piece of earth beneath him was uprooted. The problem with moving at the speeds he did was it was a painful landing if you tripped. Luckily he caught his bearings in time to land on his hands, right next to Tayuya. She tried to lash out with a swift kick, but when you fight Naruto your movements have to be more than swift. Still on his hands he dodged out of the way, returning the kick with a lightning-fast jab of his own. Tayuya tried to block but his leg snaked under her arm and caught her neck. The next thing she knew his hands were around her feet and he was flipping her over to land painfully on her back. He smiled down at her with mirth that just irritated her. She smirked as well as Naruto began to see stars and slumped off her body. What? Tayuya calmly got to her feet and brushed the dirt off of her clothes while looking down at Naruto. You like it? You have those auto-nin to thank for it. Vibration is a powerful thing and if you get just the right frequency there's nothing you can't do. She kicked Naruto hard in the stomach to show his defeat while thinking how disappointed she was that it was so easy. Her first mistake was underestimating Naruto, as she soon found out when the clone burst an explosion that would make an exploding tag seem meek. Tayuya was sent spinning through the air to land on her arm as she felt it crack painfully from the force. She let out a grunt and looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the real Naruto before he could take advantage of her vulnerability. Not seeing him, she quickly lit up her hand in a green chakra shroud and passed it over her injury, feeling the pain melt away as bones and muscles knitted themselves back together. Wow, medical jutsu. That's cool. Her eyes opened in shock as she spun around to see Naruto staring over her shoulder. She hadn't even noticed he was there. She lashed out with her foot, which Naruto calmly caught and threw back at her, launching her away from him. She flipped and landed gracefully on her feet, wasting no time in activating a seal on her wrist, the inspiration for which came from Naruto himself. A large metal bow staff burst into existence in a poof of smoke and was deftly caught in an expert grip. Naruto just did what he always did, sped in at a nearly invisible pace, figuring he would dodge any attack thrown at him. That was why his eyes lit up in surprise when he saw the blue lightning charge down the metal staff, and he reacted too slow before the pole struck him in the cheek. He was sent hurtling back with an impressive force to impact not in a tree, but through it. Lightning chakra infused through the staff to speed up its speed and hitting power? Tayuya just nodded with a happy smile from her position in the middle of the field. Naruto felt Kurama pull his dislocated jaw back into its socket, and he tested it once or twice to see if it was working. He stood up, this time smiling at the great fight he was getting from his girlfriend. Good thing you're not the only one with a lightning affinity. He focused as he concentrated on the flow of chakra through his body, manipulating it so that it rubbed together, creating the static required for all lightning jutsu. Instead of releasing it like he should have, he allowed it to build up, diverting it into his muscles when it became too great. He felt it crackle over his nerve endings, giving him a sort of euphoric high that always came with this technique. Finally he passed wind chakra to his tenketsu, letting it build up before he let it all go in one burst. Swift release. Naruto vanished. The dirt wasn't even kicked up to show that his foot had moved, it simply looked like he had popped out of existence. In the same moment Tayuya felt 3 sharp blows come from all sides before a leg below her kicked her up into the air and batted her around. Nobody could even see a blur, Tayuya just looked like she was bouncing around in thin air, and all the spectators minus Fu were very confused. What technique is Naruto using? Gaara turned to Fu, who was just smiling at the performance her Onisan is putting on. It's called swift release. It's used by combining his lightning and wind affinities. He forced lightning chakra into his muscles like the lightning release armor of the Raikage, but not enough to give him the aura. Then he forces wind chakra out of his tenketsu to propel him in the direction he needs to go. I've never seen him use it so early in a fight before. Tayuya must be pretty good. Gaara just nodded. He had received an abridged version of her training and he agreed that she was good. Their attentions returned to the spar, where Naruto finally reappeared out of a blur, allowing Tayuya to drop to the ground, riddled with bruises and a few broken bones. Naruto stopped a short distance away, panting for breath. Moving that fast made it difficult to breathe, not to mention the control and chakra required were astonishing. He looked over to Tayuya to see if it was over yet, only to see her stand back up confidently, the green chakra already doing its job of healing her body up. Now he knew how his opponents must feel when they saw his body miraculously heal from Kyuubi's chakra. It was actually a little annoying. That was a nice move, Naruto, but it's my turn now. She bit her thumb and flashed through a few hand seals too fast for Naruto to follow before slamming her hand down into the ground. Summoning jutsu. A white cloud erupted from her hand, bathing her half of the training ground before dispersing to reveal a small army of falcons, hovering with their wings. Sound cage. Naruto didn't have too much time to react before the falcons flew over to him and surrounded him in a perfect circle. They all opened their beaks and cried out at a frequency that was too high for a normal human to hear, but perfect for Naruto. It came from all sides of him, forcing him to cover his ears from the pain of it. Tayuya watched on, confident that this would be her victory, before Naruto stopped clutching his ears in pain and stood up, as if the falcons weren't even there. She just looked on in shock, wondering if she had managed to deafen him before he pointed to his ears and shouted. Chakra earplugs, they're designed to kick in at a certain volume so I don't get deafened, but I can activate them manually to block out your jutsu. He was shouting a little because he couldn't hear his own voice, and Tayuya scowled at the simple, yet obvious answer to her technique. Not wanting to give him any more time to recover, she rushed in, bow staff already trailing chakra and ready to use. Sounds of pain. She brought the staff around in a low swing, moving so fast that the lightning in the metal rod actually created a noise as it split the air in its path. Naruto dodged the strike and tried to return one of his own, but as he hit Tayuya in the shoulder, his hand simply phased right through her. However, any doubts that this wasn't a clone were shattered when she brought the staff around again and connected with the side of Naruto's leg. The lightning in the pole numbed the nerve ending when she struck, causing Naruto to briefly lose control of his leg, allowing the redhead to get off 3 more strikes before he could jump back. It was lucky he was so used to having powerful electricity running through his muscles, or he was sure he would be on the ground in spasms. As it was, he was forced to dodge clumsily as Kurama went about repairing the damaged nerves and fixing his ability to send signals where they needed to go. Tayuya didn't let up though, and whenever he dodged she would be right there with another blow waiting to strike him. Her staff moved so quickly it left a trail of light arcing about behind her and continued to create a melody as it ripped through air molecules. Finally she let up, moving backwards as Naruto caught his breath and allowed the fox within him to heal the last of the damage. Damn shithead, you got pretty fast while you were away. Nobody's ever been able to dodge me for so long. Naruto just shrugged, hiding the fact that he still wasn't quite 100%. Sorry, but I'm going to finish this up now. Pain in stereo. She held out her hand in a familiar hand seal and instantly she was joined by a clone, one Naruto knew was just as real as she was. Both smirked as they brought up their staffs, both coated in lighting chakra and both looking ready to use it. Naruto suddenly found himself dodging from an assault on both sides as the clone and the original moved in perfect tandem. Every so often their staffs would bounce off one another, creating a flash as sparks were released and they used the push to bring the poles around even faster. Naruto was hard-pressed and soon he had to resort to swift release to prevent himself from being hit all. He forced the chakra where it needed to go and instantly the world around him slowed down. He could see the individual streak of lightning as they arced from their metal conductors in every breath that the two Tuyas took. He dodged the next swing of her staff as if it were being swung by a child before launching at her with a lightning-fast fist to the gut. The low-motion Tuya opened her eyes wide and began to shake, Naruto actually being able to see the blur that her body became as it tried to vibrate out of harm's way. It didn't work, Naruto was just too fast and an instant later she was across the field, clutching her stomach before puffing into non-existence, signifying Naruto had chosen the wrong girl. As if to hammer that point home, the Tuya behind him tried to nail him in the back of the head with a quick jab, but in the instant the metal touched his skin he was already moving, the lightning not even fast enough to reach him before he was standing where the clone had disappeared. Tuya panted as Naruto returned to the realm of the visible, deactivating the tiring technique. Damn it shithead, just stay still already. Naruto just smirked and raised an eyebrow questioningly. It wouldn't be a very good spar if I did that, would it? Tuya just scowled and surprised Naruto by pulling out another flute from her pouch, obviously a replacement for if someone did exactly what Naruto had. Naruto quickly activated his earplugs before she could even put the metal to her lips, exactly what she was hoping for. She blew out a quick sequence of notes and all the falcons she had summoned, which Naruto had unfortunately forgotten about, swooped down on him from above. The blonde was assaulted with a hail of beaks and feather as he lashed out without really looking, dispelling summons with every strike while at the same time trying to save his clothes from their sharp beaks and claws. When he finally got them all he tried to peer through the smoke they had created upon dispelling, only for Tuya to burst out of it, bow staff ready to take Naruto's head off. He flipped back, narrowly avoiding the blow as it sailed on and impacted with the ground. He gulped at the large crater the single blow had formed, reminding himself not to be on the receiving end of one of those. They both had returned to the spots they had started in, panting and out of breath from all the techniques they had been throwing around. Naruto clutched his wrist, intent on finishing this before it got out of hand. Quickly a Rasengan the size of his head appeared in his hand but he lowered its concentration so it wouldn't kill Tuya if it hit. Come on shithead, you know I'm not going to let you get near enough to use that thing. Naruto just smiled. Then it's a good thing I learned how to do this. In a flash he thickened the chakra shell around the spinning orb and flung it towards Tuya, smiling at the shock on her face as the condensed chakra flew through the air. It was connected to Naruto's hand still by a thin string of pulsing blue light and faster than Tuya could say chakra thread it smacked her straight in the stomach. All the condensed energy inside the sphere was finally released as the coating dissolved, the end result was Tuya flying backwards from the shockwave it created. Naruto calmly waited for the impact zone to clear of smoke and dust. When it did it revealed Tuya shakily getting to her feet, staring at Naruto with defiance. Nice try shithead, but it's going to take more than that to put me down. Naruto just smiled innocently as he pulled on the chakra thread connected to his other hand. Tuya followed it with her eyes right down to the spot near where she was standing as a seal suddenly revealed itself, along with 4 others all around her. Before she could utter another word a bright purple barrier sprung up, completely sealing her into a prison of light. You were saying Tuya-chan? Tuya just pouted cutely, crossing her arms under her chest in frustration. No fair shithead. Naruto just grinned his foxy smile. I think that means I win. Chapter 40. It was surprising to Naruto how little had to be said before the 3 friends returned to exactly how things were before they left. Well, not quite. Naruto couldn't tear his eyes away from Tuya half the time, he was just astounded by how beautiful she had become. He noticed similar looks from other guys as they walked through the streets and unconsciously moved closer to Tuya, grasping her hand in his. If she noticed or cared she didn't say anything but the smallest of smiles tweaked in the corner of her lips. They were all making their way back from the training ground towards the Kazekage mansion, idly chatting about various interesting things that had gone on while they were all separated. Naruto was currently telling them about the Raikage's Iron Claw Jutsu, one that made Naruto shudder just thinking about. In the time he had spent in Kumo it wasn't just B who had received that particular punishment. That earned him a round of laughs, especially from Gaara, who only knew the Raikage as the stoic and intimidating man he acted as while on business. The peace treaty between Suna and Kumo, and by extension Konoha, had gone through smoothly and without problem. Gaara would now regularly send for advice from A, who was more than willing to help out a young Kage, remembering when he had first been given the position after his father died. Due to the nature of Tayuya's mission, many of her stories wouldn't exactly be considered funny, but she was able to tell of the few times she royally screwed the Akatsuki over without them even realizing. She had found out a lot about the group during her 2 years, actually meeting with Sasori and some of the other members a few times. She now had a perfect list of all the current members, including the wannabe Toby, as well as their targets. Naruto found it amusing when she informed him that he had dropped off their radar almost a year ago and Itachi and Kisame had been assigned to Fu. It made him feel almost good that he had outsmarted the Akatsuki, even if he didn't realize it at the time. He began to worry about Yugito when Tayuya told them about Hidan and Kakuzu, the supposed immortals of Akatsuki. However, having these descriptions was good, it gave him a better idea of who he was up against, and now he could plan accordingly for each possible encounter. Already the cogs in his mind were turning, preparing him for those fights. What worried him most were the descriptions of the leader of the Akatsuki, the man that none of them had met and only seen by proxy through the magic body lantern technique. By the time they got back to the Kazekage mansion, it was already getting dark, the fight having lasted longer than either of them thought. They walked through the hallways as Tayuya and Naruto smiled, remembering their lives here. Fu just looked odd, she wasn't used to such luxurious trappings. Even if Gaara personally disliked them, they were more for show as a symbol of status. In actuality, he just let Matsuri deal with things like that, she was better and more willing anyway. I trust you to remember where your rooms were. He made sure to stress the word rooms, which elicited a blush from both Naruto and Tayuya. She had never truly had a room of her own, always sneaking into Naruto's. However, this time she set a smirk on her face and just turned to Gaara confidently. Yeah, but I think I'll just stay in Naruto's room. Gaara actually raised an eyebrow, or he would have if he had any, and Naruto stared at Tayuya in a little bit of shock. Really, Tayuya? She just nodded with a smile, one that spoke of pain if he continued to speak about it and cause her more embarrassment. It was hard enough to admit even that much. Before he could do so, she grabbed his hand and started pulling him along the corridors, much to both Gaara and Matsuri's amusement. Fu spared a confused look between the fleeing couple and the laughing one before chasing after her brother. She caught up to them just as Tayuya was trying to drag Naruto into their room. Oh Fu, I guess you can have Tayuya's old room if she doesn't mind. The redhead just looked around, only just noticing the mint-haired girl's presence. Oh, that's alright I guess. Fu smiled confusedly, not understanding why the conversation had suddenly become so awkward. Tayuya coughed loudly before letting go of Naruto's arm and turning around to Fu. Hi, I guess we haven't had a chance to talk properly yet, huh? Fu just smiled and stuck out a hand. I'm Fu Uzumaki, Tayuya chuckled while smirking at Naruto. Well, she's definitely been traveling with you for 2 years, shithead. Fu pouted a little, not sure whether or not to take that as a compliment or not. Why do you call Onisan shithead? Aren't you his girlfriend? Tayuya chuckled nervously with her hand on the back of her head. It seemed if you spent enough time around Naruto you picked up that trait. Yeah, it's complicated, but he knows I'm only joking. Naruto just nodded reassuringly from behind her back and Fu just smiled sweetly. So if Onisan loves you, can I call you One-Izan? Tayuya's breath caught in the back of her throat and Naruto's eyes widened a bit at the question. Tayuya was positively shocked. She had barely met this girl and she was already treating her like family. Tayuya never had a proper family before, none that she would actually call as such anyway. I guess? Fu just beamed before turning on a heel and vanishing into the room across the hall. Tayuya was just left there gawking as Naruto put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Are you alright, Tayuya-chan? She shook her head of the shock and turned back to him so he could see her eyes begin to tear up. Tayuya, are you crying? Her eyes opened wider and she immediately rubbed her eyes free of the salty liquid. What? Fuck no. I don't cry, so shut the fuck up. She brushed past him into their room and after a moment of curious hesitation he followed her in. She was sitting on his bed, looking out the window at the view of Suna stretching out into the distance. He walked over and sat down next to her, letting her lean her head on his shoulder. She really meant it, you know. Fu's one of the nicest people I have ever met. Before me there wasn't anybody she could trust, now she wants to have precious people like her. Onisan. He chuckled at that, knowing how his words inspired her always warmed his heart. Tayuya just nodded, not taking her head off of Naruto's shoulder but still not allowing the tears to fall. "I missed you Tayuya-chan." She finally looked around, a small smile on her lips and a genuine happiness in her eyes. "Yeah, I missed you too Naruto." He smiled and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek, pulling away to see her face flush pink for a moment before she caught herself. Now that her attention was off of Fu, a devious smile that Naruto recognized too well graced her features. "So how did you like those photos I sent you anyway?" Naruto smirked as well, happy that Tayuya was more or less back to her old self. "Not nearly as good as the real thing." Tayuya cursed inwardly as she blushed again. Usually she was the one riling him up. When did it get so easy for him to get under my fucking skin? She finally managed to get herself under control and turn around only for Naruto to plant another kiss, right on her lips. The one in the office had been a rush of the moment thing, passion brought about from not seeing each other for so long. This one was tender, more gentle and caring, and Tayuya found herself melting into the contact, not really caring about anything else. Naruto had missed the feeling of her soft lips pressed up against his own. It seemed to only have gotten better with time. Likewise Tayuya was positively lost in the loving interaction, so much so that neither noticed the small presence at the door to their room until she let out a small squeak. Both spun around, breaking the lip lock to stare at the young green-haired girl who was watching them with wild eyes. "Oh Fu. What is it?" The girl just squeaked again before scurrying off, closing the door behind her. Tayuya stared at the door for a moment before breaking out into laughter while Naruto looked sternly over at her. "Come on Tayuya, that's not funny. What if we had been doing something else?" Tayuya stopped laughing and looked at Naruto, who looked back blinking because he just realized what he had said. "Oh?" Her voice lowered slightly as she stared at Naruto with slightly lidded eyes, a suggestive smirk twitching up the corner of her mouth. "And what else might have we been doing?" Naruto's mouth just sort of went limp, hanging open as he was at a loss for words to say. Well, it was just, I didn't mean, I was saying, it." He found himself cut off from his inane ramblings as Tayuya once again pressed her lips up against his own before detaching with a small girlish giggle, something Naruto had ever heard from her. "Wow, well it's good to know you're as easy to manipulate as ever." She smiled impishly as the cogs in Naruto's head started turning again. "Hey, you tricked me." Tayuya's just gave him an amused look that clearly said yeah. "And what were you expecting?" He just sighed in defeat before looking over at her with a new smirk, his prankster side finally being given free rein. "Well, two can play at that game." Before Tayuya could ask what he mean, he launched himself forward, capturing her lips and pinning her underneath him on the bed at the same time. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Both were suddenly shocked from their pleasurable embrace by an enormous explosion ripping through the air outside. Tayuya wasn't quite lost to her visceral side enough to ignore such a blatant noise and looked up curiously as multiple explosions lit up the night sky. She also noticed the large white bird flying around while somebody riding it battled endless waves of sand. "Datara." It was more of a shocked whisper, but Naruto caught it, his eyes hardening and his lips forming into a grimace. He lifted himself off of Tayuya's prone body and threw on his coat, not finding time for anything else. "Tayuya, stay here. If he sees you then your cover in the Akatsuki will be blown." Tayuya couldn't argue. Right now she had difficulty moving her arms from the nerve-wracking experience she had just gone through. She panted on the bed as she continued to stare up at the battle raging on high above the village as Gaara valiantly fought for both himself and his village. "I'm going to fucking kill that asshole for ruining my reunion with Naruto." Naruto rushed through the halls of the Kazekage mansion, skidding through hallways that he knew from memory until he was outside. He stared up at the sky as it was lit up in explosion after explosion against Gaara's indestructible sand. He had to find a way to get up there to help him, but this was an aerial battle and he had no way of flying. A grin lit up his face when he realized that wasn't true. He took a deep breath and prayed that he had enough materials for this. He unsealed a single Fujin no Iki kunai and threw it up into the air as high as it would go, which was fairly high considering his strength. Once it reached the apex of its climb, Naruto quickly flashed to it, grabbing it as soon as he appeared. In one fluid motion he launched the kunai again in mid-air and quickly flashed again. He shouted out in joy when it worked and he managed multiple flashes in quick succession. Now that he knew it worked, he repeated this process further towards Gaara's battle, and 3 flashed of blonde later he was right next to his friend who made him a floating platform without even thinking about it consciously. "Gaara, how are you doing?" The stoic sand user didn't turn as he continued to manipulate his large streams of sand through the air in such vast quantities it made him look like he was ripping the desert apart. Naruto had never seen him use such control before, nor hold such large amounts in the air while simultaneously manipulating it in more and more complicated maneuvers in an attempt to hit the flighty artist. He is proving difficult to strike and contain due to his bird. Naruto just smiled and nodded. Get rid of the bird, gotcha. A little boost would be appreciated. Gaara just nodded, and in an instant the sand Naruto was standing on launched him forward like a little bullet straight into Datara path. The enormous clay bird veered out of the way, but Naruto threw his kunai faster, embedding it into its soft side. In a flash he was in top of the bird, surprising its blonde rider. How the hell did you get up here? Naruto smiled innocently before punching the man square in the face to capitalize on his shock. Unfortunately, Naruto's hand passed straight through the man, and not in the good way. His fist was suddenly surrounded in clay as he heard an ominous and deadly hissing from beneath him. Acting on pure instincts alone, he threw out a kunai in any random direction and flashed to it, hoping he was far enough away from the blast. He wasn't. The edge of the shockwave caught him in mid-air, knocking him so that he went spiraling through the air, clutching his shoulder. Luckily, a soft blanket of sand awaited him before he dropped too far and cushioned his fall enough that he wasn't squashed flat. The sand brought him around to where Gaara still hadn't moved. Well, I got rid of the bird. Gaara smirked but quickly pointed down to where another clay bird was weaving through the streets of Suna, complete with another Datara riding on its back. You got rid of a bird. Naruto just scowled as he looked at the Iwa missing nin dodge wave after wave of sand. How much clay has that guy got? Gaara's face just hardened with resolve. Not as much as I have sand. With a near imperceptible narrowing of Gaara's eyes, the sand pursuing the crazed bomber sped up, nearly scraping along the clay bird's tail feathers. The effeminate man seemed shocked by this and veered off into a side street, which just so happened to be blocked by a large wall of sand with sharpened spikes. He swerved back up into the air where Naruto was now waiting for him. He dropped down off of the sand platform and tried to grab onto the bird's wings. Datara managed to swerve away, but not before Naruto was able to lightly brush the wing, and that was all he needed. With a mere thought, he instantly transported himself to Datara position. This time he successfully grabbed onto the wing and used it as leverage to pull himself around and smack the Iwa nin in the back of the head with his foot. This time he struck lucky, and the blonde was sent hurtling off of his own bird with a surprised look on his face which turned into a frown as his hands formed a seal. Maybe this will get you to appreciate my art. Naruto already knew what was coming and had jumped away in time to avoid the worst of the explosion. Okay, that is getting really annoying. He cursed as he watched Datara sail by on yet another bird while he fished out another kunai to launch at him. This time the bomber had wised up and began to weave violently so that Naruto couldn't get a look on him or a kunai close enough. Instead, he allowed Gaara to catch him with a sand platform and took a few seconds to catch his breath. Using the Fuji no Iki so often was really starting to take its toll, and it was times like these that he wished he had wings like Fu. He took a deep breath and clutched his wrist, creating as large a Rasengan as he could without it blowing up in his face. It turned out that it was fairly large, about half the size of himself. He quickly attached a few chakra thread and began to slowly spin on the sand platform faster and faster. He let the Rasengan out of his hand and it swung around him like an enormous and deadly hammer toss. He kept gaining speed but never lost sight of Datara as his pseudo-flail sped up until he was a bright blue circle in the sky. Rasengan mace. All in one instance he let it go, the deadly sphere of energy launching out at impossible speed, connecting with the clay bird and shearing straight through one of its wings, causing Datara to lose balance and nearly fall off. Instead, he just put his hand down and fed more clay into the bird, repairing the wing so he could come out of the nosedive. Unfortunately for him, he forgot the blazing ball of energy right behind him. He was promptly reminded when it burst apart in a brilliant display of fireworks that tore through the man and his bird like paper. Naruto huffed heavily as he dropped to one knee. The control he had exerted over that Rasengan was tremendous. He sighed deeply as he heard a chuckle far behind him, only to turn and see yet another Datara astride yet another bird. Oh Kami, damn it, where are you getting all this clay? Datara just smirked from his position on the hovering bird. Ah, but an artist never reveals his secrets, He smiled more deviously even as his hands gorged on the clay in his satchels. I'll admit your art was impressive and brilliant, but it doesn't quite have the simple flair and creativity that mine does. Naruto didn't know what this guy was talking about. What did art have to do with any of this? Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to ask as the man quickly formed something in his hands before a few dozen little bird appeared in front of him. Naruto was too tired to dodge fast enough as the exploding bird came closer. He closed his eyes and hoped Gaara had enough time to block the explosions with his sand. Something did block the explosions, but it wasn't a wall of sand like Naruto had expected. Then he saw a flutter of green wings before a body dropped from the sky. Fu. Chapter 41. Naruto watched helplessly in slow motion as Fu's crumpled body dropped through the sky. Bringing up reserves of energy, he didn't even know he had. Naruto launched himself from the sand platform. He fell as fast as he could, streamlining his body and forcing chakra to his feet in a vain attempt to speed up his descent. Finally he caught up to Fu's body, her wings fluttering uselessly as the harsh winds battered her thin body. Naruto caught her and forced them both around in the air until she was on top of him, intending to use his own body to cushion her fall. They impacted the ground with a crash that was heard through the streets nearby, sending a plume of dust and debris into the air. Naruto groaned painfully from the drop. He felt all the places in his back and legs that were fractured and broken. He didn't care that much. His hands were frantically checking over Fu's body. Her skin was a little burnt in places, but the medic would be able to deal with that. He sighed deeply as he felt a strong pulse from her neck. She must have used Chome's chakra to shield herself from the worst of the blast. Her eyes opened weakly and blinked a few times as she wondered what happened that made her end up in a rather deep crater. She groaned as she felt Naruto's hands checking over her body and turned meekly in a sluggish and painstaking movement. She turned enough that she could crane her neck and look at Naruto with her piercing, but now slightly cloudy orange eyes. "How did I do, Onsen?" She tried to laugh to make the situation less tense, but it came out as a racking cough. Naruto just smiled kindly back at her, not letting her see just how much pain he was in. "You did great, Imoto." She nodded tiredly with a small smile on her face before passing out in his arms. Gently he laid her to one side, slowly getting back to his jarred and quickly mending feet. He waited until a group of medics rushed over and pulled Fu onto a stretcher. The medic shinobi were all looking at him with awe. Nearly everybody watching the fight had seen him fall and none were expecting him to even live. They forgot just how tenacious Naruto Uzumaki was. A deep throaty growl reverberated from his throat as he looked back up into the air to the still ongoing fight. He seemed to have missed something as Datara cloak now fluttered uselessly behind him on one arm. He grinned slightly maliciously, red oozing chakra already gushing out of his pores and increasing the feral nature of his look. By the end of this fight he fully intended to rip the bomber's other arm off for what he tried to do to Fu. It never crossed his slightly frenzied mind that Fu had merely gotten in the way of an attack meant for him. The non-Kyuubified Naruto could deal with those consequences later. With a leap not possible for normal humans and even most shinobi, Naruto took to the air, leaving spider web cracks from the force of his feet leaving the ground. He ricocheted off a nearby tall building and nearly caved in the wall as his feet deftly pushed off it. His hands formed hand signs, one each, and instantly a shadow clone appeared in front of him in the air. He used it like a stepping stone, launching off its prone form before it dispersed from the impact, and another was created in its place to continue the cycle. Naruto was now literally running across a path of himself through the air, chasing down the crazed bomber at incredible speeds. Datara looked back as he continued to dodge sand, slowly working in his contingency plan as his severed hand fed his exploding clay into Gaara's sand. He noticed a flaming Naruto charging him down and his eyes opened wide, but only briefly. He had never seen anybody so recklessly throw away chakra like that. Then again he was dealing with what could potentially be the most powerful of the Jinchuriki. He motioned his bird to move faster, but Naruto just matched his acceleration, continuing to gain ground on the blonde missing nin. He grimaced, already reaching into his satchel to make another bird after the moron fell for his trick again, only for a very strong and burning hot hand to grab onto his wrist before it could touch his clay. He looked up in shock right into Naruto's red-slitted eyes, which stared back at him in absolute unquenchable fury. Quickly Datara secreted what little clay he had in his hand through the pores in his arm. He detonated it in an attempt to rid himself of the other blonde's hand, which was slowly but surely crushing the bones in his arm. It didn't work. The chakra coating around Naruto proved too resilient even for Datara Shiwan, and the blast was redirected back onto the bomber himself. He winced in pain. He was used to explosions from all his experimentation, but it still hurt like hell to have a blast go off that close to his skin. Naruto just growled again, not pleased that the explosion didn't take Datara's arm off. Intending to finish the job, he placed a firm chakra-coated foot on the Iwan nin's back and pulled. Datara may have already had one arm crushed by Gaara's sand, but this was a whole different level of pain. He could feel the individual muscles and tendons in his arm strain and snap under the pressure until it became too much and his arm was ripped off at the shoulder, sending a spurt of blood into the air. Datara's scream was heard for hundreds of meters throughout the village as even a few shinobi winced at the sound. Naruto just stared at the arm he was holding, throwing it away from him in disgust before returning his attention to the blonde in front of him. By now the bird beneath the two of them was crumbling away as Datara lost focus on it, unable to channel his chakra any longer. They dropped from the sky, but Naruto didn't want it to be over yet. His crazed and angry mind only wanted to prolong the man's pain, to make him suffer for what he had tried to do. He caught him on the way down by the throat and grabbed the wall of a building as they fell down. His clawed hands created deep gashes that sent out bursts of dust and debris where claw met masonry until the two came to an almost gentle stop on the ground. They were in the middle of a wide street where normally people could be seen bustling about as they went about their daily routines. Now it was eerily quiet due to all the civilians being relocated away from the dangerous fighting. Naruto threw the man he was holding to the floor harshly, letting his back crack the paving stones beneath him with the force of it. The man's face was contorted in a pitiful attempt to mask his pain, unable to even clutch his wound to staunch the ever-increasing pool of blood growing beneath him. He had been able to cauterize his other arm with his clay, but without either arm that wasn't a possibility. To Naruto's displeasure, the man just started laughing, a weak but irritating chuckle that increased in volume. "What's so damn funny?" Datara just shook his head with a small smile, almost regretfully if Naruto were inclined to believe him even a little. "In the end my art just wasn't enough." He coughed harshly, unable to cover his mouth due to a lack of arms, "and I didn't even get to reveal my masterpiece." He sighed regretfully before he was enveloped in another fit of coughs. He was still smiling though, something that pissed off Naruto to no end. He was about to go over and finish the dying man quickly before his coughs once again turned into laughs. Before Naruto could do anything, Datara gagged slightly before spitting out a lump of clay that looked like a wailing ghost. Naruto just stared at it, knowing it was a bomb of some kind but unsure of the scale of its explosion. Datara had called it his masterpiece, so Naruto was wary. However, before the man could take up a new monologue as his dying words, Naruto reacted purely on instincts he didn't even know existed. He dashed across the street and scooped up the strange clay doll before in one movement he swallowed it whole. His mouth turned into a grimace as he tasted the second-hand clay before he felt it nestle in his stomach. Datara just looked at him with wide eyes, not expecting that at all. He just thought it was some kind of desperate attempt to stop him. He activated the bomb with the last lingering remains of his chakra. "You have no appreciation for art. True art is an explosion." Naruto felt a rumble in his stomach as Kyuubi's chakra invaded his insides, coating the lining of his stomach and throat before his body expanded to ridiculous proportions. The pressure was intense, and even with his pain-nullifying chakra cloak, Naruto's eyes watered. His neck expanded to match his body before he felt the pressure was too great and he opened his mouth, right at Datara. The wide-eyed bomber could only watch as the condensed energy from the explosion, in the form of a thin stream of white light, hurtled towards him. Beautiful. And then Datara was no more, disintegrated by the heat and intensity of the blast into nothing but dust. Naruto dropped to the ground, feeling Kurama already trying to fix his stretched-out muscles and ligaments from the pseudo-tailed beast bomb. It was a lot weaker than one he had seen B do as an example, but it was enough to create an enormous trench along the ground, reaching all the way down the street but stopping just before it hit a building. Gaara floated down to his position gently, looking slightly worn out from the fight but not exhausted like Naruto felt. Naruto just offered up a hand to show he was okay, and Gaara backed off with a nod, knowing by now just to let Naruto heal from these things at his own pace. After 5 minutes he felt well enough to stand, albeit shakily, and looked over to the massive trench he had created. He gulped at the damage before his eyes found a scorch mark at the very beginning of the trench and he stumbled towards it. There was nothing left of Datara. He was completely gone, wiped from the earth like he had never been there to begin with. He stood a little taller, a weak smile managing to make it onto his face despite the pain he was feeling. Gaara walked over again and held out his hand, confused. Naruto did the same and Gaara dropped a ring into his palm. It was an ornate teal-colored ring with the kanji for blue and green inscribed on it. "That's one." Naruto nodded grimly. This ring marked their first step in taking down the Akatsuki for good. They always work in pairs. Come on, his partner should be around here somewhere, and if he had to fly in, I'd say the seconds around the gates. Gaara nodded and the two of them set off. Naruto was slightly winded, but as they ran he felt his strength returning as his unnatural regeneration took care of it. Gaara knew exactly what his teammates' limitations were and just allowed him to run, knowing the stubborn blonde would come even if he ordered Naruto not to. They made quick work of getting to the gates. Gaara had ways through the city that nobody else could manage by bringing down entire walls of sandstone with a simple hand gesture before reforming it behind him. Likewise, Naruto was one of the fastest people alive and he veered through street after street, zigzagging at speeds that sent loose papers into the air as he passed by. They both rejoined at the same time in front of the long passage, both stopping on a dime when they both realized the same thing. Where are the guards? Gaara's eyes just narrowed as they scouted out the dark of the passageway, noticing the irregular lumps that lined the floor. Dead, all of them. Naruto just snarled and his hand clenched into fists before he took a calming breath to relax himself. His eyes pierced through the darkness, using his latent night vision to pick out the little details that even Gaara couldn't. There are explosive tags rigged all around the walls. It's a giant death trap. Gaara nodded in understanding. Can you disable them? Naruto just shook his head quickly. No, not in time. The other one, Sasori if I remember from to your right, will get away. Gaara just sighed and with a flick of his wrist both Jinchuriki were lifted up into the air and carried over the immense walls on a cloud of sand. Gaara may not have had the reserves that Naruto did but they were still impressive. His sand manipulation was also highly economical to his chakra consumption. It meant he still had a lot left in him for the fight that was surely to come when they caught up to the famed puppet master. They landed on the ground silently, very carefully looking around for any more traps while they simultaneously scouted for any signs of the other Akatsuki member. Their only warning was a flash of steel before Gaara's automatic defense intercepted an attack. Naruto was actually a little surprised. He hadn't even seen the attack yet. Gaara's defense blocked it like it was nothing. His sand never used to be that fast. It seemed learning his father's magnet release increased his control over his main element. For Naruto his only warning was the slight whistle of the wind before he bent his body back, watching the tail-like blade sail over his torso. It whipped around in the air for a short period, emerging from the sand like a scorpion's tail, before sliding back down. Gaara didn't give it the chance to attack them again as he crouched down on the ground and placed a hand to the floor. He extended his senses through the sand, looking for any disturbances that weren't just small insects. He smirked as he felt the slight vibrations that were caused when somebody uses the underground fish projection technique. He clenched his hand, homing in on the signature before attempting to crush it with the sand already around Sasori. Naruto could only watch as Gaara concentrated with his eyes closed, seeing his eyes moving about under his eyelids. He didn't even flinch as the metal tail re-emerged from the ground and attempted to strike him, the sand defense batting away the semi-flexible steel appendage like it was made of paper. Suddenly the sand burst up as Sasori was forced out of hiding before he could be completely crushed. He landed a good distance away from the two as Gaara calmly stood up, turning almost painfully slowly towards their attacker. Not much could be seen, thanks to the cloak and straw hat which obscured much of the man's body and face. A small cloth hung across his jaw, leaving the only visible part of his body his bloodshot and hardened eyes. So you managed to kill that fool Datara. Why am I not surprised? He would have known better than to keep me waiting. His voice was gravely and deep and he spoke with clearly enunciated words. I suppose it's my job now to capture the two of you. Very well. I just hope that Leader Sama can still perform the extraction with your bodies riddled with poison. You're in luck, as I understand the procedure takes 3 days, exactly the time it takes for my poison to slowly work its way through your system, slowly destroying your cells from the inside out. As soon as the last word was out of his mouth, a hand came out to rip away his face mask, revealing a wooden and puppet-like mouth. It opened wide as a hail of senbone erupted from somewhere deep inside what they now knew to be a puppet. Gaara simply stretched out an arm and a wall of sand caught every one of the projectiles before they could get close. The puppet's mouth closed again, revealing a sneer, or the closest puppet equivalent. So it's true, you really can manipulate the sands to your whims. Gaara remained silent, talking during a fight wasn't really his thing. Naruto on the other hand was itching to go. Sasori's poison stopped him from rushing in though. While Kyuubi might have been able to deal with it eventually, if it was as complex as the puppeteer made it out to be, then it would disable him long enough for the Suna missing nin to land a more lethal blow. Well? Are you going to attack yet? I hate to be kept waiting. Gaara just crossed his arms over his chest, assuming the most indifferent stance imaginable. I have no need to attack, the sands are mine to control and you currently stand in a desert. As if voicing its silent approval of its master's declaration, the sand around Sasori suddenly leapt into the air, trying to cocoon the man to crush him to death, or at least the puppet, which was the main concern right now. The steel tail-like blade just whipped around in a large spiral, dicing the sand into particles before it could become dense and cause him harm. Gaara, where is Sasori? The redhead didn't look around, making sure to keep his eyes squarely on the puppet, relying on his defense to stave off any surprise attacks. Inside the puppet. Naruto looked back at the hunched-over figure in surprise. What? How do you know? He smirked a little. It actually looked a bit creepy to those that weren't used to him. You forget that Kankuro is a puppeteer. I have been around him long enough to recognize chakra threads when I see them. The puppet has none attached to the outside, which means they must be from within. Naruto looked around again at Sasori inside his puppet shell. It would certainly rectify the issues puppeteers have with being targeted instead of their puppets. Very good, Kazekage. Yes, this is Hiruko, one of my finer creations. Let me show you why. The cloak was suddenly ripped away from the body, revealing the form of a very muscular man down on all fours with the bladed tail whipping about above him, further emulating the animal Sasori was named for. The blade emerged from a demonic-looking mask set on its lower back, looking like a piece of armor. There was a strange contraption on its left arm that looked like a large glove with cylinders poking out of it. Let me see just how extensive your defense is. The puppet raised its left arm and suddenly all of the cylinders shot out of the glove with a hiss off steam. Once they were sufficiently high, they broke open, unleashing a veritable hail of senbon, all surely laced with deadly poison. Even Naruto wasn't sure that Kyuubi could heal him if too many of those struck home. Luckily for him, Gaara just made another hand motion and a dome of sand erupted all around them, completely blocking off the metal rain. Interesting, the senbon didn't even dig in, merely bounce off. That means you can harden your sand by compressing it. Gaara let the wall dissolve so they could see their target again. Naruto didn't like flying blind like Gaara could. The redhead merely maintained contact by focusing his attention on the minute vibrations through the ground, building a perfect three-dimensional image of the outside of his dome. I may have to alter my plan a bit. The Hiruko puppet lifted its other arm and a small canister shot out of a concealed space in the palm. Gaara went to lift another blockade, hoping that the man would simply run out of weapons to use so he could end this swiftly. The last thing he saw before sand blocked his vision was the canister hiss and break apart, revealing a heavily rotating drill head. Both he and Naruto were surprised when the metal container burst through the sand before the cap broke off and a heavy purple mist was ejected at high pressures. Gaara made a move to jump back and away from the deadly gaseous poison before he could breathe it in, but Naruto beat him to it. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. Naruto breathed in heavily, only inhaling trace amounts of the deadly mist before he breathed out, expelling the gas away from the two of them. He panted slightly as a burning sensation erupted from his lungs before it was cleansed. Even so, it left him panting on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Gaara knew he would be all right. He still had the puppet to deal with, so he dropped the barrier, prepared for the puppeteer's next attack. You two working together seem to nullify many of Hiruko's main fighting abilities. In that case, Sasori stopped his monologue as soon as he saw the Naruto on the ground clutching his chest burst into a cloud of smoke, the poison becoming too much for the clone. Rasengan. If puppets could be surprised, then Hiruko was. He never expected the swirling vortex of energy that erupted from the ground beneath his exposed belly. The condensed chakra easily ripped through the wood of the puppet, splintering it as it tore through the weakness on its underside. Before he could finish it, a shadow darted out of the puppet's body and dashed across the sand to get a safe distance away from them. Or at least as safe as one could be when standing in a desert while fighting Gaara no Subaku. Interesting, nobody has ever forced me out of Hiruko since I joined the Akatsuki. I would almost commend you if I didn't know you were going to die anyway. Naruto backed away from the unveiled puppeteer, not knowing what tricks he had up his sleeves. From memory he knew Kankuro could seal his puppets into scrolls, that meant Sasori could as well, so there was no telling how many he hid across his person. The man turned around to face them, only to reveal the face of a boy no older than Naruto or Gaara with unruly red hair wearing typical Akatsuki robes. He stood confidently across from on the sand, unperturbed by the fact it could erupt around him at any moment. This has been a good fight, Gaara of the desert. How about a reward? Why don't you say hello to your predecessor? In a flash of movement there was a burst of smoke, and when it cleared, a robed figure floated above Sasori's shoulder. Its long black hair hung in a disorderly manner about its unsettlingly human-like face. Meet the third Kazekage, Nitachi of the Iron Sand. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he looked upon the face of the puppet that looked back with dead, glassy eyes. So you are the one who killed the third? Sasori just smirked. The man should have known better than to deny my right to teach puppetry as it should have been taught. None of those ready-made puppets that only weaken Suna. The puppeteer caught himself, reeling back his emotions after letting the young Kage get the better of him like this. Truly, your sand manipulation is a curious ability. After all this is over, you will take pride of place in my collection. But first, let's seize how two legendary manipulators do against one another. Neither Jinchuriki could react fast enough before the puppet opened its mouth and exhaled a dark cloud of fine iron particles. However, what Sasori wasn't expecting was for Gaara's hand to suddenly come up and his control over the fine granules lessen. Gaara seemed to be visibly straining as his hand trembled, held out in front of him with his palm facing outwards. There was a loud groaning sound as the iron sand convulsed in mid-air, conflicted between two differing magnetic fields. Gaara may have been the weaker manipulator, still unused to magnet release, but on the other end the sand was only being controlled via proxy, which lessened its efficiency. Soon the sand began to be pushed back, condensing as it went, moving towards the puppet and its master as it gained speed, and Gaara's body trembled from the exertion. Sasori could only look on, shocked, as the mass of sand tore its way towards him, obliterating the third Kazekage puppet before the master puppeteer could pull it out of the way. Before it could slam into him, Sasori jumped up as high as he could, two rotary blades on his back whirring to life as they carried him up above the sand, hovering like a hummingbird. His cloak had been torn to pieces in the process, revealing his true body, lines along the joints indicating just what the ex-Suna nin had done to himself. Well, that was unexpected. I was uninformed you knew the magnet release. While certainly annoying, I still have more than enough to deal with. Sasori made a simple mistake that could almost be described as a rookie error. He had taken his eye off his opponent. He looked down to see a grinning Naruto hanging onto his legs before the body swung up with incredible upper body strength and planted a foot directly in the redhead's face. Naruto heard a crack, but he felt the blade spinning on Sasori's back come around in an attempt to shred him, so he let go and dropped to the ground with a soft thud. Both he and Gaara looked up to see that Sasori hadn't even flinched as a large crack appeared across his otherwise pristine youthful face. Your efforts are in vain. I have transcended mortality. This body feels no pain, no exhaustion, not fatigue or injury. If it breaks, I repair it, if it is destroyed, I rebuild it, and if I find an imperfection, I fix it. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Naruto just sighed into his palm. He certainly attracted the strangest of enemies. God complex much? Sasori remained impassive, not responding to the jibe as he focused on Gaara, to him the more serious opponent. He saw a kunai approach from the corner of his eye, and the cable in his stomach shot out and swatted it away from him to land harmlessly in the sand, too far for it to be of any use to his enemies. Your Hiraishin ability is well known to me, Uzumaki. Your kunai will not get close enough. The flexible cord flicked around a few times as if in agreement. Gaara, can't you just drop the desert on him or something? Gaara almost looked back, amused that Naruto thought he could do such a feat. It wasn't that he had actually tried to move a desert, but it sounded highly improbable. Manipulating that amount or iron sand was tiring. If I attempt such a maneuver, it would surely kill me, Jinchuriki or not. Naruto just nodded with his mouth curled to one side in thought. However, Sasori didn't particularly feel like waiting for them to come up with a plan to defeat him. One of the scrolls on his back flashed briefly before two hollow tubes appeared from his palms, one aimed at each of his attackers. A brilliant jet of flame burst from each tube, roaring down on their targets as Gaara pulled up his defense and Naruto simply ran, using his advantageous speed to outrun the flames licking at his heels. Gaara was surprised when he saw the barrel of the flamethrower turned and the flames went from scalding hot red to intense white, nearly forcing him to cover his eyes. It finally ran out of fuel and the flames petered out, but Gaara's eyes widened when he realized the barrier he had erected had been turned into glass from the sheer heat from the weapon. Before he could react, the extendable wire shot out, smashing through the glass and impacting heavily with his stomach. The only thing stopping the sharpened tip from piecing him was his sand armor. Instead, he was simply flung backwards to land harshly on the ground. Naruto could finally stop running, wincing as the burns he had received on his back and heels slowly healed. He had just fought Datara, so he was quickly tiring in this fight. He would have to end it quickly or risk getting him and Gaara hurt or captured. Using nearly the last of his stamina, Naruto created as many clones as he could, roughly 500 in total, to which Sasori cast a curious eye. He smirked as another scroll flashed brightly before disappearing. So you have an army. Well, how about you meet the army that took down an entire nation? In an enormous explosion of smoke, Naruto's eyes widened as the sun was blotted out. A mass shadow appeared above the desert as hundreds of puppets littered the sky, all connected to Sasori by chakra threads in a compartment in his chest. Naruto just felt his shoulders go limp as all the clones looked up in awe. Well, shit. There was a moment when the world seemed to stand still, not a single grain of sand moved across the desert and nobody breathed. Then it was over, a gust of wind rolled across the dunes and the clones rushed in, met quickly by the many puppets as the two forces battled it out. Sasori maintained his height, watching over the battlefield to prevent any surprise attacks like the one that nearly caught him out before. His glassy eyes darted over the ground while his hands deftly controlled his small army as they wiped out batches of the clones in throngs. He smiled at the pathetic attempt to defeat him. For every puppet he lost, Naruto would lose 10 clones. It wouldn't be enough to even the playing field. His eyes widened as something bright flashed through the sky too fast for him to effectively maneuver out the way with his rotors. His puppet eyes saw a streak of gold slice through one of his propellers before he lost control and ungracefully hit the ground in a crouch. He stood up as quickly as his artificial joints would allow, only for his body to suddenly be littered with impacts. His eyes blinked a few times in shock as the many puppets around him all convulsed before falling limp to the sandy floor. He slowly looked down at his body, seeing the many poison-laced senbones sticking out of his body, or more importantly the single metal needle implanted directly in his core. Oh, how ironic. And with that, Sasori of the Red Sand fell to his knees, dead before his already lifeless head hit the ground. The multitude of Naruto clones standing around him breathed a sigh of relief before popping out of existence, leaving the original to watch as Gaara withdrew his gold dust back into the pouch on his belt. The two looked at each other, smiling weakly as they glanced around the battlefield, hundreds of broken or lifeless puppets littering the desert. I'm not cleaning this up. Chapter 42. Naruto made sure to wipe the trickle of blood that escaped his mouth before he slid the door to the hospital room open. He walked in slowly, peeking his head around to make sure it was the right room before shutting it behind him with a small click. Tayuya was already there, sitting in the chair next to the bed while she watched over Fu's sleeping body. Naruto wasn't sure why she was there. She and Fu only really talked once, but he wasn't complaining. Naruto walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Tayuya didn't flinch from the contact, having heard Naruto enter the room. Do you know how she is? Tayuya just nodded, her eyes still on Fu's meekly smiling face. Yeah, some prick of a doctor was marveling at how fast she was recovering, so I booted him out, making too much fucking fuss over it anyway. Naruto resisted the urge to laugh at the way Tayuya put it. He knew Fu would be alright, she was tougher than she looked and Chome wouldn't let anything too bad happen to her. Tayuya looked up at him, smirking slightly at his concerned expression. You know she's so much like you already. Naruto raised an eyebrow but allowed her to finish. I've only ever seen you be that selfless. She looked down a little sadly. Honestly, I never thought I would see somebody act that way for you. Naruto just leant down and planted a quick and chaste kiss on Tayuya's cheek, causing the girl to blush. You know you still owe me for running out to fight that bastard and leaving me like that. Naruto's grin grew as the tension in the air lifted slightly. Please Onsen, not in my room. Naruto's head whipped around to see Fu gently open her eyes, wincing at the light from the sun streaming in through the blinds. Naruto took the hint and walked over to the window, pulling them tighter, which earned him an appreciative smile. He came back over and propped himself on the side of the bed so that he could wrap an arm around Fu's shoulders. Hey Imoto, how are you feeling? The girl smiled weakly and chuckled a bit, almost bringing on a coughing fit, but she suppressed it. Like I just spent a day with Yugito-sensei. Naruto joined in on her laugh while Tayuya just sat to the side, slightly confused as she was left out of the loop. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly remembered why he had come here and quickly began rooting around in one of the pouches hidden in his coat. Oh Fu, I almost forgot. He came back up, clutching something in both hands which obscured it from view. I was going to give you this after Gaara officially made you a shinobi, but I guess you earned it a little sooner. He opened his hands, smiling warmly as Fu's eyes watered a little. In his open palms was a long strip of dark blue cloth and attached to it was a single metal plate, lovingly engraved with the kanji for 7. Fu took it almost reverently, her eyes still watering but still not quite ready to cry yet. I guess I should have given it to you sooner. He reached up with a chuckle and gently touched the bandage around Fu's forehead, taking his hand away when she winced. But I guess better late than he was interrupted as Fu rocked forward, capturing her older brother in a hug that made both of them wince from their recent injuries. They broke apart when Tayuya coughed loudly into her hand, startling both of them out of the moment. Sorry to interrupt, but that's my job. Both Fu and Naruto smiled sheepishly as they rubbed the backs of their heads respectively, oblivious that they were perfectly emulating one another. Tayuya just groaned and put her head in her hands. Oh great, there are two of them now. She sighed and smiled as she walked around the bed, capturing Naruto in an equally warm embrace. The blonde gladly returned it, happy to be holding his girlfriend close, even if she was pressing on a still sore burn. This time the hug was broken by Fu coughing into her own palm, which Tayuya promptly ignored and continued anyway, sticking out a tongue in the mint-haired girl's direction. Hey! Tayuya smiled smugly and only clutched Naruto tighter, eliciting a small wince. Sorry Fu, girlfriends before sisters, she laughed but pouted when Naruto firmly but gently pushed her off him. Sorry, I think I've had all the hugs I can manage today. He backed up the statement by clutching his side rather painfully but smiling all the same. Aw, well isn't that a shame, you just look so adorable right now. All three occupants of the room turned to see a smirking Mitsuri standing at the door of the room with Gaara just to her side. He coughed into his hand awkwardly, not used to seeing his two friends so close, even though he had suspected it long before it actually happened. I hope we aren't interrupting anything. Naruto just adopted his classic pose, his cheeks only slightly tinged red. No, of course not. What do you need, Gaara? The young Kazekage sighed but nodded anyway, walking further into the room and sitting in a chair near the bed. Tayuya, I think it's time you told us everything you found about the Akatsuki. Sasori is dead, so you remaining undercover has become pointless. After tonight I know we need all the help we can get if we want to just stay alive. He looked around the room, making sure to look into Fu, Tayuya, and Naruto's faces one at a time. From this point on nobody is to engage an Akatsuki member in combat alone. None of us are ready or able. He received a round of nods to his approval and took a deep breath. Okay Tayuya, tell us everything you know. When she was done the room was bathed in an unsettling silence. While the news that the members of the elusive organization were tough was expected, it didn't lighten the blow. Everybody was left to their own thoughts in order to think about what challenges they would be facing in the future. Naruto seemed especially pensive as his mind ran through all the information he had been given. His eyes were narrowed in concentration and the veritable cogs in his brain were turning furiously in order to come up with plans and strategies. Information was power, and knowing your enemy proved almost invaluable in a conflict. However, at no point could they assume their information was complete, they would always have to be prepared for the unexpected. Naruto knew that the Akatsuki must know almost as much about him as surely as he did about them now. Luckily, from what Tayuya told them, they had been dealt a crippling blow with the loss of Sasori. Their spy network would take months to recover completely. The way he saw it, the next major target would be Kakuzu, the money behind the organization. Without those two key players, the Akatsuki would be severely weakened. Maybe not as much ability-wise but more generally, which in many ways was more important. Ideally they would simply want to kill every last member to make sure that there is nobody left to resurrect the organization from whatever ashes they left behind. That meant taking on the leader, the Enigma, the one that nobody had any information about. To get to him they would first have to get through Konan, the woman with some kind of bloodline that allowed her to control paper like Gaara could sand. She was the one partnered with the leader, she would have the information they needed. Unfortunately, to get to her they had to first go through the other members. Naruto just sighed into his palm. He was a 16-year-old boy, this kind of responsibility didn't belong on his shoulders. However, he would bear it as long as there was breath in his body and he could protect the people close to him. Well, there's no use antagonizing over it, we might as well just get on with our lives. Everybody stared at the blonde incredulously except for Gaara, who nodded impassively. What are you talking about, shithead? Did those Akatsuki fuckers rattle a few bolts loose in that brick you call a head? Don't you understand how serious all of this is? Naruto turned to her with a small smile that made her stop mid-rant. There was no anger there, a hint of tiredness maybe, but otherwise just a serene calm. Of course I do, Tayuya-chan, I'm taking this as seriously as I can. I'm just saying there is no use in going after them. Sooner or later they will have to come to us. Tayuya seemed like she wanted to refute that, to say they should be out there hunting them down before they could strike first, but Naruto's eye kept her from speaking. Gaara can't just up and leave, he has a village to run and a fiancé to look after. Matsuri pouted a little at the implication she needed looking after, but one look at Gaara and she reevaluated just who would be protecting whom if it came to a fight. We also need to warn the other Jinchuriki if we can. If they were here tonight, then for all we know they're already going after the others. Sure, we got a few of them, but there are still 8 more S-rank shinobi who could kill any one of us if they got us alone. Tayuya nodded meekly. She was a proud kunoichi, but she wasn't arrogant. She had seen firsthand what Sasori and Deidara could do when they were powerful. Deidara was even the lowest member besides Tobi, everybody else was even more dangerous. So for now we just carry on. We train, we prepare, but we wait for them to come to us. We wait until the fight is on our terms. We need every advantage we can get. By the end of his small speech his voice was a whisper and he wasn't meeting any of the others in the eye. Tayuya hugged his arm lightly and he offered a small smile as her vibrant hair fell against his shoulder. You're right, sorry Naruto. His eyes opened wider a bit at the admittance but softened as he just rubbed her back reassuringly. Powerful words, Naruto, perhaps you would have been better suited for Kazekage? Gaara said it with a small smirk, so Naruto knew he wasn't serious, but he grinned back all the same. Ah, who needs a title like Kage, stuck behind a desk all day? I'm still going to be a legendary shinobi and no asshole in a black cloak is going to stop me. Tayuya actually felt a bit of pride swell in her chest as she heard her boyfriend call the Akatsuki members that. For the first time she felt as though she was rubbing off on him instead of the other way around, and it made her feel good. special even. Yes, well, on your line of thinking, I have in fact sent word to Kumagakure that the Akatsuki have made their move. Perhaps it would be wise to go and check on them soon to make sure they are okay. While I have confidence in Reikage Dono's ability as well as those of his Jinchuriki, caution is recommendable in situations like these. Naruto nodded. It would be good to see Yugito and be anyway. You're right, Gaara, but first there's something I have to do. He turned, smiling at Tayuya as he rubbed away the hair on her neck to reveal the Tritomoe mark that still lay there, a promise I made a long time ago. Tayuya whimpered a little as his finger traced over the sensitive flesh, but it wasn't noticeable enough for anybody but Naruto to see. So I need to make a little stop in Konoha along the way. Gaara and Fu raised their brow at his declaration while Mitsuri just seemed rather caught up in the moment. Konoha? Naruto nodded confidently. That's right. I need to speak with Sasuke Uchiha. I would ask you stay a few days, at least. You have only just returned. I'm sure there are a few people you would like to visit or say hello to. Naruto looked at his friend for a moment, thinking about his words as they walked down the corridor together. Tayuya and Mitsuri had gone off somewhere, the redhead looking slightly more reluctant than her giggling companion. As you said, you are in no rush, the Akatsuki will find you when they will, assuming they even know about the deaths of their companions. Naruto nodded with his face twisted into a small frown. We shouldn't start underestimating them now. The Zetsu Tayuya talked about is supposed to be almost as good a spy as Sasori's organization. Gaara nodded, knowing this already but offering just the smallest glimmer of hope in an otherwise rather bleak time. Fine, but the point remains the same. Konoha is only 2 days away at best. You can leave in a few days. It will be good to catch up anyway. Naruto smiled warmly, nodding back at his friends as they continued through the empty mansion. Speaking of which, Naruto's smile quickly formed into a smirk. Mitsuri, what's the story there? If Gaara hadn't been wearing his sand armor, Naruto would have been able to see his blush spread across his pale face. Yes, well, that's a long story. Naruto's smirk only grew. Well, I am staying for a few days. Gaara eyed him with an irritated look before it softened and he chuckled. Yes, well, I walked into that one, didn't I? Naruto just grinned cheerfully. Where do I begin? He looked down on thought before a small but genuine smile spread across his face. Really, I guess it started when we first met at the academy. Naruto looked at him in confusion and Gaara quickly clarified. Not while we were there, later, after you left for your training trip. Her class was in their last year and I was coming to check in on everything to get used to my role at the time. Tamari had expressed an interest in teaching, so naturally Kankuro tried it as well. However, he quickly grew bored with it when none of the students appreciated his puppetry. Naruto laughed, imagining Kankuro getting the cold shoulder from Jinan younger than he was. I watched over them as they split the class into groups to begin weapons training. As a joke, Tamari offered me up as one of the sensei. He looked away, just the barest hints of sadness evident in his pupilless eyes. At the time I was still new as the Kazekage, people still thought of me as I was before. In fact, they seemed to get worse for a while when you left. Naruto also looked pained and placed a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder. That's behind me now. I am the Kazekage and people respect me for it. I see it every day when I walk down the streets. Naruto smiled softly as Gaara returned to his normal self again, repressing the memories of a worse time. Anyway, many of the students took what Tamari said literally, but still nobody wanted me as a sensei. I was still the weapon, the dangerous boy their parents warned them from. Naruto felt a pang of sadness again, wondering how bad things would have been if he and Gaara had never found each other. However, Mitsuri stepped forward. Later she told me it was because she was curious, mostly about my gourd but also because she saw something in me. He smiled again. To this day she won't tell me what, but nevertheless she stepped forward. Back then she was so against using weapons. Her mother was killed in the last war and she never quite got over it. I tried to explain that a weapon was something used only to protect those you care about. He smiled as he looked up. Something you taught me, in fact. Naruto returned the smile as they carried on through the corridors. In fact, it took me getting kidnapped to actually get over my fear of weapons. Tayuya looked at the girl curiously. Mitsuri may have been a year younger than her, but she showed a remarkable maturity for a girl of 15. I was used as bait. A group sought him out to test his status as the ultimate weapon against their own. As his student they thought I would be the best bait to draw him out of the village. Tayuya nodded, having heard Gaara speak of something like that offhand on the day she came back. He saved me, of course, fighting off everybody who kidnapped me. He even got me over my fear of weapons. She looked down quietly, but I still wouldn't want to kill somebody with them. Tayuya nodded despite not really understanding where the girl is coming from. She had no inhibitions against killing as long as it was for the right reasons, like protecting people she cared about or fulfilling the mission. Even so, she respected Mitsuri in a way for at least sticking to her beliefs. She had heard of Onbu members who had gone their entire careers without a kill. After that, everything sort of went back to normal for a while, like nothing had ever happened at all. Gaara continued to train me whenever he could. I understood he was busy as the Kazekage, but he always found time. Whenever I asked how he could do it, he always told me just to thank Naruto for some reason. Tayuya smirked a little at the inside joke while Mitsuri looked at her confusedly before turning back to the corridor. I always respected Gaara. Without my mother around, I was never really told to stay away from him, but I was shy and the other children were so afraid of him. She looked down sadly. I guess I caved a little to peer pressure, but I still respected him, and Naruto, for what they held inside of them and what they had to endure. I don't even know when it turned into something more. We spent a lot of time together, so I suppose it was only natural. Tayuya smiled at that. Yeah, I can understand that. Mitsuri smirked suggestively but didn't pry. Tayuya's love of privacy was well known to everybody around her at the academy. I still remember when he first asked her out to dinner. I was a nervous wreck. Usually I would ask you for support in situations like those, or maybe Tayuya for some advice. Instead I had to go to Kankuro. That was a mistake I won't be repeating. Naruto just laughed, wiping a tear from his eyes. Kankuro spent just a little too much time around puppets. The line between flesh and wood blurred a bit after so much dedication. He was hardly the person to go to concerning advice about women. He told me to take her somewhere fancy and expensive. It just became awkward because neither of us knew what to say. Eventually we left, still not having said a word to each other until we reached her house. He smiled, looking wistfully out of a window they passed as if he could see the spot from the vantage point. I was about to turn and leave when she planted a small kiss on my cheek. His small smile turned into something akin to a grin for Gaara. She had to spit the sand out of her mouth as I apologized, profusely. Naruto imagined the scene and his laughter only increased. She asked if she could do it again without the sand armor, and ever since then our relationship has only improved. Naruto nodded happily. He was genuinely glad that Gaara had found someone in the way he had found Tayuya, at least after he had finally realized just what she meant to him. Then, a year and a half later, he proposed. It was the most romantic day of my life. A small blush covered her face as she looked down with a small smirk, and the most romantic night. Tayuya blushed a little as well at the implication. It couldn't have been more perfect. He took me up to the top of the walls where he had prepared a picnic for us. Tayuya raised an eyebrow at that. A picnic didn't really sound like Gaara's thing. He must have asked Temari. Then he raised a dome of sand over us so that the moon acted like a floodlight on just the two of us, like the rest of the world didn't exist. Her face softened as it turned nostalgic before returning to its usual mischievous smile, and then of course there was the ring. She coughed and raised her hand up nonchalantly, but in a manner that obviously showed of the gleaming gem adorning her finger. The large diamond was set on a band of gold that looked like two intertwining ribbons that swirled in intricate spirals and patterns that were almost dizzying to follow. Tayuya was never one for jewelry, but even she had to admit it was a beautiful ring. Plus, the sex is amazing. Naruto lazed in the comfy chair, idly spinning a kunai on the tip of his finger. He was beginning to see the benefit of the tri-pronged design. They were perfect for close combat because they could be used to disarm opponents, and they were heavier than a normal kunai. That little fact also meant it could travel further through the air when thrown, which made them perfect for their primary purpose. They were slightly less aerodynamic, which took a toll on their accuracy, but the Hiraishin and Fuji no Iki didn't really require that much accuracy. So how did you get Temari to agree to set that whole picnic thing up anyway? It's not like her to help someone out for free, even her brother. Gaara continued to look out the window, idly musing on something as a few shadow clones moved about the office, tidying and sorting documents. She asked to be put in charge of the Chunin exams this year. She didn't say why, and I didn't ask. Naruto just nodded. He would ask his fellow blonde Suna shinobi later anyway. Wait, aren't they in Konoha this time? Gaara just nodded. How did you know? Naruto shrugged with a smile. I had to keep aware of news while I was gone, in case there were any good training opportunities. Gaara took a deep breath, signifying that he had heard Naruto but didn't look away from the window. Strange, you told me a lot about your time in Kumagakure, and even your stint in the Land of Water, but you haven't spoken much of the second year of your training. Naruto shrugged idly, still focused on the kunai in his hand as he tried to add another to a second finger. Me and Fu moved around a lot, didn't really stay in the same place for longer than a month. We got jobs where we could for money, Helped a couple folks out, even got a place in a movie at one point. Gaara raised an eyebrow but still didn't turn. Let's see, restored a princess to her throne and overthrew a tyrant. We went to a country to the south of the elemental nations where they don't use chakra but this weird green rock thing. Had a brief stint in prison if you'd believe it, a technicality mostly but it all worked out. Met another swordsman of the mist, beat him and took his swords. He grinned as he patted a seal on his side. Oh, and I visited Hoshigakur. Fu made a few friends before we had to leave because of some instability. We did end up overthrowing the Hoshikage though, weird village that one. As he spoke he seemed to count off the events on his fingers, his eyes roaming around as he tried to think of anything else the two of them did after leaving Mei and her rebels. After that we went back to Kiri for a while to see how it was going. The war was over by then and the rebels were still celebrating. I almost regret not staying to help them out but I guess it all worked out in the end. Mei's the new Mizukage which is cool. Gaara just nodded, the information wasn't new to him and he had already sent envoys to Mei for talks of an alliance. Iwo wouldn't like all the other countries being in an alliance they wanted no part in and was currently vying with Suna for the rights to a treaty. Now that Gaara knew Naruto had a personal connection to the new Mizukage he could possibly use that in his favor. It was slightly manipulative but sometimes he had to put the village first, his role as Kazekage was clear to him. Then after that we went back to Kumo for a bit to let B and Yugito know how our training was going before we came back here. Gaara nodded, taking all of this in. It was obviously a hurried and abridged version but he could ask about his adventures in more depth later. It sounds eventful. Naruto just nodded happily. Yeah, made a lot of friends. His smile turned into a small frown as he looked down at the finely carpeted floor. Lost a lot of good friends too. Gaara finally turned from his position at the window, looking at Naruto with sadness. It comes as part of the job, Naruto, you should know that. The blonde nodded tiredly and looked up with a faint smile after drawing a deep breath. I know, Gaara, it inspires me to train harder so I don't have to see it again. Gaara smiled, glad that Naruto was at least learning from his various hardships instead of getting lost in them like so many good shinobi did. I'm kind of tired, yesterday was pretty exhausting and I didn't get much sleep. I'll go see if Tayuya wants to go to bed yet. Gaara just nodded impassively, returning to his musings at the window as Naruto got up to leave. You know, Naruto pulled away from another kiss. I came here. Tayuya was doing her best attempt to prevent him from talking as her soft lips assailed his own to ask you she was really trying hard now if you wanted to sleep. Tayuya pulled away, panting only lightly with a smile on her face as her hungry eyes looked him over. What's the fun in that? Her smile darkened mischievously. Besides, you owe me for last night anyway. That Akatsuki prick made us stop halfway through. Naruto just shrugged and leaned forward for another kiss. All of a sudden he wasn't feeling that tired anyway. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Are you sure about this, Tayuya? I mean, we don't have to if you don't want to. She looked up at him, smiling like he was just being silly and continued to tug at his pants while his hands remained firm. I mean it, Tayuya. I want both of us to be ready when we first. You know. Tayuya still felt confident but Naruto's words began to affect her. The post-orgasmic haze was lifting from her mind and she began to evaluate her own actions more carefully. She sighed as she let go, Naruto still looking worried about her as her head dropped. Yeah, maybe you're right, we shouldn't rush things. Hell, we've only been back with each other for a few days. Naruto just nodded slowly, trying his best at a comforting smile as Tayuya flopped onto the bed, making sure to pull the blonde with her. She turned, resting on her hand with her elbow on the bed as she looked at Naruto. Sometimes you're too selfless for your own good, you know that, right? He just nodded sheepishly with a small smile as he planted a chaste kiss on her cheek. He moved to go back down to the bed but Tayuya just grinned and grabbed his head, pulling herself on top of him as she leaned in for a deeper, more passionate kiss. Hey, we may not be doing it tonight but that doesn't mean we're fucking done here. Chapter 43. Hurry up, Unison, they're catching up. Naruto just huffed as he continued to hop across the tree branches, ducking low to make sure he didn't clothesline Fu on the lower ones. Of course they're catching up. He's just as fast as I am. Fu just lightly slapped him on the head, urging him on as he mentally shrugged and increased the pace slightly. He was thankful for his ungodly stamina at this point as without it he would never have made this kind of journey in a single day. Come on, Unison. I think I can see the gate. Naruto looked up and sure enough the very outline of the walls had come into view through the obscuring trees. It gave him a final spurt of energy to pick up the pace even more and barrel on through the trees. His breath was heavy and coming out in gasps now but he could nearly taste the sweet air at the end. Suddenly he felt a presence behind him as a red blur caught up to them. He tried to urge his muscles on even more, but they were sluggish and unresponsive from exhaustion. The red blur overtook them just as they all burst out of the tree line, Naruto falling to the floor as the other figure finally turned around smirking down at him and Fu on his back. Naruto just groaned as he looked up, straight into his own smug whiskered face and Tayuya's above it. "Sorry bud, but the original's always better than the clone." The clone that Fu straddled just grumbled some more before bursting out of existence, giving Naruto a few odd thoughts as its memories were transferred. Tayuya just smiled victoriously, cheering with both hands clasped together as she shook them above her head. Fu pouted from her position on the floor, having fallen over as the clone dispersed into smoke and landing on her ass. "It's not fair, why does Tayuya get the real Yuan-san?" Naruto just shrugged while Tayuya continued to cheer to nobody in particular. "Sorry Imoto, I have to do what Tayuya says, it's part of being a boyfriend." Fu pouted again, her irresistible eyes making Naruto want to go over and console her with a hug, but Tayuya beat him to it. After hopping off his back and walking over to the younger girl, she placed a firm arm around her shoulders and whispered something in her ear. If Naruto had tried he could have made it out, but from the way it turned Fu's face tomato red he was glad he didn't. They walked toward the gates in silence, Fu seemingly shocked by what she was told and Tayuya smiling innocently while Naruto buried his face in his palm. He slunk back with her, leaving Fu to walk a few feet in front of them. "I wish you wouldn't do that with her, she's only 13. Tayuya just looked at him with those same big innocent eyes that he swore she had stolen from Fu in the last few days. "Whatever are you talking about, Naruto-kun?" He just sighed and smiled weakly, at least glad she had added the suffix if only in a mocking way. "Nothing, come on Tayuya-chan." He walked a bit faster, catching up with Fu as they reached the gates, pulling the two Chunin out of their semi-lucid state. They seemed familiar to him and he quickly realized that it was because they were the same two guards that had been at this post the last time he was here. He winced internally, he couldn't imagine being stuck in the same boring job for 2 years and wondered who they pissed off to get an assignment like that. "Business in Kanahagakur?" Kotetsu said in a bored tone, not really paying attention to the new visitors as Izumo scrutinized them more closely, trying to think where he had seen the blonde and redhead before. He seemed to draw a blank but continued to look at Naruto oddly before looking at the Hokage monument that was just in view from the gate. He shook his head before returning to the book he had been reading, mumbling something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like impossible. Just visiting from Sunagakur to deliver a message from the Kazekage to the Hokage." Kotetsu just nodded languidly, there were so many messengers coming through the gates he barely even registered them anymore. Fine, sign here then." Naruto did so, it wasn't like he was lying, Gaara really did have a message of some kind for Tsunade but he just left out that he was going to speak to her as well. They moved on, walking through the main street of the village that headed straight for the Hokage Tower. Both he and Tayuya wanted to visit Hana and Anko but they figured it could wait until after their business was done. As they walked all three began to notice that Naruto was getting incredulous and curious looks from a lot of the villagers they walked past, especially the older ones. It began to seriously unnerve Naruto as he saw them begin to mutter under their breaths to one another, just out of his earshot although he could catch the occasional word like Hokage or fourth. Tayuya was also looking around, worrying that the people might recognize Naruto and lynch him or something. Fu seemed mainly oblivious but she was trying to ignore the people anyway, not particularly fond of lots of people she didn't know. There was a mutual sigh of relief between them as they reached the tower, closing the door on the suspicious and whispering crowds outside. Well, that was fucking weird, what was their problem? Neither Fu nor Naruto could answer her so they moved up their stairs in silence, pondering what this meant for Naruto now he was back in the village. It took a few minutes to verify the authenticity of the letter from Gaara before they were let in so they had to sit on a couch outside the Hokage's office. "Do you think they recognize me?" Tayuya shook her head slowly, thinking about the question herself. "It can't be. You've been gone for 10 years, there's no way they would remember you. They barely even noticed you the last time we were here." Naruto nodded in agreement, his presence during the Chunin exams was kept to a minimum, Sarutobi saw to that. He went back to thinking about it before the secretary motioned them all into the office. Naruto put the thoughts out of his mind for now, put a smile on his face and stepped into the office. He sweat dropped when he noticed that Tsunade was asleep at her desk, drooling over some documents like he hadn't been gone for 2 years at all. He coughed loudly, getting no response. He tried it again, even louder this time. Tsunade stirred but didn't wake up. "Hey Tsunade." The woman jerked up in her chair, sending a few sheets of paper flying around the room like snow from the sky. She had a line of drool coming from the corner of her mouth and she looked particularly tired. Well, she didn't work out the shadow clone technique to paperwork, that's for sure. He waited for a moment as Tsunade got her bearings and Fu giggled quietly to herself. She found that this cage didn't intimidate her in the slightest, she was far too funny. Tsunade peered around the room groggily until her eyes rested on Naruto, opening wide in shock. Me not? She peered even closer as if she could pierce the veil of her drunken stupor just by willing it away. Naruto? Said Blonde just nodded happily, grinning at the young-looking woman. What are you doing here, and when did you grow up so much? Naruto continued his smile. He enjoyed the shocked reactions people gave to his change, the raikage is still his favorite. Tayuya took that moment to practically drape herself around Naruto's neck from behind. I know, gorgeous isn't he? She said it in an obviously provocative manner, earning a raised eyebrow from Tsunade and a sigh of annoyance from Fu. The younger girl had grown to become irritated every time Tayuya would make a lewd or suggestive comment about Naruto around her. Of course the redhead was doing it purely for her own amusement to get reactions out of people, just like now as Tsunade stared across at them from behind her paperwork-ridden desk. Yes, well, age changes us all, doesn't it? Naruto smirked in amusement at that. It seemed rather ironic coming from the 50-something-year-old woman who didn't look a day over 20 currently. Now I assume you're here for more than just a visit. I'm sure Gaara's a busy Kazekage and can't keep sending his shinobi off on errant errands. Naruto just nodded and tossed her the scroll. He didn't know what was on it, but he didn't really care all that much, probably some boring economical thing he wouldn't care about anyway. Really, just a scroll? You been demoted or something? Naruto grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Nah, Gaara couldn't take away my rank if he tried, he chuckled, knowing that Gaara would never do that to him. Threaten him with it maybe but never actually go through with it. We were coming this way anyway so he thought we might as well. I can move faster than most. Tsunade raised a brow, her lips tugging into a tight smirk. Yes, I heard you can even give the raikage a run for his money in the speed department. Naruto just shrugged, not wanting to tell her that he was now even faster than A, having beaten his highest speeds a few months ago. So where were you heading that made you so ideal a messenger? Naruto smiled sheepishly, he had hoped she wouldn't ask that. Kumagakure. Tsunade let out a small huff of a laugh in bemusement. Hardly on the way, don't you think? Naruto shrugged, but Tsunade's eyes became a bit more serious as they took in his tense posture. Naruto, why are you really here? Naruto seemed to tense even more before his whole body seemed to slump in defeat. He hadn't been sure how to broach the topic anyway, and this was better than nothing. I want to see Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade went back to having one eyebrow raised in curiosity while her eyes narrowed in suspicion. And why would you be looking to speak to one of our prisoners? Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected them to imprison Sasuke, at least not for this long anyway. Actually, I was hoping to examine his curse mark. There are a few tests I want to run on it, see if I can come up with a counter seal or even a way of removing it entirely. Tsunade scrutinized him, looking for any deception in his voice of face but found none. Naruto wasn't a very good liar, or at least most believed that was true. In actuality he was so good at lying that people believed that he couldn't tell a lie to save his life. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Naruto's face twisted into a small frown. He hadn't expected her to deny him. It wasn't like he was going to hurt the Uchiha much. If it's about Tsunade raised a hand to quiet him before continuing. I can't help you because Sasuke is no longer in Konoha. Naruto closed his mouth, looking at the Hokage curiously. About a month after he was placed in the Anbu jail, a squad of Otonin led by Kabuto Yakashi infiltrated the village and took off with him. At the time he was undergoing a lot of mental and psychological evaluation with the Yamanaka clan, so he was declared a bit unstable. After that Orochimaru essentially went into hiding. We've heard barely anything from him in the past 2 years. Naruto cursed in his head. This set his plans back a lot. Now he would have to take a lot more time examining Tayuya's mark, time he didn't have if Akatsuki had their way. Are you sure? Tsunade raised a hand for him to quieten down again. Listen Naruto, if you are really set on going after Sasuke, your best bet is to find Orochimaru. If I'm right, then the snake bastard's plans revolve a lot around the young Uchiha. You aren't one of my ninja, but Suna and Konoha are allies, and thanks to your friend the Kazekage and all his treaties with the other nations, Konoha has never been in a bigger financial boom. That means I am allowed to let slip information every now and then, to repay the favor if you will. Rumors have it that the snake will be moving on the Sanbi. After the Mizukage and previous Jinchuriki Yagura was overthrown, it was let loose, and he is presumed dead. She leaned back from her position on the desk, her conspiratorial whisper returning to her usual voice. But aside from all that, it really is good to see you, Naruto. If you plan on staying around the village, then we should catch up. She smiled warmly and Naruto returned it while inside he was running through the information she had given him. He smirked internally. Looks like we're going back to Kirigakure. He nodded in Tsunade's direction and she nodded back, letting them know they could leave now. Outside, it didn't take long for Tayuya and Naruto to look at each other and nod with a smile before setting off at a fast pace towards Anko's apartment building. They jumped across the rooftops this time to avoid the odd and penetrating looks of the villagers. This actually improved their traveling speed and they made it across the village in only a few minutes, having to slow down a bit to let Fu catch up. She might have had stamina nearly comparable to Naruto and Beat, but she lacked the speed that kept them out of her league. When they arrived at the familiar green door that marked Anko's apartment and knocked, they received no reply. Tayuya knocked even harder, but again they got no reply. She just turned to Naruto and shrugged. Maybe she's on a mission. Naruto was a little downhearted. He had been looking forward to seeing Anko again, and beating her in a spar. Just as they were about to turn away, they heard the sound of the lock clicking on the other side of the door and it opened with a slow creak. Yag, what did it? Anko poked her head around the door, the top of a blanket evident around the bottom of her neck. She didn't look particularly healthy, her skin was a little pale and there were large bags under her eyes. From the way she spoke, she had a blocked nose and looked at any moment like she was going to be sick. Her blurry vision took a moment to focus on the new arrivals and wondered if she had begun hallucinating if the fourth Hokage was standing at her doorstep. Hi Anko-sensei. Naruto gave a cheery wave at the sickly-looking woman as she peered at him closer, obviously struggling with keeping her vision straight. And Naruto? He smiled and nodded, the action seemingly making the purple-haired woman a bit queasy as she turned a pale shade of green. What are you guys doing, Gare? She sniffed loudly, sucking back a large piece of phlegm that made all three teens cringe a little. Nobody liked being sick. Anko looked around the hallway, barely even noticing Fu as she scanned their surroundings. Well, you might as well come in. She sneezed onto her blanket before moving aside to let them in. Naruto and Tayuya were immediately hit by a wave of nostalgia from the time they spent here during their stint in Konoha. Everything was where they remembered, but there were a few more knickknacks lying about on the shelves and sofa. Anko enjoyed taking mementos from her various missions and displaying them around her apartment like little trophies. She shuffled in after them, securely wrapped up in a blanket that forced her to take small measured steps to get around. They all sat down on the couch with Anko flopping down next to them closest to the box of tissues. So Anko, what happened to you? The woman chuckled, but the action sent her into a fit of violent coughs that made Naruto shy away from her slightly. Turns out that Hayate wasn't faking it for once. Bastard sneezed on me during a mission a few days ago. Naruto and Fu couldn't really sympathize with her, being physically incapable of getting ill, but Tayuya managed to send a small comforting pat Anko's way. She hated being sick more than most, especially because Naruto couldn't. Anko just screwed up her eyes for a moment before letting out a large sneeze as she melted back into the couch, really becoming bothered with the illness. So what are you guys doing back here? Naruto turned on the couch, carefully staying a little distance away from Anko. We were passing through and thought it would be a good idea to come and see you. Anko smiled in the way only somebody sick could do and captured Naruto in a very weak hug. Aw, well, isn't that sweet? She let him go, looking over him appraisingly, some of the old glint coming back into her eye. You know, Naruto, you got pretty hot. She smiled seductively, but it didn't quite come out that way with her pallid complexion and slightly bloodshot eyes. If Tayuya becomes too troublesome, then I'm always around. She smiled again but had to break away to blow her nose loudly. Tayuya found the scene so hilarious she couldn't even berate Anko for what she said, while Naruto just laughed nervously. Thanks Anko, I'll keep that in mind. He looked over at Tayuya apologetically while she just shrugged, looking rather indifferent to the whole thing. So how have you been? Anko finished blowing her nose, taking a peek inside the tissue, which once again made everybody cringe before she threw it in the bin with the rest of its kind. Bit of this, bit of that, made Jounin. By the way, if you're going to see Hana, don't bother, she's on a mission. Naruto nodded with a smile. He was glad she was promoted, he felt as though she deserved it. She seemed to be nodding off as she spoke, her eyelids drooping as her words became slower and more drawn out. Eventually she could barely keep them open before she dropped onto the couch while the other three just looked at her dozing form incredulously. Well, that wasn't how I fucking expected it to go. Naruto could only nod in agreement. Now what? Naruto shrugged before looking back at Anko's sleeping form. He sighed and hefted her into a bridal carrying position, getting a huff from Tayuya as he carried the sleeping Jounin across the apartment to her bedroom. The gentle swaying motions he made with his arms seemed to momentarily wake her up, and she opened her eyes slowly, noticing she is now in her room, being carried. My Naruto, getting a bit forward, aren't we? Naruto just blushed but kept moving forward, hoping Anko would fall back to sleep so she wouldn't keep embarrassing him. Sure enough, her eyelids started to droop again and she looked ready to fall back into slumber as he placed her gently underneath her purple bed sheets. It was good seeing you, Naruto. If you see Orochimaru again, kick him in the nudes for me. With that, she promptly passed out, snoring softly into the pillow as a small trail of drool edged its way out of the corner of her mouth. Sure thing, Anko. He smiled at her. It would have been adorable to see the usually frightening woman so peaceful if he couldn't see the slight glint of the kunai under her pillow. He moved back out into the apartment, gently closing the door behind him. Tayuya had her arms folded across her chest, obviously annoyed at the way Naruto was with Anko. He sighed, knowing he was going to receive some form of punishment later, but didn't say anything. Okay guys, we can stay here for a while or we can head out early for the land of water. Tayuya thought about it for a moment before looking out the window on the other side of the room. We might as well just go. I don't really want to keep seeing people give you those strange looks, and we should catch up to the Sanbi before Orochimaru gets his hands on it somehow. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her points before turning to Fu expectantly. She seemed to want to look around the village some more, but she looked across at Tayuya, who seemed impatient to leave, and just nodded. Naruto smiled at his girls, not that he would ever call them that out loud, and nodded with enthusiasm. Okay then, if we leave now we should be able to get to Wave by nightfall. He looked across at Fu sheepishly, who just looked down embarrassedly. And hopefully this time we can actually go where we intended to go. Fu blushed and started for the door, quickly followed by Tayuya, who just wanted to go. Finally Naruto gave one last look around the apartment before smiling and gently shutting the door behind him. Naruto had wanted to show Fu the view of Konoha from the Hokage monument, but he thought that leaving quickly would probably be for the best. As they walked down the streets, they continued to get glares of mistrust and suspicion that were beginning to drive Naruto crazy. He was tempted to turn to them and demand to know what it was they kept whispering about, but he knew that would be a mistake. He needed to keep as low a profile as he could. There was no use in drawing attention to himself. Unconsciously the trio quickened their pace to the gates, mindful to stay to more out-of-the-way routes through less crowded alleyways. They reached the gates slower than they would have liked, knowing that roof hopping would have also garnered the attention of the local Anbu. He let out a small sigh of relief as he finally stepped outside the gates and what felt like the oppressive confines of Konohagakure. There wasn't much to say between the three of them as they moved through the forest, all of them too lost in their own thoughts from their brief experience in Konoha. Tayuya was staring at the back of Naruto's head, watching his spiky hair bob up and down as he leapt from tree to tree. Out of nowhere a kunai lodged itself directly in Naruto's torso, followed by a multitude of others that all made a sickening thud when they landed. Tayuya nearly cried out in shock, but was smart enough to duck out of the way of the 10 or so kunai aimed in her direction. She managed a small sigh of relief as Naruto's seemingly lifeless body burst into a log, embedded with all the kunai. She ducked into a nearby clearing, what appeared to be an old abandoned training ground, overgrown with weeds and the encroaching flora of the forest. Her eyes darted around as Fu landed next to her, worrying about her big brother even though she had seen him get away with a quick substitution jutsu. Suddenly a man flew out of the tree line, or more accurately he was thrown out, and landed painfully at the center, his leg obviously injured. He tried to hobble away while Tayuya and Fu watched in morbid fascination. He was quickly halted as a very recognizable kunai shot from the direction he had been thrown from and pinned the man by his cloak to a nearby tree. Naruto jumped into view, not a scratch on his person and looking extremely angry. He had seen the kunai aimed for Tayuya and had quickly caught this man, not even bothering to play with him first. Who are you and why did you attack us? His voice was even, but you could definitely hear the strain that had to use to keep the anger from infecting his words. Now that he was out of the forest he could see the man better, not that there was much to see. He wore a shapeless black cloak which covered most of his form, only leaving his sandal-clad feet on display. His face was hidden by a pristine porcelain mask which was inscribed to look like some demonized animal, almost like an Anbu operative but not quite. The man looked up at him without uttering a word, or at least his mask tilted up. The eye holes were darkened to the point that Naruto couldn't tell where his eyes were looking. Naruto knew what was about to happen as he felt the man smirk from behind the mask but couldn't react to stop it. Everybody heard a subtle crunch before the man convulsed violently, ending up limp on the floor. Naruto sighed, knowing this was an effective strategy for withholding information, but he didn't know that many people who would actually be willing to go through with it. Sure enough, when he removed the mask to reveal an ordinary, but very pale face, he saw the hints of foam at the corners of his mouth. He cursed while looking over the mask. It was definitely Anbu issue, but the animal was all wrong. They weren't supposed to look intimidating, just help with knowing who was who considering their identities were classified. He hated poison, it made everything so inconvenient for him. Now he wouldn't know why this man had even attacked them. He threw the mask down at the man in disgust, the simple porcelain object hitting the man in the face enough to make it loll to the side and his mouth to open. Naruto was about to turn around before he noticed the most peculiar thing about his tongue. It seemed to have a tattoo on it. Tayuya looked at him oddly as he bent down and steadied the man's face with his hand before opening his mouth. He grimaced as he reached in and pulled out the tongue, reaffirming his earlier observation of the black markings adorning the man's tongue. Now that he could look closer, though, it was apparent it was in fact a seal, a very high quality one too. He could see the workings of a silencing array built in to be set off at a certain trigger word which he couldn't discern. He also saw a kill switch worked in there, well hidden beneath other such suppression and information blocking seals. In all, it was like a slave collar, just without the actual collar itself, and it made Naruto wonder just what type of person would allow a seal like this to be placed on their body. Pulling out a scroll that he liked to jot down notes on, he copied out the seal, taking extra care to make sure everything was perfectly in place. He could examine it more later. Finally he stood up, just as Tayuya walked over, carefully examining the man for herself to make sure there weren't any hidden surprises for them. A ninja willing to commit suicide to save information might also carry explosive tags as a backup measure. "What are you doing?" Naruto just pointed down to the man where the seal was still visible on his lolling tongue. "A seal? What does it do?" She waited for a few more moments as Naruto finished copying out the seal in exquisite detail, using practiced and perfected brushstrokes to recreate it down to the last detail. Basically, it's a kill switch and a preventive measure to stop this man from speaking about certain things. From what I can tell, it's directly connected to certain nerve in his brain and would probably completely paralyze him, preventing him from talking about specific things. Tayuya winced, also wondering why anybody would have their body imprinted with such a seal, unconsciously moving her own hand to rub the one adorning her neck. Naruto caught the subtle action, preempting her thoughts before she could voice them. "No, I don't think it was forced on him. This would have prevented anybody from speaking about what it was their master wanted hidden, but I could have removed it given time. No, he killed himself to protect the information. That shows loyalty to whatever the cause is." He looked down at the body again. "Or was. Whoever sent him knew I know Fuinjutsu. This time it wasn't a threat. This guy was probably a chonin, but they could send out more." He sighed to himself. Now they had this to worry about on top of everything else. "Come on, if we wait around here too long we won't get to wave before nightfall." Tayuya looked at him, then back at the man on the floor before looking back to Naruto and walking past him. He gave a comforting smile to Fu, whose eyes were rooted on the dead man on the floor. He walked over and placed an arm around her shoulders, bending down slightly so he was on her level. "Come on, Fu, we have to go now." She seemed startled, coming out of her haze and looking at him questioningly, making him sigh. He hated to take away her innocence like this, but if it meant she was alive and safe, then it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. "Come on, let's go." With a smile he picked her up with one arm and slung her onto his back, grinning up at her as she settled into a more comfortable position. "If we hurry, then you can go see your friend Chojuro in another day." Fu smiled and gripped Naruto's shoulders a little harder, giving him the go-ahead to start running, something he gladly did. Chapter 44. Naruto said it when he was 7 and he would gladly repeat it when he was 16. He hated mist. It was everywhere, smothering the landscape like the weather was actively trying to create an air of depression and hopelessness. The worst part was that due to some freak geography feature, the mist had somehow become saturated in chakra. He couldn't see or smell more than a few feet in front of him, and he hated relying purely on his hearing, especially when traveling through a place known for a technique called silent killing. Fu and Tayuya were even more unnerved, lacking even hearing to go on, having to stick close to Naruto or risk getting lost completely. Naruto cursed constantly to himself. He knew he should have sent a message ahead and gotten a guide. Too late now. He sighed for the umpteenth time and trudged on, doing his best to ignore the oppressive mist and stick to the somewhat obscured path that he hoped led to Kirigakure. Seriously, is Konoha the only hidden village actually easy to find? Of course Tayuya was more vocal in her cursing, swearing every few minutes when she tripped over something or nearly lost sight of Naruto. If there were enemy ninja watching them, then she made it fairly easy for them to be found. He didn't stop her though. It was almost comforting to hear her voice even if it was just curse words. Fu was much quieter, having been here before and experienced these conditions on her last visit. "Hey shithead, Are we fucking there yet, or am I going to have to stop and ask for directions? Naruto's eyebrow twitched dangerously as he continued walking ahead. How the fuck should I know? We could be walking in circles. He was becoming more irritable as the hours dragged on, and it was partially true that he didn't know where they were going. He might have still had his sense of hearing intact, but it didn't do him a lot of good when there was nothing to listen to except Tayuya bitching and moaning. And we are not stopping for directions, I'll get us there. Tayuya just huffed to herself and crossed her arms under her chest, mumbling to herself. Fu seemed to get more and more miserable as time passed. Naruto wondered if it was because of Chome. If anything hated water more than an animal with fur, it was an insect, knowing that they couldn't fly if their wings were laden with water. He cursed again as he slapped another mosquito that landed on his neck. It didn't seem to stop these ones though. He sighed to himself, letting his arms go limp in front of him as he strained his ears listening for any signs of a direction they could go in. Right, fuck this. Naruto's face set into a determined mask as he breathed in as deeply as he could, his chest expanding to accommodate all the air. He forced his chakra in, saturating his lungs with an equal measure of both his and Kurama's chakra. Wind style, grand great breakthrough. Naruto released an enormous gale from his lungs, comparable with a small hurricane as it blitzed through the landscape, clearing the fog and even ripping a few trees out of their roots. Naruto smiled to himself as he looked around the now mist-free environment, panting a little from the weather scale jutsu. Tayuya just gained a tick mark over her forehead as she looked around them. You couldn't have done that 3 fucking hours ago? Naruto just put a palm to his forehead, quelling his rising headache as best he could. He just motioned for them to move on before the mist settled around them again. He didn't fancy doing that jutsu every 5 minutes or so. Unfortunately, they didn't plan on one thing. None of them knew at all where they were going. The problem with Kiri was that because of the mist, nobody could make an effective map of the place. The only true way to get in or out was experience or a guide, or sheer chance. That meant that even though the 3 of them could now see more than a few feet in front of them, they were still hopelessly lost. Thankfully, fate seemed to throw the trio a bone for once as 2 figures appeared in a nearby tree. Naruto's hand instinctively went for a kunai in his pouch, but he froze when he got a better look at the new arrivals. Ow? Chojuro? He received equally incredulous looks from the 2 mist nin as they looked over the now rather tired group. Naruto? Fu? And? Tayuya. Naruto quickly clarified for them, their faces turning into those of recognition and understanding. Hi Fu. Fu smiled warmly at the blue-haired swordsman, causing a small blush to break out over the bridge of his nose. Hi Chojuro. He waved at her timidly, and Naruto once again thought that he needed some serious confidence counseling. He was a swordsman of the hidden mist, but he certainly didn't act like one. I should have known it was you, Naruto. Only you would be brash enough to simply dispel the mist around Kirigakure. You know, in my day, we used to hire guides for this sort of thing, and their pay would go towards helping the village. Naruto just nodded along, knowing that Ao was in lecture mode. He had never actually seen how long they lasted. Mei would usually threaten him with death before he could say much. So are you guys here to help us get to Kiri? Ao shook his head, the earrings with the kanji for to hear shaking as he did so. No, we were merely sent out here to investigate the high-level jutsu you used to clear the mist. Naruto smiled sheepishly and just shrugged innocently, Tayuya now giving him glares. Like I said, 3 fucking hours ago would have been nice. Naruto kept his smile up, although it looked remarkably strained at this point. All this time walking through the mist had slowly worn down his last nerve. So can you guys help us get into Kiri now? We need to speak to Mei. Ao just nodded while Chojuro's attention appeared to be elsewhere, specifically Fu, who was just looking around the landscape. Of course, Mei always looks forward to your visits. Naruto smiled sheepishly again, this time out of embarrassment, and just motioned for the 2 Kiri nin to lead on. The enlarged group quickly took off through the now much clearer and more visible surroundings. In Naruto's personal and unspoken opinion, Kirigakure was one of the most beautiful places he had ever visited, and a small part of him said that he ever would. The elegant and perfectly crafted buildings reached up into the sky, the wet stone of the cylindrical buildings glistening with moisture that caught the light no matter what time of day it was. The village itself was rather spread out for one of the hidden villages, more relying on their mist to confuse and disorient any potential threats instead of walls. The people of Kirigakure adopted a buildings are less precious than lives approach to war, sometimes sacrificing entire districts for their guerrilla tactics. That didn't mean that they neglected their homes, and through the early morning mist that was obvious to everybody standing atop the cliff that gave the best view of the village. In the center of it all was a large circular building, resting atop great stone arches with a multitude of aqueducts sprouting from it like the focal point of a spider's web. Naruto actually heard Tayuya's breath catch in the back of her throat as she looked out over the indescribable vista, exactly how he and Fu had been on their first visit. Ao motioned them on, knowing that many of the Kiri shinobi didn't like foreign ninjas standing around in their village. It was nothing personal, but tensions were still a little high after the recently won civil war. There were no gates to Kiri anymore, the last ones having been destroyed in the last fight of the war so that the rebels could stream in and overwhelm the loyal shinobi. Everywhere you looked, despite the overall beauty of the place, you could see the evidence of conflict. There were scorch marks from excessive fire jutsu, walls caved in from pressure or explosions, sometimes entire buildings lying in rubble. Naruto sighed as he took in the sights. War was never a pretty thing, he had learnt that much in his brief life so far. People tried to glamorize it, but the consequences were always the same: people died, families lost loved ones, and people became homeless or starving. They all entered the Mizukage Tower, the three foreigners glad to be out of the ever-present chill the mist provided. On the contrary, everybody in Kiri just seemed to be used to it, accepting the chill as if it was the most natural thing in the world, which to them it was. Supposedly the only time the mist had ever cleared from Kirigakura was when Mei fought against Yagura himself. Her lava release was supposed to be so powerful that it literally burned off the water vapor out of the air, although it only lasted a few days. They finally made it to the Mizukage's office, having to wait outside until the timid-looking secretary made sure Mei wasn't busy with anything. They were ushered in after they heard a few angry words from inside the office that sent the secretary scurrying away through the building. Ao and Chojuro stepped in first, taking their rightful place at Mei's side as she looked painfully down at the piling paperwork on her desk. "Arg, I can see why Yagura lost it now, there's no end to this damn paper. And why is it always soggy?" She slammed a fist into her desk and Naruto noticed the wood creak dangerously under the impact, making a trickle of cold sweat run down his neck at seeing the angered woman. Ao coughed into his hand loudly, which caused Mei to look up, not having realized people had even entered her office. She made to look around at Ao, but Naruto's mop of blonde hair caught her attention first. Her scowl quickly melted away into a genuinely relieved look as she took in the young Uzumaki. "Naruto, Fu, it's really good to see the two." She looked around and finally spotted Tayuya, whom was amusedly observing the stressed Mizukage until now. "Who are you?" Ao leant down and whispered something in Mei's ear and a look of recognition overcame her face. "Ooh, so you're the girl Naruto wouldn't stop talking about while he was here. Really knew how to put a lot of the Kiri girls down, that boy," said Blonde, just chuckled sheepishly while Tayuya just blushed, looking over at her boyfriend questioningly. She stood up from the desk, completely ignoring the paperwork, which was her plan from the start, and walked over to the trio. Before Naruto and Fu even knew what was happening, they found themselves embraced in a one-armed hug each, both being pressed into Mei's impressive endowments without her realizing. Ao just raised an eyebrow, a disapproving look coming over his eyes as they nostalgically looked back to the past. "Really, Mei, that's most improper. In my day, a woman hugging another man would get them some strange looks unless they were married." Of course, all Mei's selective hearing caught of that was woman, man, get married. In a move so fast, Naruto honestly believed Mei had copied the Hiraishin. She was across the room with her lips close to Ao's ear. "Ao, shut up or I'll kill you." The room went deathly quiet with Ao wondering just what he had done this time, the rest of the room merely sweat dropping at the out-of-the-blue threat. Mei turned around, her stern features set back into a happy smile as she walked back around the desk. "Well, what do I owe the pleasure, Naruto, Fu, and Tayuya?" Naruto smiled awkwardly, glad that the tension was lifted but still just a little freaked out by how bipolar Mei could be sometimes. "Actually, we came to ask about the Sanbi. We understand that it was released when Yagura was killed." Mei looked down in a little sadness. Yagura had been her friend once, it had pained her to have to kill him like she did. "Yes, it was released. We were by the shore when Yagura died. The Sanbi disappeared into the waters." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she took in the trio. "What is the San's business with the Sanbi?" Naruto shook his head quickly. No, this isn't about the village. We are only here to make sure Orochimaru doesn't get his hands on the Sanbi and to get some information of his whereabouts." Mei sighed to herself, walking across the room and flopping down in her large comfy chair. "Well, at least that confirms the sightings of sound ninja around the coast." Naruto's eyebrow raised. That meant Orochimaru was in fact making a move, and soon it seemed. "I have no idea what the snake thinks he can do with a tailed beast. I hope the thing rips his head off." Naruto had also been wondering that. The only thing that made sense was for Orochimaru to be planning on making a Jinchuriki. If Naruto could help it, he wasn't going to allow that to happen. He wouldn't let another poor child live like he had, especially with Orochimaru. We are currently much too busy with the repairs, fortifications and missions to investigate the rumors, but if you're willing to take care of the problem I have no problem in letting you know the details. Naruto nodded his head in, thanks. Supposedly the sightings have all been along the eastern coast of the main island, near to where Yagura died. It makes sense to start a search there, but in my opinion the Sanbi is probably long gone. As if, Isabu was the laziest bastard I've ever met even for a turtle. I bet he hasn't moved more than a few hundred feet from where he was released. That big turtle is so docile it makes me wonder how we even came from the same chakra source. Naruto looked over at Fu, and from her distant expression he could tell she was receiving similar information from Chome. Are you sure, Kurama? Kyuubi didn't say anything, but he could feel the nod from inside his mindscape. Thank you, Mizukage-sama, we'll start looking there. Mei just groaned at the name, looking like she seriously wanted to melt something at that point. Please, I've told you before, call me Mei. Mizukage makes me sound so. She scrunched up her face in disgust. Old. Naruto just nodded with a smirk. Mei's insecurities about her age and marriage were well known throughout the land of water, not that anybody would dare talk about it around her. Mei motioned to Ao with a hand and he stepped forward from his position behind here, still weary of her earlier threat despite the frequency of such occurrences. Ao, I want you to accompany them to where the Sanbi was last located. We wouldn't want our guests getting lost again, would we? She said it with a smirk and Naruto just shrugged. It's not our fault we didn't grow up in this mist. How do you guys even navigate in it anyway? Mei just tapped a conspiratorial finger to her nose. We have our ways, although Ao has his own method. She didn't elaborate on that, instead dismissing the group and returning to her paperwork. She could have sworn that it seemed to have grown even more just while she was talking. Where are you coming from? Naruto and Tayuya snickered as they left the office with Ao just looking embarrassed at his Mizukage's behavior. Do you think we should have told her about using clones to do paperwork? Tayuya just shrugged and carried on walking. Ao caught that though and his eyes lit up. He could tell Mei that and hopefully get back in her good graces. He smiled to himself, a rare sight on the grizzled veteran's features these days, and the group left the Mizukage Tower in good spirits. Whatever spirits the group may have left with were quashed after long enough running blind through the treetops. All they had to go on was Ao, who appeared as a fuzzy silhouette in front of them. They were making good time, but none of them liked randomly running through the mist when they couldn't see where they were going. Naruto was just about to clear it away with another wind jutsu when he saw Ao stop and hold up a hand. The three sand nin stopped on the same branch and tried to peer through the mist to see why Ao stopped. The oppressive fog parted just enough for Naruto to catch a glimpse of glimmering blue water beyond the trees they were standing in, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Before them was a large beach that spread out in both directions as far as he could see, which admittedly wasn't very far. There were a few large boulders jutting out of the waters close to the shore, but after that it seemed to drop dramatically and become deep. Okay, we're here, so what now? Both Fu and Tayuya looked at him incredulously while Ao regarded him curiously. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't have any plan at all? Tayuya smacked Naruto around the back of the head in annoyance. Great, now what the fuck are we supposed to do? How are we even going to find the thing? Naruto just shook his head quickly. Don't worry about it, he's nearby. Ao's look of curiosity grew at the strange declaration as Naruto realized that the three of them weren't alone. He sometimes forgot that some people didn't know about his tenant, and now he was receiving suspicious glances from the man. Ao's visible eye narrowed for a fraction of a second before his features relaxed and he nodded. Very well, I have escorted you as ordered. When you require a guide back to Kirigakure, use that same jutsu as before. Either me or another shinobi will come to bring you back. Naruto nodded as thanks, wondering about the sudden change in the man's attitude but not questioning it. They watched Ao disappear back into the swirls of mist, masking his presence instantly to all except Naruto, who listened to him leave for as long as he could. Naruto sent another glance behind him at the sprawling ocean and grinned, quickly closing the distance between their position and the shoreline. He was quickly followed by Fu and Tayuya, who looked around, awed at the massive beach that appeared to take up the entire coastline but for all they knew could only be a few hundred meters long. Well, Kurama? He felt the impatient nod from his head as Kyuubi returned to branching out with what senses she could muster from within Naruto's body. Yes, Isabu is close, I can feel him. He's deep below the waters, although I'm not sure how you plan on bringing him out. He's naturally reclusive, loves peace and quiet, and if he had his way would gladly just sit out the remainder of his life at the bottom of the ocean. Naruto cringed, much too docile for his tastes. How could you live your life without excitement or adventure? It would feel far too empty. What about just flaring your chakra or chome's? Wouldn't that bring him out to investigate? He felt Kyuubi shake her head slowly. No, Isabu hates us almost as much as Shukaku. He never liked that he was pigeonholed as one of the tailed beasts purely because we are a form of kin. It made humans far too interested in him, disrupting his peace and resulting in him getting sealed. Naruto nodded, he could at least understand that, somewhat. He looked out over the ocean, his mind already whirring with ways to draw out the reclusive bijou as he gazed at the sunset. The light from the fading sun filtered through the mist, creating beautiful hues of orange or red and tinged the sky a light pink. Okay, there's nothing we can do today, we should head further into the forest and set up camp. Tayuya looked displeased, she had hoped their business would be quick so she could return to somewhere warm and dry. Her hair was already becoming a nightmare, she was just glad that the land of water wasn't too humid or it would be uncontrollable. She definitely wasn't looking forward to sleeping in the mist, everything would get soaked through the night. Fine, let's just get to sleep so we can get this over with tomorrow and get out of this fucking mist. Naruto nodded his head in agreement while Fu seemed rather distracted. Usually at moments like these Naruto just figured she was talking to Chome, they seem to do that a lot nowadays. He often wondered what they talked about and wondered if he looked the same when he was speaking with Kyuubi. No kid, you look a lot more idiotic. He just growled in annoyance and followed Tayuya into the forest so they could set up camp and get some sleep. Hopefully by the morning the mist would have cleared so they could at least see themselves do nothing all day in an attempt to get the Sanbi to surface. A few minutes later they were all getting into their sleeping bags with Tayuya forcefully getting into Naruto's. He smiled, missing these times when they were out on the road just snuggling up to one another. It gave him nice thoughts as he drifted off into sleep. Fu was the first to wake up. No matter how long she spent with Naruto, she still could never get more than a few hours sleep. It never really affected her, so she never really questioned it, but it did mean a lot of fumbling around in the dark early in the mornings. Why can't I have night vision like Unison? It's not fair. Then again, she could fly. In her opinion, that was a much better trade-off. Naruto had often expressed his jealousy over that particular ability of hers. She idly noticed that the mist had cleared up, giving them much better visibility in all directions. She also noticed that at some point in the night she had managed to work her way across to Naruto, where he had instinctively wrapped his free arm around her shoulders. It was an old habit from time spent on the road that it seemed her body never quite got rid of. She simply felt safe wrapped up in Naruto's arms, and in a way she envied Tayuya for getting his warmth at night. She stood up and stretched off all her muscles, including her wings, after letting them unfurl from her back. She thought about taking a quick flight like she liked to do in the morning when traveling, but thought against it considering she didn't know who might see her. Naruto had never actually come out and discouraged her from flying, but she could tell it caused them a lot of hassle when a villager noticed her soar overhead. Instead she chose a random direction and started waking, intending on investigating the area a bit, mostly out of boredom. She wouldn't get lost. Finding Naruto to her was like finding her own hand. It was easy for most Jinchuriki to find others, but for Naruto and Fu it had become practically instinctual. As long as they weren't separated too much, then they could always find one another. It was just another benefit that their tenants gave them. She wandered through the forest, lightly trailing her hands against trees she passed as she took in the smells of the forest with a smile. Fu loved nature. There was no one particular thing she liked especially, just the whole concept of living free without restrictions or obligations appealed to the part of her that enjoyed flight so much. Subconsciously she twitched her wings as she inhaled deeply, just enjoying having the chance to be out here. Without the mist smothering everything in sight, the forest was actually quite beautiful, sparkling with early morning dew. Multiple varieties of flowers dotted the grass, and she followed them as they began to grow more densely. They led her into a clearing where she saw a strange sight. From the trees she could spot a young boy of about her age sitting in the middle of the clearing, leaning against a tree and smiling down at something in his hands. Fu couldn't make out what it was, but it glittered slightly in the early morning sunlight. She pulled her wings back in and walked out into the clearing, immediately catching the attention of the boy. He had long light brown hair that fell down his back and wore a blue tunic over a green shirt and navy pants. She wondered what he was doing out here and wondered if there was a village nearby that they could get supplies from. The boy seemed more fascinated by the headband tied around Fu's arm. "Who are you?" Fu just smiled sweetly, earning her a small blush from the boy, something she had noticed happened a lot around boys her age. "I'm Fu." The boy smiled weakly, managing to look her in the face as he spoke. "I'm Yukimaru." Fu's smile brightened as she skipped over, sitting down next to the boy and trying to get a look at the object in his hands. "What's in your hands?" Yukimaru made a better attempt at hiding it, but Fu managed to catch a glimpse of what looked like pink glass before his hands covered it. "Why do you want to know?" Fu just shrugged innocently, looking around the clearing and the multitude of flowers it contained. I don't know, I'm just curious. Yukimaru seemed to examine her closely, but not so much with suspicion as plain intrigue. What are you doing out here? There aren't any villages around here. Fu looked back at him, still smiling lightly. I could ask you the same thing. Yukimaru gulped even though there was no malice in Fu's voice. It made her wonder why he was so nervous. She wondered if it had to do with her. She had noticed boys seemed to change when speaking to her, like Chojuro. I like to take walks in the mornings. I'm traveling with people that scare me a little bit. Fu cocked her head slightly to the side, thinking about what he said. Then why do you travel with them? Yukimaru took another subtle glance at the object in his hands. They aren't all bad. Guren is really nice to me and Gozu is nice to her, so he can't be that bad. The others are kind of mean though, but they don't do anything or Guren gets mad. Fu nodded. She understood about having a person in your life that was special and you would go anywhere with, even if it meant going with people you didn't like. So is this Guren special to you? Yukimaru smiled softly, looking up at the sky where the stars still twinkled in the early morning light before the sun overpowered them. Yeah, I didn't have many people after my parents died, but when I found Guren she was nice to me. He looked around, almost furtively as he scanned the clearing before finally relinquishing his hold on the object in his hands, opening them up so Fu could see. She gave me this. Fu looked down and saw a white camellia flower encased in what looked like a light pink glass, or maybe some kind of crystal. It looked beautiful and perfectly cut. Wow, it's really pretty. Yukimaru closed his hands protectively over the flower and Fu raised her own in a placating gesture. Don't worry, I'm not going to take it or anything. It's obviously really precious to you. He nodded with another sad smile before looking back at her, or specifically her headband. So are you a shinobi? I don't recognize your headband. She smiled proudly at him, moving her arm so he could see it better. That was my gift from my precious person, my Onisen, except he isn't really my brother but he acts like it. He's the first person who ever showed me kindness in my life. Yukimaru nodded along with her, understanding what that felt like more than most. But why does it say 7? Aren't they supposed to have the symbol for your village? Fu thought about it, subconsciously looking back in the direction of the camp. My Onisen has the same thing but it says 9, he says that our loyalties shouldn't be to a village. They can be destroyed, moved, or rebuilt. He likes to think that his loyalties are to his friends and the people he loves, or at least that's what he told me. Yukimaru smiled, he liked the sound of this person's brother, he sounded a lot like Guren, although she was loyal to Orochimaru. But why 7? Or 9? Fu just smiled devilishly, eliciting a second blush from the young boy. That's a secret. Yukimaru wanted to ask more but he found he was a little shy around this strange girl. So what about you, why are you out here? She motioned with her hands to the clearing in general so far away from any village. Yukimaru's head dropped down and he stared at the flower-ridden floor. I'm not supposed to say. Fu just opened her mouth lamely before closing it again. Oh. They sat in silence for a while, neither sure how to continue the conversation before their answer was given for them. Fu. Her head whipped up and looked in the direction that the voice had come from. It was Naruto, she knew that much. Yukimaru seemed a little shocked by the new voice and looked like he wanted to leave, so Fu put a hand on his shoulder which earned a third blush from the young boy as he stared at the caramel hand. Don't worry, that's my Onisen. He's probably just worried about me. Yukimaru smiled a little bit, reaffirming his idea that her brother seemed like a nice person if he would worry over her. Naruto chose that moment to walk into the clearing, already knowing where Fu was thanks to their connection. There you are, Fu, what have I told you about running off? Fu just looked down and sighed exasperatedly. To come back before you wake up. He nodded with a small frown. He didn't mind her having walks in the morning but he didn't like waking up and not seeing her there. He noticed the boy sitting next to Fu and saw her hand on his shoulder. He immediately became suspicious of the situation. Fu, who's this? He kept the hostility out of his voice until he was sure about the situation, not wanting to frighten the boy if he was innocent. Fu just smiled up at him, patting Yukimaru on the shoulder. This is Yukimaru, I met him out on my walk. Naruto smiled softly, it was just Fu being her usual self, trying to make friends with as many people as possible. He guessed she took after him in that regard. His smile grew warmer as he walked over, noticing that Yukimaru seemed to grow uncomfortable the closer he got. It reminded him of the first time he met Fu. Hi Yukimaru, I'm Naruto. He held out a hand while crouching down and the boy tentatively took it, shaking hands lightly. I hope Fu wasn't too much trouble for you, Said girl pouted lightly from the insinuation while Yukimaru just blushed again. And no, she was actually really nice. Naruto's warm smile returned as he looked between them, his eyes narrowing mischievously. He may have once been naive to romance and attraction, but Tayuya had changed all that. He wondered what was really going on here. Well, good. Fu seemed to catch the slight insinuation in Naruto's voice and the ever so slightly joking way he talked and scowled. She wanted to tell him it wasn't like that she and Yukimaru were just friends, but she didn't want to upset the boy's feelings. Tayuya had once told her that boys were mostly clueless about romance and would always deny any feelings they had. She forgot to mention that girls could be the exact same way. None of them got any time to ponder on Naruto's words as a fourth figure darted into the clearing, looking over the scene with a trained eye. Yukimaru, what are you doing out here? Naruto turned to eye the newcomer, seeing a tall woman with spiky blue hair pulled into a pineapple-like bun with two long, thin bangs framing her face. She wore a fur-lined green kimono with a thick yellow rope tied into a downwards knot at the back. Her eyes narrowed as she saw the two figures that she didn't recognize, both wearing strange headbands that just had numbers on. Something about the blonde one struck her, but she couldn't quite place what it was. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Guren's eyes opened wide at the statement. This was the boy Kabuto was telling her about, except he wasn't really a boy, more a young man. In fact, if he wasn't the enemy Guren might have been attracted to him. He was remarkably handsome in a wild kind of way. Guren. Naruto nodded politely with a smile. Sorry if I kept your friend, my sister seems to have taken a liking to him. Both Yukimaru and Fu blushed, the latter scowling at Naruto while he just enjoyed seeing her irritated face. Guren on the other hand looked at Yukimaru curiously. She had never seen him make a friend before. A part of her was sort of happy while another worried about what effect this could have on the mission. It's no problem. Naruto just nodded politely again while Guren motioned with her hand for Yukimaru to follow her. He got up and walked out of her in the opposite direction of Naruto's camp but stopped at the edge of the clearing. He returned around and waved back timidly at the two of them. Bye Fu, Naruto. It was good meeting you too. The two waved back but Yukimaru was already gone, vanishing into the trees. Naruto waited a few moments before turning to Fu with a large smirk plastered over his face. So what was all that about? Fu just scowled at him in annoyance. Shut up. With that she marched off back in the direction of the camp with a chuckling Naruto not far behind.